It's funny to think about. So you guys were talking about psychic abilities. We have them on low levels even today. There's, pre-verbal communication. Like if you and your best friend of like 10 years are sitting at a bar together and all of a sudden somebody gets belligerent, your two guys are going to look at each other and without saying a word, they're like, "Are you going to stop this guy?" No,
Right.
me
You're going to
neither.
raise your
Okay.
eyebrows. You're going to raise your
Right,
eyebrows,
right.
probably. Mm-hmm.
Exactly. Yeah, those are your illustrators. Right? So you're
Mm-hmm.
illustrating to your homie, like, are you going to take this guy out, or are we going to let the security deal with it? Right? Because it's an option, right? And if you're drunk,
Mm-hmm.
you might be a little bit 10 feet tall and
And then
bulletproof.
there's a simple nod type gesture of some sort that they both understand.
And there's also the phenomenon of being aware of when someone behind you, whom you can't see, is staring at you.
Oh, yeah, because they're putting their energy to you.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am. Mm-hmm.
So they say that your heart radiates an EMF, electromagnetic field, at about 8 feet around you. So when people are like in your energy bubble, you can feel them. Like you
Mm.
can see them like looking at you without like actually seeing it. It's like, think about all the things that we perceive without actually having it come through our senses. Like sometimes you can just walk into a room and it's like, whoa, what's going on here? You're like,
Right.
what's going on, everybody? And it's like, oh, we found out that,
Mm-hmm.
so and so died. Right. And nobody said anything. There was no cue, but you knew something wasn't normal. Right. Because usually they're arguing, or usually they're laughing, or usually they're watching TV. But you picked up on something and you're like, what's going on, guys? And they're like, oh, such and such happened today. And, we're sad.
And exactly. And if you think about it, it's almost like there's these hypnotic waves that travel over the masses where everybody, like for instance, when they
Hey, you know what?
witch burning. And, there were some towns that there were no women left in because there was such a wave of the same idea about the phenomenon of witches, and that women were the representatives of these evil demonic forces. It went absolutely epidemic.
Oh, witches were created by the heartbroken men.
I thought you were
Men that didn't
speaking
want to.
literally.
No, I mean,
yeah.
remember in the Salem?
Like, yeah, no, I know a little bit about some of the sequence of events that happened with that. No, I thought you were talking about like a literal energy wave connecting
Well,
people.
I'm talking about a psychic wave.
Yeah, yes, yeah.
Yeah, that people are hypnotized, and
Well,
this pandemic is very similar to that.
well, in parapsychology, I've heard them talk about that you can do healing from a long distance. That is like, yeah. They don't want us to know about that shit.
You know what remote viewing is?
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. I do. Now, in order for me to describe it to someone that doesn't have any clue about it, probably not that good at knowing it, but I do
The
know.
military were using it as
yeah.
as a means of spying on Russia.
There's a really cool channel. There's a really cool channel on YouTube called New Thinking Aloud with Jeffrey Mishlove, and they talk about all that woo.
Oh yes, I used to watch that avidly.
Mm. Yeah.
He's a psychologist.
Yep.
Yes, I used to watch that a lot. I haven't been back in I think he put on an entirely new wave of that, new episodes.
Oh yeah, he does current episodes. I believe they're current.
Yes, so he left, and I think he came back.
I think I recall that now that you bring it up, but I haven't been listening to him as long as you have, though.
Yeah, a long time. He had some fascinating interviews. He said he was the reincarnation of William James, who was a psychologist interested in telepathy. Anyway, I didn't mean to deflect.
Yeah, we went way. I love doing that though, going way off topic. But we can bring it back.
Yeah, lots of speculation. Lots of speculation just happened just now, so
yeah,
no big deal.
I agree.
Here's the thing: we are highly sensitive creatures, but sometimes we get like, what's the word? Callous to all the little things that go on, right? Like we recognize like a really big smile and a really big frown, but do we recognize all the micro expressions and the gestures that people do? Right? If you don't pay attention, you miss it. And on here, we're missing all of that stuff. Like you
You're
guys can't.
exactly right, which is why I'm so appalled by the mask wearing.
Well, yeah, body language, facial expressions is essential.
Essential.
But it slips by everyone all the time.
I have to agree on what you were saying there, Hank, about the smiles. You know, like just the nod of the head, a smile, just hey, complete stranger when you're out and about. It's gone. It's like the world
You don't
cycle.
hear that well. Sorry, bro. Go ahead.
Yeah, it just almost feels like as a collective, we're all kind of blah. We're all missing out.
They're dehumanizing
So
us.
I was going to say that I really don't. I was going to say that I really don't hear that well if there's a lot of background noise. Can I be heard?
Yeah.
Is it clear?
You're
Okay,
clear.
yeah. If there's a lot of background noise, I can't really hear that well. So I often read people's lips and pay attention to their face and watch their hand gestures and
Oh.
if I can hear a pin drop like in the next room. Like I have
Right.
excellent hearing, but I can't block everything out to hear people talking like in a factory setting. Like I have to read lips because I can block out certain frequencies. So I got some high-end headphones, and they do like a little hearing test, and I only missed like one beep, and it may be because I wasn't in a quiet area, or maybe I just couldn't hear that one frequency. But I can hear good. It's just I can't process everything.
Very interesting. Have you guys been listening to any music today? Or I should say, ladies and gentlemen, have you been listening to any music today?
I have, but not the music you guys would like.
I was up really early late last night, early this morning, and they were playing music on here. I listened to a few Flutter songs that were really good.
Nice.
I just listened to the full album of Nile. They're a real heavy band, like really heavy.
Oof.
They sing about ancient Egyptian folklore.
Oh, sounds super mysterious.
It's
metal. I prefer Solpatera.
Yeah, too mainstream for me.
Oh,
And
Are you talking about Sepulchre?
I think I've
What is
heard
it,
of those guys, and they're
no, they're good. They're
Sorry,
good.
that's the lead singer of
Sepultura.
Soulfly, right?
Yeah, Max Caballero. Yeah,
Yeah, I think they're Portuguese.
Soulfly.
Brazilian. They're from Brazil.
Yeah,
And they
I know. Roots, Bloody Roots. Yeah. Was I
but they
think
speak
So I used to listen to
right. They don't
I used
speak
to listen to
Spanish.
a lot of soul.
Yeah,
Sorry,
yeah.
bro.
Yeah, I think I watched their documentary. They basically stole all their gear for their first show.
But yeah, you ever heard? I know Hank has, but you ever heard that song, "The Prophecy"?
Oh yeah,
It's about the new Millennium Tribal War.
from Soulfly or
Soulfly.
yeah,
New Exodus, just like they said.
yeah,
It's the
yeah,
new Exodus, just like they said.
yeah. Check out Nile, Nile. I think they're an American
Yeah, I've
band.
heard them before.
Yeah, yeah.
Did you read the last comment in the live stream voice text?
No,
No,
actually, I'm not in there. I'm playing my game.
Morvis made a comment. I smoked a joint with Niles drummer in my car back in 2000 when they came to Oklahoma City. Y'all
Oh,
check out my hypocrisy worship.
was it Carl? What is his name? George Colossus.
He said
Tony, he said.
Tony.
Oh yeah, he's the guy with the beard. Little, he was a heavier set guy. His symbol was a fucking saw blade. Great
Yep,
drummer.
yep.
George
Yeah, I gotta
Colossus.
say, I'm a huge fan of Soulfly. I remember listening to stuff when I was a teenager.
Yeah.
Is that
Jump
a
the fuck
song?
up.
Well, Hank, that means you're younger than
Soulfly is
me.
a band.
Oh, okay. Okay.
That means you're
No,
younger
I'm
than me, Hank,
39.
because yeah, you're
I'm,
like a year younger than me, man.
Did you just say y'all better recognize Hank?
no,
Oh, I
but
thought
y'all
that's
better
what you said.
recognize and miss me with all that bullshit. I can say it if you want me to.
Oh man.
But yeah, man, that Soulfly, it was like really good compared to everything else that was out at the time. So I'm like listening to Soulfly and Jump the Fuck Up with Corey Taylor, the lead singer of Slipknot, and I was learning to play the bass at the time, so I was probably
Oh,
like
dude, I wrote a book
14,
of
15 years
lyrics, like
old.
a full-on like journal on the bus ride down here, to California, and then over to fucking Arizona was a bitch because fuck, the bus don't go that way. So I was like stuck outside. I had like long hair. I was stuck outside the fucking in the desert, just sitting there. Yeah, it was horrible. I had to wait like a good hour and a half for someone to show up to pick me up. So the first thing I did was slept and then shaved my head. It was horrible. But dude, I wrote like a whole book of lyrics all the way down here on the Greyhound, dude. And I was listening to Soulfly at the time. So like it's heavily influenced with like that kind of shit, right?
And the song Primitive,
Yeah.
oh man, oh
The word is with Soulfly, the singer from Sepultura, broke away.
Yeah.
His wife did not agree with the band, or the band didn't agree with her. His wife was managing the band, so they kicked out the singer and his wife, basically, or they just went separate ways and they made Soulfly.
damn you, Yoko Ono.
Problem is, exactly. Problem is the band, Sepultura was never the same, so they never really flourished after that. They both went their separate ways. The
Have
magic
you
was
ever
gone.
heard of Nail Bomb?
Yeah, that's is that a band or an album?
Yeah. It's a band that Max Cavalera was in before Slipknot. Or before Slipknot. Before the guy from Stained died, which they formed Soulfly from. Or not Stained, Snot. The lead singer from Snot died. Not Stained.
Every time people say Stained, I often think about that song. You ain't gonna hear no crying ass bitching from me, like seems to be.
Oh, what about Head P? Head PE? HEDPE?
I know I've heard.
It's like that rock rap. You're breaking up,
Oh,
Hank.
I think Hank had to reboot.
Fear inoculum. You know, with a name like that, you would figure you would at least look into what Maynard is talking about.
Who's Maynard?
Maynard James Keenan, Tool. Their latest album is called Fear Inoculum.
That's a curious title, I'll tell
Yeah,
you.
basically, it's a realization that all knowledge and everything you know is a lie, and the terror that you feel when it's revealed to you because everything that was allegory and relegated to myth ends up being true, and
Oh
the
yeah.
mountains give way, tidal waves will come crashing, and the mountains will melt away.
Oh, wow. That's pretty deep.
Yeah, he's a
I'd almost
Thelmaist.
agree with
He's
that.
part of the OTO. He's part of the OTO. It's all about the golden dawn. Why is it golden? Because the blue star, the sun will turn blue.
Okay, I didn't know that was their beliefs, so that's a
Right
little
now we have a red star, Kachina. Our sun has turned red. When it turns blue, that's doom. And it's cyclical. It's happened 4 times previously.
Fear Inoculum. That's a Tool album,
Yep.
and they got the Wizard. BC verified Fear Inoculum. Can you open your mic? Did anybody talk to this guy today?
Yeah, I think he was muted before. He was spiraling about, constellations or something like that, I think.
Who muted him?
I think it was one of the mods, other than
Mm,
Battle Mod.
I don't know if I want to override a mod.
Right? I think it was done like twice now, or like he was overridden twice, or it could have been a different guy. I might have been mistaken.
Well, I wanted to talk to him because of his name, because it's like
I
somebody I
know,
want to
right?
talk to, but I don't want to override a mod. I don't
No.
have that kind of authority here.
The only authority I have is unmuting myself.
Well, I certainly don't believe in modding a mod, so I'm out. Sorry.
Right. It's not on me.
Morvis is going to get him.
Yay, I can talk.
Ooh.
The most
Welcome.
marvelous. You can thank the most marvelous mod for that.
Woot woot.
Yeah, I see that. Thank you, most marvelous mod.
Most marvelous mod.
Marvelous. Sorry, I just saw that.
And thank you all for paying attention. So, Fear Inoculum, I say I'm a big fan of Tool. I have been since like the 90s. If you ever get a chance, watch that drummer, bro.
Oh
When
yeah,
he
I
does
know.
Pneumo,
Danny's
oh my
is
goodness.
an amazing drummer. He's always been an amazing drummer. He's one of the best rock drummers out there, in my opinion.
I think
Yeah,
there's
bro.
2 magicians in that group. the bass player
They're
and Maynard.
all amazing musicians. Like every single one of
No,
them.
magicians.
Yeah.
Those they know
so
secrets.
So I wanted to talk to you, bro. So I see that you got the wizard as your background. You're all about space and everything, right?
The wizard. No, I have the pillars of creation. That's the picture
Yeah,
behind me.
and that
I thought it was
pillar
the
right
wizard.
there is
Yeah, the star
that pillar
nursery.
right there has like many different like things hidden into it if you zoom into it.
Yeah, like it's a huge star nursery.
Do you know how
That's
to
what they're saying.
I doubt that we can't demonstrate that.
Yes, we can. We can observe it.
So can you show me where a star has been born?
Look
The
at my
birthing
picture.
process? No, your picture just shows like some, compilation of
It's a
data
picture, so
with.
it's
No,
a picture,
sir,
so you
it is
can't
not
see
a.
the
It's
whole
not a
thing.
snapshot.
It's actually
Sir,
a
you don't
phallic.
understand.
There's 3 phallic representations in that picture, and they're just fucking with you, sir. But go ahead, guys.
Yeah, so I'm gonna talk to the guy just for a little bit, and then I'll pass him. But since I found him here, so what we're looking at when we get the so-called pictures from space, they're often colorized and they're not actual snapshots. Like back in the day, we had a Polaroid, and you could take like a picture, like a photograph, right? These are images, right? So there's a difference between a picture and an image. You know that, right?
I was about to say the same thing. I'm sorry, I thought I was unmuted, but yeah, exactly. That's not a photograph of something in outer space. Let me find the original
And
image.
it's not us. It's not us that's saying this, bro. It's NASA. Like, I'm not telling you something that's a conspiracy theory. Like, when I saw that original image, I thought it was a beautiful image, right? And I think I called it the Wizard Nebula, is what I thought it was called. But anyway, yeah, so this nebula, I go down to the bottom of the picture, and it says this is not an actual photograph. This is a compilation of data, and like they added color. So in space, there's no colors like this, right? You can't really see this much color if you zoom in on this nebula with a telescope. You're not going to see that. That's something that like artists rendered into the image after they collected the data. So what
Some
I'm trying
might
to
be,
say
some
is
might
that
not be. Because the
no,
Hubble
it's
does
not
take
that.
pictures. It actually takes.
Hold on, bro. Listen to what I'm saying, right?
I'm listening,
I'm not
and
saying
you're
anything
wrong.
that's rash. Okay, so NASA's wrong. I'm not wrong. I'm about to cite my source. NASA
Okay.
gives us images that are doctored. They're not actual pictures. What's the name of this nebula?
Pillars of
Creation.
Creation.
Pillars of Creation.
Yeah, I just posted a link for it.
Yeah, I
That's
thought that
from
was a picture.
Wikipedia. That's from Wikipedia. That's not a real picture, obviously. But
Well, I typed this
but
other night. Real satellites in NASA, and the first ones that pull up for NASA are admittedly animations. Almost every single thing they show you literally says it under the picture. If not, you go all the way down, and you'll find it.
sure. Yeah, you go to the Wikipedia article,
The
then
pillars
you can
of phallus worship.
they'll give you a bibliography of how they came up with that image. And I mean, it's a composition. The pillars are composed of cool molecular hydrogen. Well, that's not going to help you with anything.
What are they? Sorry, can you repeat that?
They're nothing.
They
This
are.
computer generated image.
Yeah, I mean these are presuppositions about what they
No.
might be.
Really? So you
Right.
took the
So
image? You took the photo?
they are
That-
composed of cool molecular hydrogen and dust that are being eroded by photoevaporation from the ultraviolet light of relativity, close and hot stars.
Relativity?
The leftmost pillar is about 4 light years in length. The finger-like protrusions at the top of the clouds are larger than the solar system and are made visible by the shadows of evaporating gaseous globules, which shield the gas behind them from intense UV flux. EGGs are themselves incubators of new stars. The stars then emerge from the EGGs, which then are evaporated. Is this what the composition of what you're looking at
Sound like a
in that
globe.
picture? Is that what's happening?
I see 3 dicks.
They failed to tell us that it was the artist's rendition.
2 are for sure dicks.
They kind of
That's
did tell us
foolery.
that, didn't they?
That's foolery.
They didn't tell us. Here's another. I mean, I was scanning through this article. Hubble's in calling the Hubble spectacular new image of the Eagle Nebula, i.e., the Pillars of Creation. NASA scientists were tapping a rich symbolic tradition with centuries of meaning, bringing into the modern age. This is on Wikipedia, guys. They're bringing into the modern age. As much as we associate pillars with the classical temples of Greece and Rome, the concept of the pillars of creation, the very foundations that hold up the world and all that is in it. This is on Wikipedia. Listen to this.
All right, I got it right here.
Craziness.
So
Let it
I just
go,
posted
dude.
mine. So it says astronomers using NASA's Hubble telescope, have assembled a bigger and sharper photograph of the iconic Eagle Nebula, Pillars of Creation. The original Hubble image is shown to the left. So what's an image?
Yeah. They're admittedly composite generated images.
Right.
Yeah, there's somewhere in this article that says there's 33 images that were put together and made a composite, and then they had a bunch of artists make that.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
an
can-
image is
33, huh?
basically art
There's another
compiled from
33.
data.
Where's the 33 come from? Oh, shit.
It's art compiled
Hey,
from
guys.
data.
Wasn't this the picture of a star nursery?
No, it was
where the stars
32.
were created.
Hold on. Can we let him respond, please?
Yeah, my bad. Go ahead.
All right, Mr. Glober. What do you think about everything that we've said about this so far? Fear inoculum. Mr. Danny Carey, representative.
Oh, you're talking to me now?
Yes, sir. Fear inoculum. What do you do? So, what convinces you that this image is genuinely from where they say it's from, and is whatever is meant by Pillars of Creation? You believe this image? You believe all that stuff they say about it?
Yes, I do.
Why?
Because it's
Wait, I have
actual data that. Oh, so never mind.
Hold on. Please let him answer. No, go ahead, Fear.
Yeah.
Please, Helio.
I'm sorry.
It's actual data.
And how do you know that?
Because when you look through a telescope, you see things.
That
Data
has nothing
from.
to do with. Hold on, Helio.
Data from
Hold-
where?
please.
Data from where?
Right. How do you know the data is from where they say it's from?
What would be the point of saying that this is the photo of a crab nebula? And
My
then,
friend, how do you
and then-
know that that's what it is?
The answer is in the article that I posted.
God damn it, Helio. So, Fear, listen, my friend. How do you know this exists where they say it exists as it's shown here in this image? How do you personally know that?
Because I've seen it.
Really, you've been to this location and seen this?
No, I've seen it through a telescope.
So then you've not seen
What does it smell like?
That's absolutely lie. Nobody can
I've
see this
seen-
through a telescope.
I've seen the data that came
you've
through
seen data. Okay.
the Hubble telescope.
And so, hold on. Were you up there with the Hubble getting this data? See, my
Or
friend, you have
I
to
don't
know
have
about
to be
something
at the
before you come
Hubble.
and talk about it.
Were you
I don't
on?
have to
Were
be
you on the team
Hubble.
of the people that created this image from the data that they received from radio telescopes?
Exactly.
The,
I think
the
I
Hubble
made
is
my
not the
point.
Hubble is not a radio telescope.
Man,
No
You got
shit.
it.
It's
There's
not
the
even
radio.
there. It's not even there.
But the radio telescope,
Kind of
the
filter-
radio
what kind of
telescopes
filters is
also confirm what the Hubble sees.
What they tell you the
what kind
Hubble
of filters
sees.
are-
No, I've seen
What
what
kind-
the Hubble sees.
Witsit, you're cutting out, but I do want Witsit to
Witsit
talk to
just
you.
left.
Oh.
Yeah, can we just let Witsit have it? Witsit's not here very often. I'm
Yeah.
the one who found the guy sitting there.
I'll
So
shut
can
up.
we just
Go
let
ahead,
Witsit
guys.
do a
Got it. I
one-on-one?
got it.
I'll shut up. Go
Right,
ahead.
all
I
of us are going
just
to
want
let
to
Witsit
ask a
talk.
simple question. So, what kind of filters did they use to get these supposed pictures through a telescope that look like that?
At the time, I don't know what filters was used. I'm sorry, I was Not there for that part of it.
Okay. Do you know the history of the evolution of telescopes and their lenses?
Oh, the evolution of telescopes, the evolution of inanimate
Wow.
objects. Good one.
Yeah, the technological evolution. Try again.
I don't call that evolution, thanks.
Can you address what we're talking about, though?
The evolution of telescopes and how they got better and better and better.
Yeah, do you know
and more
how that happened?
precise and more technically precise and more
How
computer
so?
analogued and more digitally prepared and made, and how
you
those can be
prepared and
confirmed by.
enhanced via
Can
what?
I finish? You're asking me a question and then
No,
you
you're
don't let me
not
finish.
answering.
But I am. I'm asking you to clarify. But I'm also making a point at this. So, how telescopes, the very first one, which I think was Galileo, had the first one. He made the first one. To whatever, it doesn't matter. To now,
okay, so
where they're
here's what it is.
technically,
RGB, the answers were
you
three
can have a
letters,
telescope in your backyard, and which I do, and you can see a lot of the things that are floating around in space around us.
Okay, but you don't see this. I know that for a fact. I'd do it. So I'm pointing out you don't.
I saw the Hubble
because
images, the data that came in as it was coming in.
Okay, then what do they do to the Hubble data? What do they do after they get it?
It's put
You
into
have
a
no
computer.
idea.
Yes,
No.
it's computered.
Wrong.
And
Wrong.
that's also pictured out.
Wrong.
The images are pictured out on computer, and then the data is set into the computer.
Okay, so they take red, green, blue filters, then they layer them, right? And they mess around with the layers of that to try to get some color. Okay, then they plug it in to a program that does additional enhancement. So to claim that that is there is patently false and absurd and ridiculous and basically zealotry.
What's it? I just want to interrupt just for a second. I'll hand it back to you. So I made a claim, right, that this was a composite image. I just posted jpl.nasa.gov, and it says this image composite highlights the pillars of the Eagle Nebula. So, sir, you were incorrect. NASA was correct. You went against NASA, and you were proven wrong. Not by flat earthers.
No.
It goes by two names: the Pillars of Creation or the Eagle Nebula, right?
Yeah, there's two names for it, yes.
It's okay if you're wrong, bro. It's okay if you admit you're wrong.
Well, let me just explain this. So, like, there's a dude named Maxwell, right? James Clerk Maxwell. Field theory, electrical field theory. So he told people back then, like, what you need to do is you need to layer red, green, and blue filters to try to get the color perceivable due to the light spectrum differences, right? That are accentuated. And they ignored him, and then they ended up implementing that, like, I think 70s, even though way before that he said that.
In the Hubble?
So that's how you start to get colors.
In the 70s in the Hubble?
No, that's not what is that what I just said?
We're talking about the Hubble.
Oh, I just talked about someone from the father.
So you're talking about filters in the Hubble.
You know, so this is my point. Okay, so there was a process of the way that they viewed the things in the sky. Okay, we now have a process that we try to do a little bit of guesswork and look at different spectrums of light using different filters to try to get an idea of potential color. That's what that is, just objectively guesswork. And what does that have to do with space?
It's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it doesn't. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. You don't understand how this works at all.
You don't even. Okay, so you didn't even know about the red, green, blue filters, but you're going to tell me how it works
on the Hubble? Not on the Hubble.
Oh, so it doesn't use red, green, and blue filters.
Not on the Hubble.
Okay, so
the red, green,
He doesn't.
The red, yeah, because there's not those filters.
You think that everything on the Hubble is completely optical?
Can I? All right. Well,
yeah, optical, right? It's optical.
No, let him finish. He doesn't even know that it's integrated into the modern telescopes. Please let him enlighten us.
It's not. I built
It
my own
objectively is.
telescope.
You don't even know. You have no
I
idea.
built
Objectively.
my
think
own
the Hubble
telescope.
is
I know what's
a big
in.
optical telescope in space. Is that what you think
Yes.
it is?
Yes, it is a optical telescope.
Okay, so you're running it through computer programs to get your final image?
You run it through computer programs, and it uses filters to figure out where everything is and sitting.
What kind of filters? What kind of filters?
It uses the relativity. It uses relativity to figure out the distance of everything while it's coming into the computer, because it looks at the colors of the light. So in the computer setting, it uses what's called a filter. So it hits different filters within the spectrum to
like
find
red,
out
green, and blue.
where.
Yeah.
No, those are for radio telescopes. Oh my God, you don't know what you're talking about. Like, you just don't know what you're talking about.
You're talking about just the mapping aspect of it, not even the
You
imagery.
do not have any understanding of what you're talking about. So you need to stop talking.
It's
about it.
cartoon. That's objectively what it is, and it has to
No,
go
it
through.
isn't. You're not understanding how any of this works. So you need to stop talking about it.
Are you Lysurge?
Hey, enlighten me before we get started. So, how was it that they determined the that relativity was adequate to actually determine what's going on in the sky? And how is it that how exactly did they determine Doppler shift not being related to red and blue shift? Feel free to enlighten me.
Forget it. You guys don't understand what you're talking about.
Oh, self-projection.
You don't know what you're talking about. Yes, I do. Because they use relativity to decide. And I already told you this. I already told you why.
Relativity is quantum physics, quantum mechanics.
Yes. And what are they looking at when they look through radio telescopes and the Hubble telescope?
Nothing.
What are they looking at? They're looking at
They're looking at a lens.
Lights in the sky.
No, they're looking at a lens, a piece of glass in front of their face, and then they're looking through that, and you're still seeing a bunch of garbage that you don't know what it is. So you tell us, what are you looking at?
When I look at the moon, I know what the moon is. I can see
What's the moon made of?
Everybody, but please be quiet so we can all enjoy the conversation. I know
It's a
you're
rock.
tempted.
No. Yeah.
Hey, how did they determine relativity's accuracy so they could somehow figure out the distance to these lights in the sky?
They didn't figure out that relativity was accurate. What relativity did was set a basis for what already is. It was Einstein's idea of relativity that confirmed and explained what we observe.
No, so it attempted to explain it because there had to be an evolution of I know you hate that word. I'll get
evolution.
Triggered. Yeah, get triggered. Newtonian physics had to evolve, right? Because it didn't work anymore. So then you get
Newtonian physics
still
works.
No, it doesn't.
Relativity was extrapolated on top of it.
No. So Newtonian physics falls apart outside of the local scale.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, objectively it does.
No, it doesn't.
They're different things.
They're not different
Newtonian
things. Einstein's relativity is a point on top of Newton's gravity.
Wrong.
All it is a building block on top of it.
Wrong.
Explaining it better with more detail. Yes, because Newtonian physics failed at a great distance. But Newtonian physics is explained on how it works.
Okay, can I explain
how basic gravity works? You don't understand this either.
Okay, so
you're talking in my wheelhouse here. You're talking in my wheelhouse.
Perfect. You're about to get smoked. So gravity is no longer considered an intrinsic property of matter, i.e. Newtonian physics. That has been superseded since 1915.
What do you mean?
Objectively, and
what are you trying to say there? Because that was just a word salad. You're not saying anything.
Word salad. Let's break the words I just said. See if it's word salad.
So
gravity.
Gravity is not
no
out of
longer,
matter.
Hold on,
no,
bro.
gravity
Here.
is no longer
Let him talk.
considered an intrinsic property of matter. It is now the bending and warping of space-time. It is space curvature. It is not an intrinsic property of the matter.
Yes, but what is curving? That's space-time. Matter.
Okay, those are fundamentally different. That's the point you need to concede right now. Those are not. They do not coexist.
So they're not. It's not. But it was relevant when you were talking about it. But it's not relevant when I'm talking about it. How convenient.
I'm saying you need to.
How convenient that is.
You were wrong. Concede you were wrong about Newtonian physics. Same as Einsteinian physics.
What is in that? What is that? What is within that warp of space-time? What's within that warp? What's warping it?
There is no warp.
Gravity from the matter.
You can't attribute physical. You can't know. The matter causes displacement.
You don't know what you're talking about.
That's not what I'm
yes, the matter causes.
Yes, I do. You can't attribute
the warp
properties.
Because the matter has gravity.
Let me ask you a question.
Gravity?
No, it's wrong.
Effects.
Gravity is the effect of the gravity is the effect of bending and warping space-time due to displacement of mass.
Gravity is
this is your religion. You don't even understand your own religion.
Gravity is the thing that causes the warp.
This is wrong.
God,
gravity is the. I've read the theory of relativity, man. You clearly have.
You've read the theory of relativity? You've read the theory of relativity.
So I just said that. And so this is objectively its claim, okay? That gravity is the effect of the bending and the warping of space and time, space-time, okay? That's objectively what it is. It is the effect. Now, Newtonian physics is there is a cause.
No, you are wrong. You are wrong. Gravity warps space-time. It's because of gravity. If you just have space-time with nothing in it, nothing is warped. As soon as you put an atom in it, it is warped.
Hey, if Harvard disagrees with you, would you admit you're wrong? You're wrong within your own worldview.
No, I'm not.
I'm having to teach you you're wrong. Hey, can you attribute physical properties to conceptual abstractions? Can one attribute physical properties to conceptual abstractions?
Looks like he dropped out with it.
Okay. Oh.
Is it just me, Hank, or does he sound like Nolan? Lyserge?
He did. He did. Yeah, I just want to say I apologize to everybody. I told to shut up. I was just trying to make for good content, and I knew that Witsit could handle itself. And you know what? We're all like under the prana mentality, right? We all want to attack this globe, but it doesn't make for very good entertainment for the audience, and me being part of the audience. So I just want to apologize to everybody. It's not like I'm pulling authority or anything. I just wanted to make it clean so we could all hear it. And I just wanted to mention that, this guy was making claims. He didn't really back anything up. I was sending him stuff while we were citing sources, and he didn't really send anything back. So he was saying that we were wrong about the whole NASA images being composite images. We cited our source on that. It was from jpl.nasa.gov. Right, these images, composite highlights. Right, so they're images. Right, they're not pictures.
It's all a mosaic, yeah.
Sorry, did somebody say that's not what it says?
No, I just said they admit that themselves.
Oh, okay, sorry. So yeah, then he went on to invoke Newtonian, and he says that Einsteinian overlays it, right? So I posted the 3 where it's like the nail in the coffin, the end of, and all that stuff. But yeah, I mean they got nothing at this point. So Yeah, I just want to apologize for everybody for that.
No, my bad if I got worked up, but maybe needed to break his cognitus, man. I don't know. I think it's funny.
Neither of you.
Yeah,
Nobody got worked up. You guys are good.
He's commenting now in the live stream voice text, by the way.
Like, I don't know. It sucks when people interrupt because then you still try not to interrupt to be respectful. Then they take advantage of it, and then you have to interrupt, and it's just a shit show. Anyway, so I think I asked this other night. A lot of the same people were in here, I think. But so, why is it that we don't ever talk about how all of the stars in the star trails of a time lapse would have to intercept at the horizon? It was a globe. I just want to make sure I'm not tripping. Is that not literally impossible?
So all the star trails will have to intersect at the horizon, is that what you said?
Yeah. Yeah, like if you're on a spinning ball and you see the stars in the sky that you can see because the curve, the sphere edge is blocking the rest of the sky because you're all encompassed in these stars flying through space. So then if you took a time lapse of the star trails, if that's the case, if there's a physical sphere edge blocking the stars, then the time lapse would show that they intersect at the horizon, like over a body of water.
Let's model it.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm trying to visualize it, but I'm not capable. So we're going to have to put like a tiny little camera on a globe and then do some Christmas tree lights and spin it and see what it gets.
Okay, just picture a time lapse of star trails, right? You know what they look like, and then they come down and get cut off, right? Well, they should get cut off at the actual horizon over the body of water on a globe.
Exactly. But they don't.
They don't. They disappear above it.
Just like so-called shooting stars, right? You see them come down a little bit on the horizon, and that's about it. You don't see them go down beyond the horizon. Usually dusk, like sunrise and sunset, is right before the sun comes up, and after the sun goes down is the best time to look on the horizon for like comets and stuff.
Some kind of falling star, shooting star should go against the grain and go against the other ones too, and make like X patterns everywhere and shit. But we don't see that.
Yeah, but I mean, here's an example of what he's saying. I mean, look, there's like a couple different terminus lines.
Yeah, I mean, somebody told me they filmed one right side, one left side, and then like the center point. So yeah.
Well, no, I'm saying look at the horizon where the stars should be all streaking through the horizon and down if that's what the case is, but you don't see that. You see them halting.
Right. No, I got you.
You know, they're not going all the way through the horizon. They're stopping
all the way around. Yeah.
Right. Like planes, you see them going through and whatnot. I think that's what that one was a plane because it's like a yellow light. But yeah, it's kind of crazy. Kind of crazy, man.
And don't forget that all the phenomena that we call meteors or sporadic meteors, they all come from 6 specific points of the sky, 6 radiant sources.
Right. That was the point I was trying to make. Yeah, it should be more sporadic and have like crisscross designs and like parallel patterns going across. Yeah.
Should be completely random.
One of those points happens to be the mouth of the Draco constellation, right? The mouth of the dragon, thus the fire-breathing dragon.
That's interesting.
Another one comes from the Pleiades, right? The Pleiadians, that's the heart of Taurus, the celestial bull.
The Draco. So the kind
or the Draco, the Draconid, the Pleiadians, the Perseid,
The galaxy.
Geminid, right? And it all ties in with scripture as well.
Comets are interesting too, because they're just fixed in their position in the sky as it turns. I thought that was really interesting for the first time seeing comet time lapses.
Right. Well, I'm going to show you an image of. Do you remember Hale-Bopp? Are you old enough to remember Hale-Bopp?
Yeah.
1997, March 13th. This was taken, and what it looks like is something on the surface of the water. Like ripples, right?
So, this is embarrassing, but I suck at Discord and I can't see your pic.
Oh, it's a Livestream voice text. What's your name?
Central Banker. Oh, okay, I know where you are. Sorry. Yeah, I got it.
There, I tagged you.
Sweet. Thanks.
Central Banker, you said that the sporadic meteors are totally random? You said that, right?
No, I said they should be if they were just coming in from space from all possible directions, right?
Oh, okay, but that's actually not the case. So yeah. All right.
It's not the case that they're random.
Exactly.
Yeah,
No, they make these predictions. They move in cycles, including a lot of the comets that we've seen, of course. Yeah, they say, oh, we're gonna see this comet again in 70 years.
But the sporadic meteors are more a daily thing, a nightly thing that happens, and it's always it's in a timely manner. They call it daily showers, evening showers. They come from the south apex, north apex, north toroidal field, south toroidal field, and it's specific points of the sky.
So
6 radiant sources.
You guys, kind of brings you to the same question as always. What are these things then?
Okay. Well,
if you think about the
observable phenomena.
If you think about the heliocentric model where the sun is flying through space and the planets are following it, and they tell us that, Halley comes around, it does a sun dive maneuver, and then it slingshots around the sun, it goes back into the Oort cloud, and it's like, it goes back to where the Oort cloud is, and then it goes back to where the sun is, not to where it was. So how is it slingshotting in this triangular motion without another sun to slingshot it around? Because there's no stars in the Oort cloud, allegedly. It's just a portion of space that's like extremely distant. And the question is, how does it triangulate its new position, right, to the new position of the sun, or where it's headed? Actually, it actually doesn't head to where the sun is. It heads to where the sun's heading, and then it heads to where the Oort cloud is heading, and then it slingshots around nothing, and then comes back around. How does all that happen? I would love to hear an explanation from someone who claims that I don't understand, because I really don't understand. How does that work?
On that point, am I being heard? Hey, on that point, Hank, if you could turn your input volume down just a tad, you're like distorting a little bit.
Okay, sorry about that.
Or move the microphone away from your mouth or something.
How about that? Is that better?
Stop screaming at us. You could also try that.
No, he's doing a great job. I want him to sound good. That's why I'm just.
It shouldn't be such perfect clockwork, you'd think, if it was just this random situation of stuff flying through space in all directions. But well, another problem with comets I find too is that they're fixed perfectly in their positions in the sky, like the rest of the stars are. But the stars are supposed to be out by up to thousands of light years and stuff like that, yet the comet is supposed to be local to your solar system. And they say that the only reason that the stars stay fixed the way that they are is because of those crazy distances, but they don't have that with comets. They're right here. So why would they be fixed in their positions like that, the same way that those much more distant things are?
Magic.
The sky is magic. The ground is measurably flat, but the sky... Oh, that's magic, for sure.
The epoch of the ellipse.
Yeah, perfect work, but just total random chaos all at the same time.
A bunch of unicorns making joke of us.
Yeah, but random chaos. I mean, actually, we can. I mean, they predict, meteor showers and, predict the patterns of the comets, the sun, moon, and stars. So where's the randomness?
It's a post-diction.
All that stuff, yeah, but all that stuff was predictable long before heliocentrism, even.
Exactly. That's what I was pointing out to some other people in the YouTube chat and on here tonight. Of course.
Babylonians have the Saris cycle. That's what NASA uses to this day, Saris cycle. So.
Wait, George Soros has a cycle?
No, the lunar.
Just kidding.
Yeah, maybe he does. I don't know.
Hey, central banker, how long you've been looking into this topic?
This specific topic, it's only been like a couple of months, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah, but I just started binging it because I was just totally blindsided at how much stronger the flat case seems to be than the other side, and that's not what I was expecting once I finally got into this. So, yeah.
Ooh, I love that. I like the sound of that, boys and girls.
So what was it like when you first just like, I'm gonna come in here, I'm gonna look at the flat Earth stuff objectively, and
well, I thought it was just going to get debunked like within minutes. It took me like 5 years to even entertain it because initially I was like, no way, it's got to be just some sort of like CIA disinfo type of thing or something. Just couldn't even entertain it just because the indoctrination is so bad. But when I finally was able to, it was just like snap within a matter of minutes. Just hearing the arguments, I was like, yeah, I mean, how can they justify these observations at these crazy long ranges and stuff that shouldn't be there if the curvature is what they say it is? And yeah.
Cool.
I'm going to take a wild guess here. Is your PFP, your profile picture, is that from the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy?
I have no idea. I just typed like actually no, I think that's Animal Farm.
Oh, okay.
Ah.
Oh, yeah. That is Animal Farm. You got the pig people, right?
Yeah.
The Orson.
What's that?
The pig, the Orson.
Yeah,
Orson Welles. Yeah.
You don't have pig people. You have pigs.
Well, you have pigs that are
the animal.
Hey, if you guys haven't read the book, the audiobooks on YouTube, you can listen to it. It's pretty cool, man. It's only a few hours long.
I grew up in elementary school. They made us read Animal Farm. They were trying to wake us up, and we didn't even know it.
Yeah, I slept on that one too in school. Came back to it later.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of certain things I were looking at, now in hindsight, I was like, that's a flat Earth thing. That's a flat Earth thing. That's a flat Earth thing. Now in hindsight, you can look back and see that that's what they were trying to do. Some famous people, like, not through mainstream, but trying to get it out there a little bit. You know what I mean? Like little
hints. Yeah.
Old movies, certain. Yeah.
Yeah, get it out there any way you can, man. While kids are sponges, because they're going to be soaking everything up. The good, the bad, the dumb, the smart, all of it.
They gotta hide everything in plain sight.
Hey, we have a question from Professor Phil. He says, where do the comets hide for decades under the dome? I wonder if you have the courage to ask that question.
Well, first of all, you have to understand what is a comet, right? What is a comet? Do we know? Have we put one in a laboratory and tested it? So where do the lights in the sky hide? I don't think that they hide anywhere, Professor Phil. I think that what you're seeing is electromagnetic effects, right? Plasma, right? It's like the sun has all these spots on it, right? And where do the sunspots come from? Well, the sunspots come from electromagnetic fluxes, right? So is it possible that this could happen on Earth? I'm not saying I know for sure that's what it is, but my explanation is just as equally as non-scientific as yours, because you can't conduct science because you can't manipulate the variables in space.
I'll say this, Hank. Nobody here mentioned a dome, so I don't know what dome he's talking about, but...
Right, so Professor Phil, I have a question for you. How does the comets know where the sun is going to be before it gets there, and it doesn't head to where the sun is because the sun is moving really fast around the center of the galaxy in your model. So I'm questioning this one thing, Professor Phil. How does the comet know where the sun's going to be?
Well, comets. I don't think are conscious, but the sun might be.
They were talking with Einstein about it, and they figured it out that they could bend space-time in a way in those areas that make it so that the comet comes down in a specific angle and does a specific thing. It finds the Earth every single time at the right spot. But like I said, they talked with. It was back when Einstein was kicking around, and they figured it out. Basically, they pathed it out, and so they worked it out with him, and so yeah. It's science, guys. I wouldn't try to even go against it. I don't know what you're doing.
Science.
Guys,
Science,
Professor Phil can figure out that the Earth is flat and level. You think we're gonna listen to him when he's talking about the heavens above? Like he can't even figure it out. The Earth.
Figure out how to do what we have to. I can't even figure that shit out.
If Professor Phil can't figure out the earthly things, why would we listen to him on the heavenly things?
Correct.
Amen.
Professor Phil, do you still use Velcro shoes? I can teach you how to tie your shoes once and for all, if you want.
Why is Professor Phil addicted to our flat Earth conversation? That's what I wonder a lot.
Dude, he's here to convert us back to the heliocentric truth.
Oh, well,
he's a desperate voyeuristic psychopath. That's why.
Yeah, he's not very good at it, man. We have as many answers as you have questions.
He's desperate for his religion to be true. Society of royal nuts.
He said he can see a comet with a telescope. Which comet are you looking at with your telescope?
Professor
we shouldn't even. Where's it at?
Yeah, I mean, it's
which
just like
in Asbiet, so I can find it too. That'd be cool.
Like we have newbies that come in here and ask better questions than so and so Professor Phil.
Hold on, is that what that bright light on the horizon is? Is that what the comet is that I'm seeing over here?
He said he's going to see a comet with a telescope. That's what he said.
So. Yeah, I'll try again. Professor Phil wants you to pay your $100,000 plus, tax, right, to the colleges so that you can be enlightened, right? He wants you to go into serious college debt that can never be forgiven so you could be like him. And maybe one day you'll break even before you die.
Hey, I'll tell you what, Ike, if a comet's in the sky, I can use a telescope and look at it too. What the fuck are you saying? Yeah, everyone can look closer at an object in the sky, if it's going across the sky. But when a comet's not going across the sky and you can't see it, you fucking can't see it with a telescope.
Photos from that lunar eclipse that we all witnessed. Remember that one?
Philip, just because you can't please your wife anymore doesn't mean we have to hear about it.
I took that with my telescope and my phone.
Damn it, Bobby.
Like he said, Halley's Comet, for example. Yes, so you can see. So I can see what it is. This is the most ridiculous thing.
Professor Phil, try switching things up.
He thinks he can
you ever heard of
tell
furries?
What Halley's Comet is by looking at it through an optical telescope. This is insane.
I mean, I brush up on your Kama Sutra a little bit, Phil. It's okay. It happens to all guys at some point.
Now, if you notice, it looks like
lots of garlic and
round.
Sorry.
Looks like there's smoke coming off the moon. That's all I'm saying.
I'm responding to what he's saying in my DMs because he's banned from here because he's such a fucking idiot.
So you could talk to your doctor about the issue too, if you'd like. I think they're pretty versed on it these days.
Oh, I don't think he's an idiot. I think he's just a religious zealot for the globe.
He just told me to grow up.
Oh, he's sending you messages.
That's so funny, Phil. I like you, man. I really do. I like you, but also fuck you.
Yeah, he's double time, and he's just like sending me messages. He's sending Glad Flow. Is he hitting you, Hank? Hank, is he hitting you yet? This is
He's
fucking
sending to me.
Probably. Let me
Kill him.
check.
He's
Oh,
sending.
he's only banned because we're scared of him. That's why.
Frightened, shaking in my boots, petrified.
Because if he come inside, we will close the server. That means.
Yeah, I mean he's gonna shut the server down and prove the globe. And I'm just like, oh,
Don't let him in. Fuck.
Hey, Glasslow.
no, that's not gonna happen.
What's
But
up, bro?
we're just clowning a little bit. But anyway,
He did draw a picture of light rays bending along the shape of the Earth. So
I had a quick question for you.
What's up?
Just real quick, I just barely heard of this dude today, so I'm just wondering. I don't think he's a flat earther because I looked at his content. His name's Derp, DERP.
Okay.
Have you heard of this guy?
No.
Anybody called Derp is suspect.
Hold on. I wanted to get this out before we.
Sorry.
So who is he? What's he doing?
No, he's just leaving like weird comments on my thing, and then I went to his YouTube page, to his about, and he says he's a flat earther, but then like he's making videos of like making fun of like Nathan Thompson and stuff like that. So I don't think he is, but I was just wondering who this guy is. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of him or not.
Well, I mean,
No, Derp. No, I never heard of Derp.
I
treat him like a derp,
but I'll tell you what though. I mean, for various reasons, Nathan Thompson's not allowed here on this server. I mean, he's been. I just wanted to put that out there.
It's probably just somebody out there, doing they're having a little fun, trying to troll us in a different way. That's all.
Yeah, they might have come across some information, but Nathan's been here before, and he's caused some. But I don't know who this Derp guy is, but anyone that calls herself Derp is probably a troll.
Well, I'm not going to judge it one way or the other on that, but I will say that if he wants to smurp a derp, come in and flirp, get the glurp going on in here, guy.
And you might smurf a derp.
He might get smurfed too. Yeah, the derp might get smurfed up in here. So we don't necessarily know what's going to happen, but yeah, tell him to come on in, dude. We will eviscerate his presuppositional background.
Yeah, sure. We have a free link to an open platform here on Discord. I mean, just a free link, and you will be. What's the word? It starts with a V. I was going to say venerated. Well, I'll say welcome, but it's like, what's the verified, of course, before you come in and be welcome to be involved in this conversation. You're going to be verified before. You can't just come in here and just start derping the whole fucking conversation. I mean, derp, you know what derp means, it's like derp, 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 derp.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
That's kind of why I'm kind of interested to kind of talk to him. Kind of.
Yeah, if he's interested, send him a link to this Discord, see if he can join.
Okay, I'm going to reply. I'll reply to his comment then and send him a link then.
All right, cool.
Okay, cool. All right, that's all.
Whatever you guys do.
Thanks, brother.
Whatever you guys do, don't type in the search engine Nicolas Cage derp or Nicolas Cage's face on things. Don't do that.
You got it.
What is this some experience you've had, Hank, where something happened with your? Are you a fan of Nicolas Cage? And you're just like,
who isn't?
I hate Nicolas Cage. I hate Nicolas Cage. That's
I don't like all Nicolas Cage's movies, but he's I like.
Do you know why I like Nicolas Cage?
Las Vegas, man, is one of my favorites.
Yeah. Do you know why I like Nicolas Cage? Because he can't act. He knows it, and he destroys that.
And he fucking owns that shit, right?
It, that's why I like him, man. He's, you know what I mean? Salt of the earth.
Raising Arizona is when I was introduced to him, right? But like, there were so many movies that he was totally shitty in, but like, there's
you guys see Nicolas Cage in a
great.
fucking Superman costume? Hold on.
What? You gonna post?
Oh, this is great. I'm
so
glad
he could
we're
have
talking
played
about this right
Batman.
now.
Did he try out for Superman?
No, but look,
he might as well have.
I think he might have tried out, but yeah.
Oh, that would be fucking hilarious.
My computer is slow.
No, but I like him in a lot of movies that he played, but some of them it was just like, I can't. Have you seen that new movie Pig that came out last year that he did?
No, but
that
no.
one's pretty decent, man.
Oh, okay. I might see it then.
Yeah, you watch it.
I mean,
Watch it.
it's Nick Cage. Come on, gotta see
Yeah,
it at least once.
I mean, yeah, you gotta watch it, but it's decent. I mean, it's like most of his movies I don't like, but when he's good, he's good. You know, when he's on point.
Superman has the best costume of non-costumes. It's like he just shows his face. And then when he's Clark Kent, he just has a pair of black rimmed glasses.
I don't reckon this is like even Lois Lane didn't even recognize that motherfucker.
How could you?
All right, check the voice text.
Any bum with black rimmed glasses.
Hey, check this out though. They have a new series. Well, it came out last year, but it's Lois and Superman. Have you seen it?
Yeah, it's decent.
It is. I like it. It's like one of his boys. He has two sons with Lois, and one of them has sort of superpowers, and he's working through that shit. Yeah, it's a pretty cool show. Anyway, so what were you saying, Demog? What am I supposed to be checking out?
Is that the gay Superman?
I think so.
Yeah.
Oh,
One of
Nicolas
them's
Cage
supposed to come out
is
of closet this season. Spoiler alert.
Ambiguously gay Cage. Nicholas.
the ambiguously gay. No,
I
don't
heard they
even
made
let
a
me.
Robin gay. Robin and Batman.
Oh shit!
Super
I'm gonna have to
gay.
find the GIF. Oh shit! Here
He
it
doesn't look
comes.
terrible as Superman. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, but that
He doesn't look
like
that bad.
that looks like a young Nicolas Cage, though.
It is a
He
young.
would never be
He
able to
wouldn't
do it
He
now.
couldn't do it now. Fuck no. This is like 1995, probably something like that. 99, maybe.
No, Crooked Nose Gargamel, Nicolas Cage could never play Superman. That'd never work out.
right.
Fucking 2 foot honker. We don't know who you are, Gargamel.
Yeah, there are levels of Nicolas Cage that superheroes are willing to handle. But you know what? He never got in on the superhero stuff, did he?
No. Well, no.
That
Ghost
sucks.
Rider.
Ghost Rider. That, yeah, he did. Okay, good. He got
What did
it.
he
Yeah.
say? Creeping at the door? What did he say? Knocking at the door.
The ambiguously gay duo.
Wait, that ain't right.
That was the goofiest
It
thing.
ain't. I should delete that.
That was funny though. That was funny for its
Well,
time.
this is Saturday Night Live, man. I mean,
It was funny.
It was funny.
You're posted Beaker. That's so awesome.
It's no longer funny. I look at that and I want to throw up. No, I'm just kidding.
Men duo, the two men, ambiguously gay superheroes. You don't
I'm
know
starting
it.
to get a clue. Yeah, my clue is getting really big.
Yeah, the tides.
Why is your are you starting to develop a lisp when you're talking about this? I'm just saying this is it seems
Keely, are you really
very
talking about other people's speech impediment?
It's an ambiguous lisp.
the ambiguous lisp, and there's like men involved, and I mean, you might be starting to offend me, and I would never, I would never let that happen. Let's see. Anyway,
Relating homosexual tendencies.
Anyway, I was gonna delete that, but it's still funny, so I'm gonna leave it up. That's the ambiguously gay duo. If you want to look it up on Saturday Night Live channel, it's still there.
Everybody keeps telling me that I need a haircut, and I'm like, man, if you can't hang with the fro, you gotta go.
What are you, curly-haired motherfucker?
It's wavy. It doesn't actually fro; it kind of flows. Unlike the ISS bitches.
I've been fro, and it really don't matter no more.
D-Mock is with me.
That great?
Fucked up, Glad.
Somebody spent a lot of time making it.
Really? Where did
I gotta tell you,
find that shit,
you ever see them?
I don't know.
You ever see them women with the big bouncy fros?
I like the
and they're,
curly
walking
cue
down
and
the
the
road?
fun of
No, I'm being serious. It is one of the most beautiful things to see, like an African woman walking down the road, and her hair is bouncing as much as it. I'm sorry,
African?
I'm not trying to be crude. Yes, them girls with the really big hair, that shit is awesome. They look like, what are they called? What are those flowers that you pick at the dandelions? That shit looks awesome. I don't give
What
a
are
fuck
those
what anybody
flowers
says.
that you pick? Uh-oh, I hope Mary Mom's not listening. Good Lord. Way to fall down the
Dandelions.
stairs there, Hank.
Hey, you know what?
I'm just kidding, buddy. I agree.
Like
Hey, I agree about the hair, Hank. I do. I agree
most
100%.
of the men on this server are, are very attracted to all kinds of women. So I mean, there's
Thanks for that,
no
Helio. Yeah, I would say,
no
yeah.
embarrassment when it comes to any kind of description of a beautiful woman. Yeah, babe, we're attracted to
Great.
every vein of woman. Or yeah, I like.
Do you
women.
think that they didn't know that until you said it?
Well, I mean, you're gonna have to ask them. I don't know.
Okay.
Hello.
Speaking of, hi.
Hello.
Hello. I seem to have entered at a pretty convenient time, haven't I?
Wait, is this a woman? Is this a woman?
fro?
Hold on.
You got a fro?
Is this a woman named Gilbert?
Time.
I prefer to be undercover while I'm messaging that way.
Well, your voice doesn't
Yeah.
describe your. What was the word I was looking for? Now
Disguise.
disguise your name. That's the word. And so
Yeah, that's
you're
true.
named Gilbert, but you sound like a female.
I am a female.
All right, cool. So I'm a male. So we were just talking about random shit. So
Yeah.
Gilbert,
Clearly, Helio has a difficult time speaking with women,
No,
and that's fine. So do I.
I don't.
But two women
Shit,
can
one
speak.
man doesn't. God damn it. Anyway, so Gilbert, how did you?
Are you from Gilbert? Gilbert?
Gilbert.
I don't.
What about me?
Can we just call you Miss McGillicuddy? Come on.
Are you from Gilbert?
All right, so Gilbert, let's see. You have the Globe Skeptic role. Obviously, you've been here before.
Yeah, I've made a couple of the memes and I've chatted in here a couple times before.
Awesome. Are you a good meme maker?
I think so. I mean, well, the one I made was more of like an advertisement than a meme, and then the other one was more of a meme.
I'm gonna kill you, Gletflo.
Hi, Gilbert. Welcome back. It's good to see you.
Can you
Good to
post
see
a
you too.
meme that you made for us we can share?
Yeah, I put it in the voice text.
Oh, cool.
That's one of them.
Sharing clothes. If you think you live on a spinning planet, seek help immediately. And you have a link there.
Indeed.
Well, that's a nice one. I like that.
Our link. That's our link. Awesome. Cool.
Yeah. And then the other one was just a short little simple one.
So how did you figure out that the Earth was flat? Did you go out and take some measurements? Mother Earth, what's your measurements?
It was more of I had a topic for every week that I would think about, and this one was government. And I just came to the realization that if you would want to oppress people, you would make them feel small, almost like a speck in the universe. And then from that discovery, I continued looking and I found out more that there is no evidence of the Earth being a globe. It's the perfect excuse. Maps are flat, like on and on and on. And I just was, had to come to terms with myself and the truth. And I did.
So you know that the government is all about consolidating power, and the end goal would probably be to have one emperor to rule the whole world, because that's what every emperor wants. Every king wants to be, the king and subjugate all humans and turn them into merchandise. So because of this and the banking system and everything, you found the flat Earth.
Indeed.
Right. So how is it that other people can't see it? What is blinding people to where they can't realize? Because a lot of people come in here and ask, why would they lie? Right? They meaning the government, the hierarchy enslaving you, the brackets, whatever you want to say they are. It's like humans. Why would humans lie? And why would people ask such a question? It's obvious, right? Why people would lie.
I mean, everything in the world is a constant struggle for power. It's almost like the analogy of crabs in a bucket. Are you familiar with that one?
No, please illustrate.
All right. Well, when crabs are thrown in a bucket, they climb over each other and drag each other to the bottom, leaving them in an endless cycle of just pulling others down and never getting out. And in a way, that directly relates to the whole debate of the flat earth versus the globe, because these crabs, they want to push us down. The government wants to push us down, make us feel small, make us feel meaningless so that we become easier sheeps to rule. And I think a lot that is blocking people from coming to the realization that I assume most of us in here have had is just generations of brainwashing, of just being told how small they are and all these fake facts being thrown at them in order to disguise the real truth.
And now we're on a cartoon ball. That's where we are.
Exactly.
Good to hear you.
So,
Thanks. Good to
so,
hear you.
I agree with
so,
that.
so the reality is we're absolutely magnificent, powerful beings that have the ability to create thought and manifest it into reality and change the world forever. If you look at people like Joan of Arc or Gandhi or Jesus Christ, right? It was just one person who drastically changed the world forever. It's never going to be unchanged. The small actions that this one person did, right? Especially Joan of Arc, the way that she rallied the people together, because they were like, if this 17-year-old little maiden girl can stand up to these assholes, then why can't we? And it kind of had the Alamo effect or the 300 Spartan effect, to where, hey, we got to get together, we got to do something. And it was just one person saying, this is the line, no further. And at this point in history, we're in the middle of an information war, right? And I'm not talking about Alex Jones. It's an information war where there's no lines drawn between civilian and military participation. So we're at this point to where if we don't get truth out there, like, we're very close to losing what freedoms and liberty we've gained for a very long time. So would you say that this is like a really important part to be alive and participating in the war?
I genuinely believe it is, because the power that the individual holds and that is being smothered by all of the lies being thrown at us is increasingly diminishing our potential as people. And the only way that more change is going to come about in this world for the better is if we push back against that. And that's why I joined this server, and that's why I am here with the movement. I strongly believe in this.
All right, so I would say that we've all been told that fascism is bad or whatever, right? But it's one of those things where one stick is weak, but many sticks are strong, right? So that's why this sort of thing has kind of been demonized, right? But really, it's kind of our best bet to group together and still be individualists at the same time, right? Because I'm not saying that we should all like join sides and fight each other. That's what they want us to do. That's why there's a red lodge and a blue lodge in masonry, right? Because it's supposed to be like the Crips and the Bloods, the Autobots and the Decepticons. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying we have to join the side of the truth. And if another flat earther is saying something that's incorrect, we got to attack not the flat earther, but his argument, and get him on the right side of truth, like at all costs. So it has to go from being black and white or have and have nots. We just got to all be on the side of the truth. And that's where the real line is, I think.
Yeah, it's definitely a struggle, but I really do believe that if we keep going the way that all of this movement has going, I think we'll finally reach that. We'll be able to band together and accept both our similarities and differences as people, put that aside for the pursuit of truth.
Yes, we're definitely glad to hear you on the server. We hope that you pop around Friday night around 4 p.m. Central Standard Time and hang out with the ladies on Ladies Night. We do have a pretty low population of ladies, but you know what? It's better to have quality rather than quantity.
Definitely agree. And yeah, I actually attended last Friday too, though I wasn't there the whole time.
All right, welcome to the server. I'm going to share the mic because I'm sure there's lots of people that like to talk to the new people. So, peace. Or I can continue the interview and say, what brought you to the thing where you want to search a different thing every week? And when you do this, do you ever find a point where you have to put something on the side and on the back burner and do a little bit longer than a week study?
Yeah, so this started as kind of like, I guess the best word is meditation, but more like both debate and reflection for the week. And it started with me and a group of my friends, and we would get together and just do this all the time. And it was government and government trickery. And yes, we do often go over a week, and we actually had to go through quite a much longer time for the debate about Earth. Like, we had to make that its own separate week away from the government after we came to that. So we kind of had to table the different arguments between the globe and the flat Earth for a little while before we had to get back to it. So, yeah.
Uh-oh. Sounds like there was a little bit of drama when you started to get near the truth about something.
Yeah, well, we had a couple disagreements, so then we decided that we would dedicate its own week. And
That's awesome.
luckily, yeah, we all came to the conclusion. It's been great.
The conclusion. What conclusion was that?
Of the Earth being flat.
Ah, got it. And so, how did you personally come to that conclusion?
That through like my realization of oppression and the easiest way to oppress.
Okay.
By making your subjects feel small, making them feel like they can't make a difference.
Okay. Which is valid, absolutely. But what turns you on specifically to the Earth measuring flat?
Well, I was thinking about how it made sense for the idea of the universe to shrink the potential of the person. And then I was thinking more about that, and I just couldn't get it off my mind. And then I just started doing digging and research for myself. And I remembered the arguments of the flat earthers, and some of their logic just lined up with the logic that I was kind of beginning to grasp through my week. And then I just, I was like, well, I've never seen proof. Like, with my own eyes, it doesn't make sense to me. And I looked through the research more. I saw no curve, and it was more like kind of like a fact gathering through that second week that we used for just the flat Earth.
Cool. So have you been researching it outside of this experience? I mean, obviously you're sitting here talking to us.
Yeah. I did most of my research before. Well, here, it's kind of hard to explain. I came to the server in the early stages of me learning, like, learning the truth again, like learning what was real and not. And I didn't believe myself. I thought that I was like, come on, I'm being unreasonable here. And then I joined here, and then I left, and then in the time that I left, I did more research, and then I joined back, learned a little more, and then became a little more active in the community.
Active in the community. Okay, so if you were to try to talk to somebody on the street about this, how would you go about it? What would be your introduction, and then what would be if there was a chance for, say, a smoking gun, just like irrefutable evidence of the flat Earth? How would you go about trying to talk to somebody who has no idea about the subject?
Well, I'd probably use my hook as starting with the government as I did in my realizations, because I have from what I've seen is when you mention flat earth, a lot of people become immediately opposed to the idea and immediately write you off. So I'd probably ask them something about control, see what their answer would be. I haven't really thought about this question very much.
Okay, well that's good. That's good. And so would and the smoking gun I'm asking for would be like, well, it measures flat here. It's this many miles between A and B measuring flat, or you go here and observe it, and you can see for hundreds, if not thousands, of miles in every direction. That kind of thing.
I would probably use the horizon as an example. Unfortunately, I do not live anywhere near a coast, so it would be my preferable smoking gun if I lived more near a coast, but
got it.
Maybe photo evidence I could use.
Okay, and what about the horizon? Would you be able to explain to somebody why does that obviate a flat Earth? Just a layman, how would you explain that to them?
Well, I would ask them to point out the curve that we've been taught during every single age, and I would ask them for evidence. I would ask them for sources, and then I would explain to them that all of their sources, all of the people who supposedly measured the globe, are no longer around. And I would explain to them how I could easily write up any historical figure I wanted and any fake information I wanted.
Right. However, none of the government stuff, none of the lies and such, technically they have nothing to do with the Earth being flat, measuring flat and stationary. Yeah. You know what I mean? So if you want to talk about the horizon, that would be okay. Ask them if they know the distance between the observer's point and the horizon, which is the apparent spot, not the actual spot, but only the apparent spot where the sky seems to meet the ground.
Mm-hmm.
Start talking about that. Do you know about the globe math and the horizon and such?
Unfortunately, no. I've done a little bit of research, but I've mostly just touched on surface level.
Got it. Okay. That's cool. So we have a lot of information here on everything. Let's see. Hang on. Well, there's basically what we can see is that if we can see further than about 2 miles into the distance, if we can see the horizon past about 2 miles, then the globe math itself, at the very least, needs to be rewritten, redone, recalculated.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense to me.
Have you ever done like a high altitude observation? You ever been in a plane, these kinds of deals?
Yes, I have been in a plane.
Okay. And what was your experience looking out?
I just saw flat land all around me.
Okay, right, yeah. So basically you're not supposed to see any of that.
Mm-hmm.
It should be mostly from the height of a commercial jet. It should be mostly quote unquote outer space. You should hardly see any of the surface, given the feet, the 30,000 feet. Because see, here's the deal. If the globe is 25,000 miles in circumference with a radius of about 4,000 miles, that's a finite amount of space to work with. So eventually we should see the horizon drop. Eventually. But as far as a lot of us can tell, we can measure any distance with a laser. If the laser can reach the distance, we can measure that. There's a long distance photography that goes almost 300 miles. And it's a world record in the Guinness Book of World Records. That shouldn't be possible, like I said, with the finite amount of feet involved in the official globe narrative.
Yes, and I've actually I saw some of the images of like the long distance photography here in this server. I saw people posting them around. I found them very fascinating.
Right. So, cool, man. Do you ever plan on actually measuring the Earth? It's not a very expensive thing to do, or at least get a laser observation of distance. It's really cool. If you're interested in the topic now, you should maybe try to find a frozen lake or just a lake, calm lake, and do a couple laser measurements. bucket list kind of deal, if you want.
Yeah,
It's great. It's very, very cool to see the truth with your own eyes.
I think that would be definitely a really good way for me to kind of have some more solidified proof for that, like the bullet that you were talking about for explaining to others. I do think that I do need to have a deeper understanding with the mathematical side of things.
Sure. And listen, if anybody else wants to talk to her about that or something else, I'm going to look.
Glad I got to tell you something. Just to not make it so, I don't want to put any boxes out there to say that people have to be in any sort of paradigm and explain things differently. Before I talk too much, Glad, I actually really liked the way that she was just talking about how people lie, because honestly, that's what this is about. It is a morality issue. And this topic is so dangerous, Gilbert. You've probably noticed it turns people that aren't lying to you, that are treating you nicely, all of a sudden into people that are very angry and lying. And I think that's actually the most important part of this topic, is it literally changes how people act. Like there's all of a sudden what we'd call a spiritual event happens. Like they get
like
very
a hostility.
upset, right?
Yeah.
Right, exactly. And honestly, that to me, the way that people act, right, when they approach this topic tells me everything, right? And that's kind of where I was impressed, because you're talking about lying, and that's where we're at. We're not only are we being lied to, it convinces other people to lie to us, and they don't even know what they're talking about, but because it's a religious belief system, they end up lying automatically. Just it's a reaction, like there has to be an excuse to hide this belief they have, right? So
Yeah,
I don't think
So that's
okay,
a very, very important point, because that's cognitive dissonance, right? It's a reaction against what you actually understand about
right
any topic or religious belief. It's an immediate reaction. You ought to automatically reject it. Where what she was saying was something that she saw through most of that, and has been explaining how she came across the information, took it in total, and then came to a conclusion herself.
Right. And I also remember her saying how this is a pretty easy and obvious way to convince everybody that they can't do anything. You can't travel. Everything's been discovered. Like that was honestly one of the best reasons I've ever heard. She actually started with the reason and said, what could they do? That was pretty impressive. She started with the why and then added in the deception. That was excellent, Gilbert. So I just have to say this, Gilbert, that there is no set rules on how to tell the truth. Everybody in this room does it differently. And you not only can do it your way, you can also do it 1,000 different ways. And that's the greatest thing about the truth. You don't have to remember anything. If you're interested in the truth, all you got to do, if somebody is trying to push their views onto you, the easiest thing is, okay, where'd you get the information from? Then obviously they're not going to be able to tell you. So if they can't tell you, then there's no claim. If there's no claim, Gilbert, you don't have to disprove anything. So you're not the one making the claim that they live in a cartoon.
Right, exactly. Who's standing on a belief? Who's standing on a belief?
Exactly.
Right. Like if my claim, Gilbert, is that I just want people to know they can trust their senses, I'm not making that much of a claim. I'm telling everybody that it's already okay to be alive. It's already okay to breathe, which means you're not in outer space. I'm not making some special claim like, oh, let me explain why you can breathe in outer space, because that's what they're saying. They're saying we're in outer space right now, but we can breathe because of gravity. Right. That's the magical claim. Right. So that's why this topic, Gilbert, you got to be careful, because you've been able to unravel this maybe faster than most people. It's kind of like Pandora's box. It's literally giving you a key, an ability, or a power that most people don't even know exists, because now you have this knowledge. What is knowledge? Knowledge is power, right? So that's why they keep it from you. If they keep the knowledge from you, they keep the power and you stay weak. But now that you have the power, you actually have to be careful with it. And you kind of want to develop your own method or methods, because it's not something that the last 20 years of your life, you weren't even thinking about this. So you almost have to slow down and go, wait a minute. I need to kind of slow down on this because people will not be ready for it. So how do I approach this? Obviously, every single different person you meet, it's going to be different. You know, I don't want to give you any advice. My advice to you is don't take any. Thanks.
Thank you. And yeah, I do believe the truth. It's like a sword that you need to know how to wield. There's a million ways to sharpen it. There's a million ways to wield it. And you just have to figure out the way that it best fits in your hand.
Well, and oftentimes we say, I mean, trust your logic and your senses as well, you know, to move forward through this topic. I mean, most people won't even address it at all because they'd rather just believe. But we're here to have this conversation, so it's not. So every time we have this conversation with each other, we iron sharp as iron, just like it says in the Bible, and we we use logical conversations to deduce whether what they are telling us is plausible.
I get what you mean.
And as you can tell, Gilbert, at this point, that it's not really even about numbers, and it's not about evidence. It's actually about courage that you have to admit maybe I'm wrong. And that's what this is not about the shape of the earth. You already know it's about the shape of your heart. That's what this.
That is a really beautiful way to put it.
Yeah, it's good stuff. It's like they're kind of designing, you know, through some of the education system, they're designing it in a way that where they've confused logic instead of teaching you how to use logic.
Yeah.
Like this, for example.
What?
Oh my gosh.
I thought you were about to go into some cool.
Me too.
I thought somebody was going to go into a cool rant about how to use logic.
What the fuck is that?
I was gonna make a joke. I was gonna make a joke and say, "Oh, it looks so real." I'm sorry.
Anyway, hey, I see Witz is back in here. Hey, Witz, do you have something to say about that?
Nah, I just think it's funny. NASA just claimed they touched the sun. Good times.
Yeah, there you go. Is that logical?
Yes. Yes, absolutely. Hyper logical.
Well, that's a good point. I mean, since we see the sun in the sky at this point, how do we know we're not living on a sun? Yeah. We must be living on a sun. I see one right there. Thanks.
Well, check this out. We, you know, as far as it comes to logic and the solar system, right, and everything they told us about it, is it logical to think that you're the third rock from the sun based on the description that they have given us, presented to us about where we live on this ball? Is it logical?
It is.
It is. All right. Tell me how it's logical.
On first view, it looks like 4,000 times bigger than Earth.
Shit, I remember in high school I made a styrofoam maybe a styrofoam solar system for my science class, you know. I mean, but whatever.
I made nothing
I
on a
don't buy
globe.
into that anymore.
I always wanted to make anything on a globe I could, but I could never do it. Except just super gluing stuff to a ball.
I mean, if you ask the astrophysicists, they don't really have a full understanding of what they're saying.
You know, it made me sad I couldn't get anything working on the ball. Nothing, like, nothing would stick, nothing would flow, nothing would work. I mean, I couldn't even get it to run at a certain rate, at a certain speed to where it would stay right. Isn't that weird?
I don't even know why you would even try, because the initial logic of it wouldn't make sense.
All I could do was
the entire thing.
All I could do was try.
Exactly. So anyway, yeah. So we're on the same page, Dimmock.
Mm-hmm.
But does it seem silly to you that, I mean, we all remember believing this, right? But now we don't anymore.
Kind of.
Yeah, I mean, I never bought the evolution theory. I mean, because they try to teach me that stuff in high school, and it was just like, no, that's not. That shit doesn't add up. But that led to when I mean, it took me a long time to really figure it all out and how they deceived everyone into, like, hey, third rock from the sun, boom, 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 Big Bang. 14.5 billion years, all that kind of stuff, all the stories they told us. Those are stories. That's not reality.
Talk about the approach that I've never even seen, though. I mean, if this person, I got to be honest, Gilbert, you being that different from other people is it's almost too fresh of a breath of air. Because I'm not used to it. I'm used to people hiding from truth. In fact, I actually rely on them. If everybody was like you, I would be useless. I'd be out of a job. There's no need for me. I'm here because there are people scared to death of reality. But I just have to point this out, is that what other people do is they ask questions to hide from the truth. But what you did was that you understood already. You actually already had the question and then inserted the answer into the question you already had. You already had this idea of how could the government fool everybody at one time so easily? And you nailed it right away. You figured it out. Wait a minute. If they just told them they lived on something they don't, that limited their, you said that a limit that making them feel so tiny or whatever, however you put it, was brilliant. And that's literally one of the greatest descriptions of this deception, is just that. It literally destroyed the ability of everybody else to think. If they think they're on a magical ball, and for one, they don't even, that means there's no up or down. So then they have to insert these magical witchcraft words like gravity and refraction and relativity, which are literally spells, so that when the little child in school goes, well, how do we stand on the bottom of a ball? And the teacher goes, well, Billy, don't be silly. It's called gravity. That teacher just literally casted a spell on that 8-year-old XO child that I was. And then what was I supposed to do in front of the entire class? I just had to shake my head. Yes, I didn't want to think that I was stupid, right? I wanted to pretend that I was smart. And that's how they get you. They destroy you.
Hey, but check this out. You can be smart. You can be smart in that vein, right? Well, you can be smart, or as far as the definition of smart, understanding their freaking geo I mean
Satan-centric,
solar centric, Satan-centric, or whatever. Doesn't matter. I mean, but anyway, they're gonna tell you from the beginning that this was 14.5 billion years ago, there was a big bang. This is their creation story. I mean, most people are taught this, and from even very young people up to college through university. There's like, this is what we understand about science, and 14.5 billion years ago, there was a big bang, and everything started coalescing together, and this is where life came from, and you exist now with your personality and your humanity because the Big Bang did this. Well, I mean,
that works in our favor. I used it today actually, because
go ahead, Elijah.
people are so against there being a creator that all you got to do is tell them, hey, the Big Bang was thought up by a priest, right? The only thing he was a heretic, though, because he didn't read the book. Apparently.
Yeah, and he didn't exist 14.5 billion years ago either.
And all human history is showing that nobody will control you, at least in 100 years, showing you that what happened in the last 100 years, that means that nobody will control you. That means that it's impossible,
Yeah,
nobody.
Yeah, one of the
That's so
reasons.
absurd, that this is first point, about question. Why would they lie? Because of control. If you don't know where are you live, that mean that you are controlled. If I'm in one room and there are other 10 rooms, how I'm living? Maybe I'm living good in that room, but I don't know where I'm living because it's other 10 rooms, and who knows what is in other 10 rooms.
Exactly, Sasha. Gilbert, do you want to say something about that?
Yeah, what I was going to say is part of the way I came to the realization of the oppression was during my week of reflection. I was thinking about in the past, there are so many instances of kings ruling over their people by convincing the people that they are little, that they are nothing. That's literally how things like colonization works. It's like, I'm better than you.
They
I
tell us
know what to do.
that we're
Yeah.
stardust. That's what they tell us. That we're
They
stardust.
literally tell us we are nothing. We are smaller than a grain of sand in a giant universe. So if I believed that, why would I do anything? It doesn't even matter. I'm just a speck on a tiny planet in a massive universe, whatever that is.
I don't think most people follow that line of thought though, because you gotta think about the media and way people are presenting information. People are like today's are like really big headed and think they can get away with like an example. A lot of people die all the time because they do stupid stuff on accident. They think they're invincible. Nihilism or this idea of nihilism actually promotes this dangerous idea that I'm all powerful and I'm entitled. I think it's way more to it than just people thinking that they're small or inferior or those things of that nature because they live on a spinning ball and there's no other life form. In fact, more than half of the percent of people in the world believe in religion. So their religion itself states that they're not like that they have a God and that they mean something. So I just think it's more to it than that than just. I think there's more to their brainwashing than the scope of what we're talking about.
Yeah,
Gilbert, can I ask
Hold
you a
on.
question?
Yeah.
Sorry,
Well,
Gilbert, because she said
I
the
just
last
want. I
thing.
mean, if
That was
Bree wants to
beautiful.
talk more, I want to hear a conversation between Bree
Yeah.
and uh. No, go ahead and say what you're going to say. Bree and Gilbert, I want to hear talk together.
Yeah, she said the last thing that was beautiful because she said, if I'm going through the space, if you can repeat that last one, my English is not so good. That you will feel that you are like that you are have no meaning. That you can
Yeah.
repeat the sentence.
Yeah, like that you have no meaning because you're a speck in a giant vacuum.
Yeah, and what is opposite of that
Opposite of that.
for you? What is coming in your mind? If it's not that, what could be then?
If it's not that, well, I definitely don't. I think that the individual has power. However, we are still small, but we are not so puny on that scale that they tell us that we can't make a difference. And I also.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Sorry, good.
Oh, I was just going to
What?
say, and I agree with you, Bree, that definitely there's a lot more to it. And I know that this is all backed up with science and stuff. It's just, I guess, yeah, that's the part that I have built off of. That is definitely my foundation. And I totally agree that there's probably so much more that branches off from that. It's like the trunk of a tree with all its branches.
Just think about it in terms of like psychological warfare.
Hold on, I want to hear Bree's response. If Bree can talk, please. Bree, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, we'll respond to what Gilbert was saying.
Gilbert, I was just going to say that I think it's easier to think about if you think about it in terms of psychology and psychological warfare and manipulation, gaslighting, things typical of like I guess a psychopath. That's really what they use. They use and instill these different forms, and they do it in different ways. I think the primary way is obviously if you lied. I think it's more than just the shape of the earth. I think obviously they're hiding. There's
Creation.
yeah, like there's some like example. What could we really do, right? In terms of engineering, in terms of technology, if we started building our science and our principles off of the fact that the Earth is flat. You know what I mean? Like, where could we really be in terms of technology,
Mhm.
right?
Free energy.
Exactly. So I think it's more of they're hiding the advancements and the beauty and our potential, our true potential. That's what they're really hiding when they
Yeah.
tell us that it's a
Yeah, they're
book.
definitely scared of that shit.
Our
Obviously.
potential both as people in our mind after we have been pushed down, and as well as I haven't even really thought much about the potential of what you were talking about, of the creations we could have made, the
Yes.
differences we could have done.
It's the spiritual energy. I mean, they're very scared of that. Our controllers are very scared of our spiritual potential.
Can I be
They
suspicious?
always
Maybe
have
they're
been.
hiding something about God.
Yeah, I mean
Yes.
the fundamental part. She's right about if someone thinks they're insignificant or their life is insignificant, it results in a worldview of like nihilism or apathy. And if someone's apathetic, they're much more submissive and less prone to even look into truth that matters, right? So that's a big part of it. I mean, I'd say that's pretty objective, right? Like everything, like same thing with evolution. It's all to instill nihilism.
Well,
At a slave state.
how much science is involved with spirituality? What's it? In your opinion? I mean, uh, obviously, we both know that there's kind of a divide. It's like spirituality and science or whatever.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough subject for a lot of people.
Well, science is the study of the natural world, so like naturally occurring observable phenomena in the physical world. Spirituality or metaphysical is a little outside of natural science, I
You're in trouble,
suppose,
Helio.
but they build upon each other.
They could not exist without each other, right?
When was the last time,
Yeah.
Helio, that you used science for something?
They're hiding the magnitude of things that can be done by people without money and a certain way of control and the idea of slavery the way they do it. They're hiding the magnitude of togetherness and
Yeah,
the of awesome mass design that you're
the
missing.
modern term of science has nothing to do with creation. The way it's an observation of Earth.
Creation.
It's just a description of what the Creator did and how we exist. It's not. I mean, we've done the best we can as men and women to describe the place we live in my opinion. If you disagree with me, go ahead. Whatever. I mean, there's many different aspects and realms you can go down, but we're trying to understand this world as best we can, just like everyone else is.
Well, think if all anthills were connected, all termite mountains, and they all spoke the same language. Then how great would a termite anthill be? Same.
I wouldn't put any human on any as level as an ant necessarily, because I in my opinion, I think this place was created for humans. So, but ants are we're not ants. We have a different place in this world.
No way, bro.
Humans are amazing. Humans are amazing creatures. We got these epigenetics that are just full of unlocked potential, right? But instead of going after the things that we're scared of and facing our fears and fighting the dragons and getting the pot of gold, it's like we want creature comforts and we want to sit on the couch and play video games and smoke pot and drink beer. But it's like, really, we should be out there like figuring out how to like make this place better before we leave. It's like clean your room before you go to work. Like leave this place a little better than you found it, if at all possible.
Yeah, to try to answer your question, Hugo, I think that pretty much every field of quote unquote science in modern times misapplied is actually just orchestrations to keep you away from spirituality or your literal power, like how your body works, like electromagnetically. So you have big pharma and the healthcare industry. Like every aspect of quote unquote science is actually, you know,
It's
completely twisted on
well,
purpose.
here's the word you're avoiding: exploitation. They're exploiting people from the knowledge that they know, from what they've understood through, what they understand about humanity. Because, I mean, can you exploit a tiger? Sure. If you cage him up, and friggin', yeah, you can. He'll let you pet him, but for the most part, he wants to eat your arm.
Well,
Okay, so
it's like we are currency, right? Like they make us think that it's the paper or it's the gold or it's whatever, but actually, what we do for it, that's our currency, right? Because we put our time and effort and energy into completing a task in exchange for some other valuable thing that we need to do whatever it is we wanted to do in the first place to fulfill some kind of purpose, whatever that purpose is to that individual. So, what they do is they take our currency and they've convinced us that what they're giving us, this minimum wage, this dollar amount, whatever it is, they've convinced us that our currency is worth a lot less than we're given. And that's the true travesty then.
Yeah, because they took away your bartering 2,000 years ago and you're using money in the first place is the problem. Yeah, it's been a satanic system for thousands of years.
Well, I wouldn't even call bartering satanic.
He didn't say that.
Nah, he said,
Thank you.
yeah,
All right.
he said that was
So-
the money and the
Oh, my bad, my
exchange
bad.
of it.
I see what you said. My bad. Go
Nobody
ahead.
ever misunderstands me. That's fine.
Oh, but at the same time, simple bartering can be manipulated, in the same way.
To be a producer, Helio. So you make cabinets, you perform a production, so you're on the right track. Yeah, so good to go.
Well, anyway, I was born into this system, so I have to figure this shit out. I have to back engineer the fucking shit. Pardon my French. But anyway, I have to use dollars to exist.
All right, Helio, listen, Jesus is waiting for you, bro. Doors open, so let's do this. Come on.
What do you...
Well, you can think about it. I don't want to make this decision
kind
right
of
now,
dumb.
Helio. You can make this decision later. I don't want to put any pressure on you. Yeah, you're going to need 24 hours.
Let's do this.
Go down to biblical right now.
Sorry. Yeah, Witsit will help me.
We're not going to do this.
He'll help. We're going to baptize you, and Witsit will help me.
It's not it's not going to happen. But anyway,
in the water.
like you guys trying to bring me back to Christianity.
No, I'm going to have you jump off a cliff into the Colorado River, bro. You need to be born again. Yes, you're.
Are there 12 stones across the Colorado River? I'm going to lay them after the river
opens for me. You don't have to worry about that. No. Don't worry about the stones. It's not about that.
Hey, I'm already there, bro. You don't have to worry about me.
Hey, Helio, if someone told you...
Yeah, we are. Go ahead with
Helio, if someone told you lies about the truth, and then you found out that they were lies, would it logically follow to just not re-examine the truth without their lies?
I know I'm in a room full of this thing, but
Whoa, random
as
question,
if I
bro.
don't understand it, I do understand that, what he
Helio,
has to
random
say.
question.
Read it again with your clean mind, because last time you read it, it might have been unclean.
Yeah, I mean, I was guilty. I just
So I had an unclean mind before, but now I have or I had a clean mind before. I mean, which type of situation might I be put in with this
let me give
supposed
let
clean
me give you an
mind?
example. Let me give you an example. If you read about the Michelson Morley as a globe earther, right? You take one thing away with it. Once you find out
Oh,
they lied about
never.
the globe,
I think me and Exo were
Helio,
talking
follow me.
about something else.
I know,
No.
no, Helio, follow me. So you read Michael Morley as a globe, or you think one thing, then you find out that the globe's a lie. Then you reread Michael Morley, it means something entirely different now, right? It was lied about. It is nothing like what you thought it was. That's all I'm saying. Like I was raised with this book, and then had to find out that like I was basically lied to about the whole thing. It's just a bunch of people being weird.
So you grew up in Tennessee, right? I grew up in Arkansas. I was raised Catholic, and I was Protestant for quite a while, and now I've come across. I wouldn't say more information, because I pretty much know the information about the Bible. I mean, are you saying that that someone confused me after I studied the Bible for several years, and they said, "Hey, there's
No,
something else to look at here."
no, I'm saying I think that tradition of doctrines, like everyone is kind of around you growing up interprets it a
I'm
certain
quite
way.
aware of that. I'm
Yeah,
aware of
and like
that.
that. I'm just saying it happened to me. Like
Witsit.
I thought I knew parts of the Bible, and when I found out was actually, when I was honest, the only recollection I had of these different stories in the Bible was actually someone telling me what it was saying, and that's how I initially remembered them. So it's actually pretty
All right, cool. Maybe
crap.
this is a
Here's the crazy part. Let
discussion
me
for
hold
the
on, hold
Bible
on, real
room
quick,
later.
Helio. We're gonna move on, but I'm gonna hand this off to Witsit because I want to show Witsit something about you, Helio. Because here's the problem, Witsit. He already admits the Bible is beautiful and has no errors. So there's something wrong here. When he has already admitted that to us, we can't even prove the fact that it's without error. He had already admitted it. So we're going back to this. There's no claim here, Witsit. And he
Fair enough.
admits that it's the word of God, because there's no way a man could write something. It'd have plenty of errors. I mean, just there's no way a man could do it. So that's the reality. He just admitted it. So he went to a Bible study. I caught him in a Bible study the other day. So there's the issue is, do you already know that, Witsit? Since he already agrees with the Bible, you'd have to find out. This is what I'm handing off to you. What's the problem?
Um, my opinion is it's just a traditional, like, once you become a truther and you find out that religion is like one of the most evil things ever, and it's been used to brainwash effectively the entire world in different ways with different sects and typically just crazy malevolent forces of brainwash and psychological propaganda and persecution and etc. It fits right in with the rest of the beast system indoctrination. So you're just kind of like, I'm not, you break away from it, and I guess, to say it crudely, you throw the baby out with the bathwater. Uh, so I
Yep.
understand it. I relate to that part. If that's what it is, I understand that.
Exactly. I'm kind of on this debate, same page with that one. Right.
Isn't that
It
what
only
separates
takes
this topic, for the record?
it
As
only
far as
takes
understanding it in English and in modern Bible language, I guess that I would put it that way too. So,
Right, but everybody knows. Here's the elephant in the room with it, is that everybody knows 7 years ago the Bible only had one issue, and that's that it describes something completely different than this magical cartoon cosmology we've been shown on TV our whole lives. That was the final thing that made everybody be able to make the Bible's a flat earth book. Atheists were still saying this 12, 13 years ago, and then all of a sudden a small group of people woke up to the fact that now it turns out the Bible was right about everything. That's what this is about, and that's why it can't be realized. That's the great deception, that now this completes every single issue you ever had with the Bible, and now there is no more excuse. That's the point.
I think everything is a bit of a stretch.
yeah, I mean, Exo, you are a little excited about this, but
Well, I'll say this about it. Look, yo,
Go ahead.
it only takes a
Elijah.
person who, like, would describe how when he finally read the scripture, he had only remembered certain things because it was told to him. I had a similar situation, and it only took just Genesis alone. Not even, matter of fact, it took half of Genesis to come up with maybe half of everything that I've been told was totally perverted. Like everything I thought that I knew about these stories that I heard was totally different when I read it for myself. And that right there has got to be the most demonic thing that I've ever found out. Like, wow, even from book one, like even from jump, like what I thought it was is exactly the opposite.
Yeah, chapter 1 and chapter 2 are awesome, aren't they?
So I want to say real fast. I'll let you guys continue. So I'm pretty lenient when it comes to other people and their own religion. Like I usually don't cram mine down other people's throats, but I'm pretty tolerant of other religions. But I got to say that when someone tells me that they were raised Catholic, I'm like, oh yeah, they're going to struggle with the Bible like nobody else.
Well, I wasn't taught
Nobody.
the Bible when I was raised Catholic, so anyway. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say that when someone tells me they're raised Catholic, like the struggle, like no one I've ever seen this. Like there's something there that is like completely blocking them. Not all Catholics, obviously. Some Catholics or former Catholics, I should have said and or, are like really on fire for God, right? But when I find out that someone's like a former Catholic, it's like, oh man, this person is obviously going to struggle, right, more than everybody else struggles. And I think it goes back down to the verse that says, raise a child in the way that he should go. There's lots of things there, like truth has protective layers, like Neil Armstrong said. And one of those protective layers is the Catholic Church, because I think that they struggle more than anybody else from any other religion, even atheism. And there's other things, right, that are protective layers, but that's the number one that I see. And this is my personal opinion, and I could be wrong.
I'll tell you what, I met God when I was a teenager.
What the fuck?
I met God when I was a teenager through certain things that I was involved in with Catholic Church. I met
So you
God.
knew a guy who knew a guy? I get it. Me too.
No, I met God, the Creator.
I'm just fucking
And
around.
I was in the Catholic Church as a teenager.
You don't have to yell at me, dude. Sorry. Just trying to make a joke, Hilo.
No, it wasn't. It's not.
What did he smell like?
I met.
What did God smell like?
No, well, I don't know what shit smells like in the spirit, but I met God.
Okay, cool.
What did he say?
He said, "I'm God, and I exist, and I'm your creator." Basically, what
He said,
more?
"We
What do you
out
say?
here, bruh."
You didn't ask him for any
I
blueprints?
created the earth. I mean, I got more into scripture after I in my 20s and stuff, but I wasn't encouraged to study scripture when I was growing up in the Catholic Church. But I had some spiritual experiences in my teens.
I saw my
And
dad speak in tongues once. It's crazy.
I used to speak in tongues, and after I left the Catholic Church, I went to a
I know
Pentecostal
people that
church,
smoke
and
in tongues. I know people that got paid for
spoke
it.
in tongues or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, he was really trying hard, pushing the gibberish out of his. I mean,
Well,
I don't think he was possessed. I think he was just kind of faking it for the sake of the moment. He was trying to help a family through a hard time. My dad was a deacon at a church for a long time, so I've seen a lot of stuff like that.
I mean, I've had
I was a little kid in the church, and I've seen a lot of shit like that.
Yeah, yep.
Yeah, that's cool. I mean, it do what
And
it
these are
do.
the people that are most turned off
I tell you what,
by something. Uh, Look, he communicates in some really, really interesting ways, to say the least. And I don't really know how to tell you to be open to it or anything, but like, it's just this undertone of a little bit of ridicule, and that's cool. But
Yeah, I do that. I'm sorry. I don't mean to offend anybody.
Hold on, Elijah.
which is
When it comes to spiritual stuff, people are very just skeptical about
Hey,
this.
hold on. Let Elijah finish, Helio, please.
I'm sorry for interrupting. Go ahead, Elijah. I'm sorry, brother.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying like that. That's usually the response from someone who's been jaded by people who fake speaking in tongues at church and doing getting the Holy Ghost and
Right.
falling over people and being held up like all of that stuff. Because a church like those buildings with those tax exemptions in the first place, like they were set to turn you off at a certain age. I think
Yeah, it's
that's the
definitely
whole
strange.
purpose.
Yeah,
But
no,
you know
I can
what?
agree with
But
some of that.
You know what though? After the experience, I did pick up some shit. Like I learned something from it. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So
I ain't gonna
Right,
lie.
right.
I mean, I was gonna say I'm not. I didn't have any fucking money to offer the church. I
right.
was seeking God. You know, when I was when
They
I
don't need your money. They know how to make money.
Right.
no, but I mean,
It's
the story works well. I mean, I mean, we can have a discussion about how I came
It's
upon
different. I
the
don't mean to come against
thing
somebody's
about
spiritual awakening.
First
That's the thing.
Corinthians chapter 14,
Right.
13, everything. I know the entire Pentecostal story and everything. I know all that. And
But
I
as a
was,
truther,
whatever. That was the
sorry.
thing that I was seeking for a while. But it's like
No, yeah,
it's a different story.
what Eli just
Nobody's,
said is crazy,
not
though, right?
everybody that does that is rich or anything, you know. And but anyway, it's just
Okay,
it is
but
what it
right,
is.
as a truther, if what Eli just said is true, that's pretty crazy. If there's some type of orchestrated camp to basically make sure that you get put off.
No, did he
Yeah,
just cut out or is it me?
he did. He cut out.
My bad, my bad. If there is one, right? If there's this camp to put you off whenever you come across this compilation of scripts, then the question is why, right? Like, why is that a thing?
Well, because then we can realize our true power. We can assume our ultimate forms, and they don't want that.
Well, that's not what it is, Glenn Flober. I mean, if you guys want to have a discussion about, speaking in tongues, I'd gladly do that one night. No, I don't do it anymore, but I did it.
Heard of people speaking in tongues, but I don't think I've ever seen anybody speak in tongues, right? Because you hear stories about people that get like a traumatic brain injury, and then all
You
of a
gotta be
sudden they can
black.
speak like a.
I mean, this was
Huh?
an apostolic church
You
down in the ghetto.
you gotta be
Yeah.
black. Come down to Brownsville, bro.
Yeah, dude, totally.
Well,
So
Oh,
my
what the
dad
fuck
was
you talking
listen.
about, Elijah? I've been on plenty of
My
white
dad was
churches.
the
with people speaking
deacon
in
for
tongues.
15 years at an apostolic Lutheran church, and Pastor Barlow, and they called him Sneaky Deke. He was the deacon, and anyway, so it was this kind of gospel folk, and they were loud and proud, but it was one of their favorite days to go to church and see everybody. Everybody got all dressed up, and everybody's singing as loud as they possibly can, and a song will last 25, 30 minutes before they even get started with the fucking sermon and all that kind of shit. And, the pastor's saying stuff that only like 30 people in a 100-person audience know what he's talking about, but they're making everybody else laugh. And it's just, it's a certain kind of deal. And so
It
speaking
is
in
a
tongues
certain
thing
kind of
comes
deal.
with that
Check this out.
sometimes.
I did
So
that shit
anyway,
for 9 years.
yeah, I
So
was raised in it.
I know. Well, I was raised Catholic, but then I
Yeah.
went to this Pentecostal church, and I did that shit for 9 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Yeah, I
I
hear you, bud.
already know what it's about. I already know what it's about. So
Anyway, that's what I meant by speaking in tongues, because certain part of that culture especially is just like, it's a lot of really, really deep it's like a love for the spirit of God is what I guess what they would call it.
Yeah, sure.
You know
So
what I mean?
it's not like it's not like you're faking it,
No, I'm not saying that, but I am saying that I think the speaking in tongues thing is a choice. I don't think it just comes out of you out of nowhere. You get possessed by the Holy Trinity. Like, I just don't think that's going on.
That's not the way it happens, and it took me a
Right.
long
So it
time
is
to
a
figure
choice
that
to
out.
sit there and do gibberish, which is fine if you quote unquote feel that Holy Ghost. That's fine, but it's a choice. It's not like, oh my God, I'm possessed by the Holy Ghost. Like, no, you're not.
Right,
Just
right,
not.
right. All right. So you were involved in that with that for a time.
Well, just a little bit, yeah, like 15
Okay,
years. But
cool,
I
cool.
wasn't there every day.
No, but you understand how it works.
I do. Yes, I do.
Anyway, all right, cool.
I do.
I mean, we don't need to get involved in the deep talk about that here. So,
sorry. Yeah.
but anyway, so back to the flat Earth. But I would like to have a discussion about this in the biblical form or something, something in the near future, because I would like to tell you how my experience.
Hostile for each one for Helio and Glatflow.
And Elijah said he'd do something about it. So yeah, we can have a good talk offline, not on the live stream, but yeah.
Now, not that I was like involved myself. Like I said, I was young. I was just a kid, but I saw a lot of the shit go on.
All right, cool. Yeah, you're welcome to.
Now being an adult, I know about it.
Let's do it one night, man. Have a freaking talk. Not on the live stream, but in the religious or biblical room. Yeah, sounds cool to me.
Can I come to it because I'm really curious?
Everyone's welcome. Yeah, sure, anytime.
Shoot, I'll be there. You talking about Tuesday nights?
No, I don't want to do it every week. I just want to do it one time because.
Okay. Yeah, well, let us know.
Necessarily want to relive it, in that way.
I'll be there, and I'll do everything I can to not have a lot of caffeine and just stay on mute as best I can.
It's probably more real to me than I might be able to express, but I'll tell you how it happened.
Just let us know, okay? That's funny.
No, it's not funny. It's just like kind of sad. But
yeah, well, I think it's funny, and I'm sure there's a couple people out there smiling and giggling, so there.
I don't care if people laugh at me. They do all the time.
We're laughing with you most of the time.
If people laugh, like a lot of us here are spiritual people, and if you talk about your spiritual experience, a lot of people will laugh at you. So I'm kind of used to that. I've been a spiritual person for a very long time, so you can laugh at me all fucking day.
For sure.
Whatever. And it's like, I don't care.
You know what one of my higher powers is truth, empiricism, facts, physical evidence, direct demonstrable reality. It's one of my higher powers. So there.
One of my higher powers is I can grow hair above 6 feet.
Did you say you can grow hair above 6 feet?
Yeah, that's right. That's the highest power I got.
You're over 6 feet tall, so you can grow hair down, but you can't grow it up.
Well, that would be one of my lower powers.
I think you missed the joke, Helio.
Well, I'm under 6 feet, and
that's not true. Afros defy gravity all the time. They grow.
Oh my God! I forgot about the black people. My bad. My bad.
Helio, what the fuck, dude?
No, Elijah did that on purpose. I had to say it.
How could you forget about them?
Come on, man! I wasn't racist. And it wasn't. Not only black people grow hair like higher. I'm kind of just like I'm jealous of everyone that can grow hair because I'm bald. So why the fuck you guys gonna give me shit?
There's a lot of ladies that like the bald dudes, though, man. It's not like you're hurting out there.
I'm bald as fuck.
Yeah, it's not like you're hurting out there, though. There's a lot of ladies out there that really appreciate what you got rocking up top.
They do because
just
bald men to me look stronger for some reason, and I kind of like that.
Hey, see.
That's what's up. Well, I already know that, so it's all right.
Yeah, but I'm trying to get you to blush. Is it working?
Well, you didn't, but the lady that just spoke of it.
Well,
got
that's
me
what I
to
mean.
blush a
It's a
little
team
bit.
effort. High five, young lady.
Yeah, bald men are sexy, man. But I, I didn't mean anything by like you can make your hair grow tall. See, like white ladies have to like back in the '80s, they used to spike their hair up really tall and then just flow it back. It's like 4 inches. It's like damn. And I when I was in high school, I thought that shit was hot.
Yeah, bald people. Some bald people are some of the meanest assholes out there, and that's probably why they're bald.
Yeah, some of them are grumpy assholes. I mean, I got my baldness, I think, from my grandpa. He was the grumpiest asshole you would ever meet in your life, but
There
I'm
you
not,
go, guys.
obviously.
No, you're not. You're a nice asshole, which is good.
Yeah. I guess I don't. Is that a nice slash asshole?
Are there,
I don't know how that works. I can't
You're a
help
are there
myself.
any
pleasant.
fence sitters or globe earthers in the house? Just any. And anyone.
Y'all want to talk about
Yes.
Earth?
Earth.
Yes. Is there any globe earther? Because Helio will like to speak to you.
Nah, just because I found like again like I know sometimes we can get bored like so sometimes I just get on YouTube and I type in flat Earth and then I go to the relevance tab and I click upload date and then lo and behold you can find a lot of flat Earth stuff there. And so I was flicking through today and it was interesting because I saw this laser test for 21 miles and I'm like not only is the laser seen from 21 miles away, 5 feet off the ground, also, uh, you can see the reflection off of the water. And I'm like, really, what is their explanation for this? Like, for real. Like, I want to hear it. Like, I want to hear you tell me some weird shit about a straight standard that we use, which is a laser.
Did you say what is a standard laser? Is that what you just said, Elijah?
Elijah, did you
No,
say a standard laser?
Did you forget
a
about Elijah
straight,
again?
a straight standard.
Straight standard laser?
Straight standard laser.
What's the difference here? I don't know much about this.
No, like an
Said a
agreed upon
straight standard,
standard
which
of
is, yeah.
yeah, agreed upon standard of straight, which
Hmm.
is a laser.
Got it.
Thank
Well,
you. It's
or
a,
as far
that's
as
what happens when y'all deviate from flat Earth too long. I don't know what the fuck.
Yeah, it's our fault
yeah,
always.
we got off focus. It's all good. But yeah, you're talking about a beam of light traveling in a straight line, which it obviously can't do anything else. You know, if it's a powered laser, obviously it's going to travel in a straight line. If collimated beam traveling through collimation through a little. You know what collimation is? I don't know, man. I don't know exactly what you're asking, Elijah. Any source of light travels in a straight line.
Does light travel?
Well, it doesn't travel, but you might perceive it as you're going to perceive it from the source. Now, whether it travels or not, yeah, you're right. We can't confirm that it actually travels from the source.
Yeah.
If it does travel, does that make it a sovereign citizen? Sorry. So light, it's really one of them weird things, right? It's hard to tell what exactly it's doing and how it's doing it, right? And you observe it, and it's like, It's like, catching a kid in a cookie jar. Like, I'm going to clap the wave function. Oh, no. Can't be caught, with my wave function out, right? Can't get caught with your hand in the cookie jar, right? Light. So it's like, what is light, right? Is it a rate of induction? Is it photons coming out of my cell phones? Right? What is light? And it's like, is it electromagnetic field? And some people say it's not electric and it's not magnetic and it's a massless particle, but we can't even define mass. I'm sorry, I'll shut up.
Well, isn't it like pretty clearly a rate of induction, though?
Yeah, because it inducts slower through glass and different mediums. So the light travels at a straight line, but it inducts at different speeds through different media. Right?
Yeah, I mean that
But
would
does it
depend on
travel?
that would depend on how you observe it, and the source. You're gonna have to go on both, right?
That debunks it traveling, right? Like, if
Yeah.
it goes through glass to the other side and it doesn't quote unquote slow down, the only thing that changes is their perception of it. So it's just there. You're just
Well,
perceiving
how
it through
can you
it.
do anything besides observe it?
Well, no, I'm saying you're just perceiving it through an additional medium. It's not slowing down.
Yeah, whoever told you that? Yeah, if somebody says slowing down,
Well, that's what it
think
would
that
have
was
to be doing,
involved.
right? Like
I
they'll
guess.
say they'll do like immediate double speak here, but like if the laser's going through the water or the glass, so it would breach like conservation of momentum, right? If it were to like slow down, have no external introduction of momentum, given back to it, yet it goes back to its original quote unquote speed once it exits the glass or the water. That debunks a physical particle traveling from point A to point B, the conservation of momentum. All you're doing is perceiving the light through an additional medium. So it's just there, right? The perceived rate of induction is relative to the mediums present. So complicated. Like, we could teach a first grader this, and you could just show them in class, like, look, laser,
I
glass,
was about
water.
to ask you, Austin, how often does this come up in some of these college physics class and shit? I mean, it's very, very rarely comes up. I don't think it comes up, as far as specifics about this, um, uh, unless they're specifically studying this, because we've gone, we've asked these questions dozens of times over the past several years, and we look up articles where they have studied this, but they don't teach this. Even in college, they don't teach a lot of the things that we cover. And that's why even people that are college graduates don't understand what we're saying.
Because it's just blatantly wrong. But if you think about it, their entire model, fairy tale, philosophical worldview of this cosmology, it's all dependent upon the speed of light, quote unquote. All of it.
Oh, speed! Oh, light has a speed.
Well, that they
Who
have
told you
to
that?
say
No,
that.
of course. That was
Yeah, that's what
Einstein that
like.
told you that, but whatever.
Without that, they have nothing. I mean, they already have nothing in millions of ways, we know. But I'm just
Yeah.
saying, that's why you'll never have honest dialogue in intellectual form about light. I mean, I don't think so. It's being intentionally misguided, and it's devolved into literal stupidity, in my opinion. Literal, like the fatherheads of electrical field theory that
I mean,
gave
it's
us
just like
everything else.
it's the adult Cartoon Network Earth, basically.
Yo, like, what they teach us is so dumb that it's actually pretty baffling that people that are quote unquote qualified chase down these rabbit holes, because they're literally futile pursuits.
Well, they were
Literally.
designed for them.
Yeah.
These rabbit holes were designed for them to distract them from what they can actually physically observe, like what we're looking at. And we do understand the rabbit holes because we've we've actually analyzed what they've said about what they're trying to say about the solar system, Earth, and light waves and all that kind of light waves. Anyways, so yeah, we've looked at different aspects of this. So it's not like it's like oh, you flat earthers just don't understand. Just like what was that homeboy's name that came in there and was like, oh, the reason you disagree is because you don't understand. Like, no, bro, we do.
So
We're trying to explain it to you.
It's a perfect
most
segue.
people. Sorry.
Yeah, just real
Good.
quick. So he just DM'd me. Fear Inoculum said, gravity. Einstein asserted it's the cause of warping of space-time, or in a language sorry, prefer by warping of space-time. The Earth's matter produces a warp page, and the warp page in turn manifests gravity's inward tug toward the Earth's center. So I wrote, if that's true, then how could anything other than light escape the gravitational well from the Big Bang? With all that matter, antimatter, and dark energy, nothing could ever escape. So let's see what he replies with, because only light would escape, right? From that sort of thing. Light would be the only massless particle that could escape from the Big Bang. And what does the Bible say? In the beginning, let there be light. That would have been the first thing. So I mean, even their own shit debunks their own shit, their own theories. So he can have gravity or he can have the Big Bang, but he can't have both.
Well, I would just like to point out, I think a lot of people have heard this, right? Because that, once again, is built upon light. It's always built upon light because that's like the biggest truth that they need to warp to sell the lie. But, like, for example, Tesla, who is pretty clearly a genius, said basically to try to explain the motion of the lights in the sky without acknowledging the background they're encompassed in is a futile pursuit destined to oblivion. So he's not saying, I just don't think that's right. He's saying it's dumb. He's saying it's actually patently absurd, not viable.
Right, you can't talk about the guy on the horse without the fucking horse that he's riding on. So yeah.
Yeah, and look, he's just been proven right with the time because, and obviously we know why he's right, but like it's just bad. It's bad. Like you brought up dark matter. I mean, duh. I don't know. It's very wild to
Well,
step
he
back
said
and
he's
look
a
at everything.
physicist. He said we physicists, implying that he himself is a physicist, and he said that was my wheelhouse, right? So this is his specialty, right?
Tell
So
him to come in.
I would say he needs to come back in
He
here.
was already in, yeah. Tell him to come back in.
Yeah, and just tell him just try not to interrupt, and each person will try to be concise and let the other person finish. I mean, that's how it works.
Yeah. All of that, and yet my simple question from the beginning of this segment was, what about the laser, bro? Like, how could you seriously argue for? Because at the end of your argument, it's like that's why it's a globe. It's like, but is it though?
Hey, just preemptively, if this guy comes back in here, can we all agree that he has to answer the final question that was asked to him, which is, can you attribute physical properties to conceptual abstractions?
It's a damn good question.
Yeah. So I just told him to come back unless he's terrified. So we'll see.
Send him the YouTube
Well,
link so he can know his
we'll
question before he gets it.
hey, make sure to point out and help him or walk him to come back to his senses about the experience of reality. Because a lot of these people that come in here, they start trying to look at everything from above, from space, from really, really far away, very long distances, and a lot of assumptions, and try to make an argument from there. So bring him down to earth, and make sure that he recognizes that there's no getting away from reality. And what we
I can't talk
experience,
about
I
that.
can measure.
I'm driving. I'm not a stenographer. I wish I was.
Where are you driving to, Hank Hill?
My final destination. Who said that?
Geez, don't do that just yet.
Spiral.
Who said where am I driving? Oh, VC verified. Hey, how you doing? What brings you to the server? You been here before?
I was here yesterday, remember? I was the person who was talking to you guys about stuff, and you guys told me to look at the evidence.
Okay.
Yeah.
Welcome back. Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
I think I do remember you.
Yeah. I was just gonna ask, like, how you doing and where you
Good, bro.
driving
You're the
to.
19-year-old, right?
Yeah, I'm the 19.
I'm in school, but it turns out you were just 19.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember
I'm
you.
just. Yeah.
Yeah, I think you had an example. It was a learning experience for the server yesterday because we didn't realize that you were 19, and it makes a difference who you talk to. So, like, some people say that it's fake, right? Like, if you talk to people differently and you act differently around other people, well, actually, I think you're supposed to kind of. It's not being fake, in my opinion. It's like leveling with someone, right? You have to level with them where they're at. Like the guy who came in here with the wizard or the whatever guy earlier. I was trying to level with him on a space thing, and I started off by saying Tool the drummer, right? So I could get him agreeing with me, and then start talking to him, and then find out where we disagree. But anyway, I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're right. You shouldn't. I don't think you should level with someone in that. You should just compromise, which I don't think you did at all. But I think it's good to kind of talk to the person about how they understand things and just get to know what they kind of understand.
Yeah, find out where they are. Because yesterday some of us were talking to you like not where you were at, and you were like, "Wait a minute, I'm not trying to debate you guys. I'm just trying to learn."
Yeah, I was literally just here to ask questions because I'm from a Christian Bible study, and so at that Bible study, two of the people there who were like one of them's a really devout Christian, and the other one is too. They're both flat earthers, and so they told me the next lesson of the Bible study is going to be on the flat earth, and so I was like, hey, I'm going to try and learn a bit about it beforehand. I'll join these flat earth servers, and then and learn about it. But I think people they're used to like trolls and that, so instead of like responding in a like a way which wants to bring about understanding, they kind of get defensive because people usually come and attack them, which I understand, and I don't really care. I learned quite a bit still.
Oh wait,
But,
people
yeah.
attack flat earthers? That's strange.
Yeah, it happens. I know you're being sarcastic though.
You could tell we're good.
But yeah.
Right on, man. Welcome back.
Thank you.
What?
I'm still a globe earther, I would say. I still don't understand a lot of how it works, and it's just hard because
has someone talked to you about the radius value?
I don't know. I've been talked to about a lot of things and how you can do these calculations, but I haven't gotten around to it yet.
Fair enough, but just synopsis, bro. Like a radius is just the distance from the center to the edge of a circle or a sphere, and they say the Earth is a sphere, an oblate spheroid, and its radius is 3,959 miles. So, if that number is incorrect, the entire model is inherently wrong, right? So gravity, quote unquote, requires this number. Mapping requires this number. Distances on the Earth require this number. To say that these giant spheres are spinning around each other in space requires this number. To go to quote unquote space requires an orbit around the Earth, right? So you need a radius of orbit, therefore you need the radius of the Earth in addition to the distance you are above the surface, if their stories of going to space are true. So simply, everything relies on the accuracy of that number, right? Like if that number's wrong, everything else is wrong. And we went straight to the heart of it and tested that number, because with the radius of a sphere, that means the surface of that sphere curves at a certain rate because it's a certain size, right? And we tested and measured the surface of the Earth that's supposedly a sphere, and it does not measure as it has to if it's a sphere with a radius of 3,959. Simply, we falsified the radius, and the byproduct of that is the entire model is just objectively falsified as well. So the crazy world we live in, but they did not tell us the truth about the nature of the Earth. So now it's up to us to go find out what the truth is.
So what's the radius of the Earth? Like, because I know you said the globe Earth is like 3,958 miles or something. But what's the flat Earth?
Well, we don't claim a radius, right? Because that would be the center to the edge. Well, inconveniently, both of those areas are not open to public exploration. Literally, you can't go within 500 miles of each direction in the air to the North Pole, and you cannot go past the 60th south latitude. Literally, so we don't. There's no edge. No one claims an edge, and no one claims this finite size. That would be.
Check this out, though, Witsit. I think what you were describing is that they did give us a radius of Earth, third rock from the sun, spinning around the solar system, right? So we can test that and see whether or not it's true.
Right. Like, so an idea to really make sure we agree on is you agree that if you falsify something, that stands in and of itself independent of like replacing the story or trying to come up with another explanation, right? Falsification is independent of replacement, right?
I don't understand that too well.
All right. So what your question was, what is the radius of Earth? Well, they gave us a number. This is the standard number from what they told us about the size of Earth as the third rock from the sun. Is 3,959 miles. Now we can test that when we're standing on the surface of Earth and measure across Earth and see if the ball Earth actually represents itself the way that they describe it. And we have falsified that.
Okay, I want to say that I've been listening to this guy talk, and at least 5 or 6 times I've heard this guy say, I don't understand that. So I think
that's why I was trying to simplify it. Go ahead, Hank.
Yeah, you're doing great. So I think his comprehension of the topic is pretty low because he just hasn't looked into this sort of stuff before. So he's not familiar with some of the words that we're using, and I think it would be good for him to go down and talk about it in the Bible room, because at least we could, speak.
Yeah, I posted that there are people in the biblical room. If he's going from the standard of the Bible and he wants to go from that point, I mean, everyone finds their way here. I mean, this is a very large room. I mean, this server is this room here. We it's a live stream, so we talk about flat, and we can talk about the Bible, but when it comes to like deep biblical discussions, we have a room for that here inside the server. So
Okay. I just want him to. I want it, you roboted, bro. But let me just say, I just want him to understand what I'm trying to say to him, bro. Before you embark on this journey, the most important thing to understand is they told us a whole bunch of stories. If we prove their stories are not true, if we can prove they're not true, falsify them, debunk them, then that's just that. They're debunked. Like, they're not still somehow true until we replace them. We don't. That was an example with the radius of a flat Earth. We don't make a claim about a radius. We just prove that what they claimed is wrong. Right? That's its own thing.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah.
So,
Because
Spiral,
it's
I
like
would ask,
the only
I would ask,
claim is globe. Go ahead. Sorry, go ahead, Hank.
my bad, guys. Spiral, I would ask if you'd like to go into the biblical room because this is the science room, and it seems that your scientific understanding is a little low, which is not a big deal. Many men know many things, but no man knows everything, right? So, would you like for us to change gears and go into the Bible room? That way, we can kind of speak your language, so to speak, so that your understanding can increase.
Well, let me say
Wait a
this.
minute.
In
Okay,
case
no,
you're
wait a
not
minute.
from,
Helio, we really got to move on. The Bible says you can't measure the earth. So if you claim you have a measurement, you don't believe in the Bible. That was easy. So let's move on.
well, he said he does believe in the Bible, I think, and
Right.
so
Well, the Bible says you can't measure the earth. So let's get. Witsit understands that if somebody asks you something, right, if it's against what God says and you believe the Bible, why would we do that? The Bible says you cannot measure the breadth or width of the earth. That's you can't measure the depth of it either.
Exactly. Like, biblically speaking, if you combine many of the descriptions, you cannot measure the earth. You cannot get all the way to the ends of it and measure it. No man can. It's contained with a firmament that's impenetrable. It separates the heavenly waters from the earthly waters. It's stationary. So it's
and so what we're doing is comparing what the Creator said, through many texts throughout history about what they say about Earth. No, there. How many tomes can you find that say Earth is a globe? You're going to be hard pressed to find any ancient text that say Earth is a globe. This is a modern day new idea. You're not going to find ancient texts. What they're going to tell you is that, oh, well, modern science has proven Earth is a globe, but it's just an idea based off of a couple of Greek philosophers.
So if the firmament has waters above it, or the container has water on the outside of it, but we can't get through it, how would anyone know that there's water on the other side of it?
Wait, did you guys want me to go in the biblical? I'll go in the biblical room now. Or do you want me to answer?
Do you know how to find it?
Yeah, it's just down there.
I've already looked
This is a
at
flat
and
Earth conversation. I don't know why you need to. Helio, this is a flat Earth conversation. Witsit is handling it fine. I don't think we need to change the room's having a conversation. Just let this guy give us he's asking for questions, give him the answers. But if he believes the Bible, that makes this way easier. We can just move right along.
I guess so. Yeah, sure. Are you?
I'm just saying, like, the Bible makes it very clear, right? So if the Bible says it, right, then obviously that's the standard. Then you know that the earth is not an object if we can't measure it, right? There's waters underneath the earth, right? Okay, so what's the problem?
Well, I mean, we were asking about the numbers, of course, but the Bible obviously doesn't say anything about a globe.
Right. Well, let's sleep dogs lie, though. So let's let sleeping dogs lie. I don't want to put false ideas into his mind. So, Spiral, can you just I mean, that's the thing. Like, you obviously met Helio. You came here for a reason. But yeah, I'll give you a rundown. A lot of people realize the Earth is not a cartoon ball on TV, bro. That's all they're saying for the most.
And we can just acknowledge, like with it says that you can't measure the Earth. Okay, well, we can all admit we do not have access to a measurement of the entirety of the Earth.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, well,
There you go.
So it just what a coincidence, proven accurate again. But yeah, like the sun can't sit still if you're spinning around it. Everyone would die. So I gotta throw Joshua out.
Did you guys want to talk about the Bible stuff about it, or if so, what are the verses you guys are providing? And if so,
Joshua 10.
if I'm talking, 10. Can we not interrupt? I'll try not to talk.
You're cutting in and out. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, if we're going to have a discussion about the Bible, it would just be appreciated if I talk and no one interrupts, and then I'll let you guys talk and I won't interrupt.
Okay. So what do you think about how in Joshua it says that the sun sat still, but if we're revolving around it, everyone would die?
Because the Earth would be not moving anymore.
Well, hold on, Helio. You got to let him. You want to let him
I
think
don't
about
know.
it.
First, just put the verse in the chat. I just want to have a look because I'm not an encyclopedia for the Bible. Like I don't know every
Fair
single
enough.
verse.
Fair enough.
in my head.
Yeah.
That's fair enough.
Well, I'll also have to read from it. And the sun stood still and the moon stayed over Gibeon and Ajalon. So two specific small areas in the region, right? Two small cities. There was never a day like that before it or after. It only happened one time with Joshua.
The whole place can be seen from one area at one time. You can't do that with a ball.
Let's get the
And if it was the sun and moon moving across Earth, because
It's
the Earth
Joshua.
was spinning, the only way the sun could stop is if the Earth stopped.
Yeah, it's Joshua 10:12.
So you think can't get to the other side of the container, right? Because it's gas pressure.
I've never been to the other side. That would probably be a
Well,
trip.
I'm just wondering, like,
Other side of
I'm
what?
pretty sure the walls of the container that gives us gas pressure. I'm just wondering why anyone would. I mean, I can understand why someone would guess that there's water on the other side. I can think of a reason why someone would guess that, but I mean, would we really know that there's water on the other side?
No, we can't like bottle that up and prove it. Of course, it's inaccessible.
Well, which one's the part where it said you can go to the highest point or highest mountain and see the whole Earth?
Oh yeah, that's whenever Yeshua or Jesus was being tempted, and he said, "You have all these kingdoms." He showed him all the kingdoms on the earth from a singular mountain.
Which mountain was that? I don't know a mountain like that. That'll be so cool.
That is interesting. I wonder what mountains are on the earth. I wonder if there's a mountain we don't know about or something.
Mount Fuji, Mount Everest, anybody can guess.
It doesn't matter which mountain. The cool thing is you can see the whole Earth from that mountain tip. You can't do that on a ball.
Which hyperlogically would be in the center because you'd have equidistant view.
That would make more sense. Yeah, it would have to be like in the center point, close to. But yeah, on a sphere, you can only see one half, no matter who you are.
Even if you're standing on top of Mount Everest, you can only see so far.
Exactly.
Mount Meru, maybe Mount Meru in the center appears.
Ooh,
places
that's a good one. That's a good one.
Yeah, that's basically what we're saying.
Yeah.
Is that where Jesus was tempted, Mount Meru?
Yeah,
Might as well be, I guess.
That would be speculation. There's
Yeah.
no way you'd know that. No.
Yeah, speculation for sure.
It makes sense. Yeah, speculation.
But we're just talking. Okay, so also when he returns, how can the whole world see him if some of them are on the other side of a ball? And how does the kingdom that he brings with him fit on a ball if it would be out into space?
All right. Well, you guys have shot like a machine gun worth of questions, and I haven't even been able to answer the Exos one. Just
Sorry, fair enough. We're trying to help you
go
out.
one at a time. Because I get you guys passionate, and you guys have a lot of questions about how it works and that, but I also need to take a slow and
we've been doing this for a very long time. So yeah, if you're fairly new to the topic, I mean, you just be patient and listen for a while.
Let's just take it one at a
also,
time, man.
Yeah,
We'll just start back at the beginning where we were, right? So Joshua 10:12, XO put in the chat, and it says that the sun was told to sit still. So how could that work if the Earth is a ball revolving around the sun?
I'm not sure. Let me have a look at the verses now.
Cool. Just keep being
I'll
honest.
tell you the question. Okay, what's it real quick? I just have to say that before this 12, and this is what we're talking about. We're talking about Joshua 10:12 through 14, but 11, just before this incident, it says, and it came to pass as they fled from before Israel and were in the going down to Bethhoron, and the Lord cast down great stones from heaven above them unto Ezekah. So the Lord cast stones from heaven and downward. And this is the problem, is that only means that they're true down. That's the point. On a magical ball, you can't even understand down from heaven. It says the heavens and then cast down from heaven. That's actually much more directional into the reality that people can't understand. The whole world can't get this because they think they're on a ball. So every time you look at the context of this, remember that there's actually 10 verses attached to this. Almost every time you'll find a flat earth, because there's about 10,000 flat earth references in the Bible. So it's just very obvious that the Bible makes it very clear that there's such things as up and down and breadth and width of the earth, and the fact that we can't measure it, right? So if they're teaching you it's a cartoon ball, clearly they don't believe the Bible. That's the reality.
Well, I still think there can be up and down if you have the ball model. It just depends on how big the ball is. If it's a pretty small ball, that wouldn't really work too well.
You can actually, because you would have everybody would have their own up and down, and that is a form of sophistry or Satanism. That's exactly the pole that kind of destroys your ability to think, and that's why they come up with magical fairy tales like relativity, so that you can believe that. That's the point. It's a fairy tale that doesn't conform with the Bible, but that's the thing, is that I can accept the Bible for its literal interpretation. If you believe in this other, outer space ball religion, you can't accept anything in the Bible.
Well, actually, I want to hear him speak more. Sorry to interrupt the end of your statement. Please continue.
Go ahead. That's fine.
I want to hear him speak more and us speak less. How so? How can there be an objective up and down on the ball?
Well, I don't
You
think
said
there
if you
needs.
think about it.
I was going to say, I don't think there needs to be an objective up and down in the sense that there is a certain place in the world where there is up and there is down. I think it depends on your place in the world, and when you look up, that's objectively up, but it's up for where you are at. If you kind of get what I'm saying.
Of course I do, but you do know that there's a distinction between one direction being up and all directions being up, right?
Of course.
Right. So that's what we're talking about, right? The distinction between on a ball having, let's say someone is antipodal, aka on the other, say you're in the northern hemisphere, quote unquote, and someone's on the southern, then they're looking in a totally opposite direction when they're looking up. Well, on a plane, up is up and everyone's looking in the same direction.
Yeah. So I would say, I guess, it depends on the perspective of where you are on the ball as to where up is. But I would say if you're looking at it from a perspective in space, let's say, the objective up would be like on top of the Earth. Like, let's say the Earth stopped moving, okay? And everything just stopped for a second. You would zoom out and you would see the top of the Earth, and then you would say, or above the Earth, and you would say, that's where up is. But I get what you're trying to say. Like, it would be hard to objectively say where up is and where down is, because that's more determined by people, but on a plane, it isn't. So why does there need to be an objective place where there's up and down? Like, that's because I get what you're trying to say. It doesn't really make too much sense for there to be.
That's the thing. Is that before, I'm gonna let you continue, but hold on. I'm gonna get out of this conversation though, because there's not enough time for me to talk to you. But that's the point. You don't have you remove your senses on this ball fantasy, and you can't understand the basics. So it's not something that you can if you still want to believe in outer space, then you're not interested in what the Bible has to say, because you're just going to say everything's allegorical like everybody else does. So it's not about the Bible with you. So no point in me going on anyway.
Well, the ball physics.
What I was going to say is, if I could get back to what I was going to say is, it's not about you asked why does there need. Well, actually, in reality, there can only be one direction that is up and one direction that is down, unless you live on a ball. So if you care about which one that is, which one is a reflection of reality, then it does matter, right? Only if you care about reality, of course.
Does the Bible say that there is only one direction, which is up?
Yes, absolutely.
What verse is that?
Over and over again. Exodus 24. So it
Let's
describes
read
the
it.
levels of existence. So Exodus
hell and heaven would
24.
be a separation, wouldn't it?
Right. So Demek, I just got to get this answer in because I know a lot of people, they're going to ask for this and we're going to see a denial here. So in Exodus 24, God is very specific. This is the hand of God. This is God talking to Moses. So important. It's like the beginning. This is the beginning, literally, of the 10 Commandments. And God is telling us in Exodus 24, that's 204. Okay, not 20.
Before you continue, can I say something?
Uh-oh. Well, there's the Bible verse right there. So again, here, I got to just finish here. It says the heavens above, earth beneath, and the waters under the earth, showing the 3 levels of his creation. Not a magical ball in outer space. That's the point. It's much, much bigger than the cartoon. That's the thing. Reality is much more special. So that's the up, above, below, and beneath. Yep, the levels of
I would agree with that, even in a globe Earth model, because you can.
No, it can't work.
If you let me
That's the
finish,
point. You just
you let
left.
me
You
finish.
just no. Stop lying. It's not about the Bible. You got to stop this. Stop asking about the Bible if you don't want to read the Bible. You're lying now. You can't do that. You can't. I'm sorry. This conversation's over with me. I can't do this anymore. You keep asking me to show you, and then you immediately deny it. That's the point.
Well, go
I
ahead.
agree with
But understand that it's impossible for a globe, but go ahead. Go ahead real quick.
Waters under the earth, below the earth. There's waters, not in the earth. It's below the earth. So you have to lie. It's ridiculous.
So which verse was it, so I can reference it now?
Exodus 24. That's
Verse
bro.
what?
If you don't, I know that this is hard for you to read. You're never going to read this. It's fine. Everybody has to hide. You claim to want to know the Bible, but you won't even read the verse.
I'm asking for the verse, not the chapter.
Listen, it says no graven images. So it's talking about these outer space balls that you see on TV. That's the graven image God is describing. He says he doesn't want to see anything, any graven image of anything ever, of any likeness. It says above the heavens and the heavens above, earth beneath, water underneath the earth, completely annihilating this outer space religion, bro. Sorry, it's over. You can ditch the Bible. Not everybody's ready to believe the Bible. It's okay.
I didn't even get a chance to speak. I was just asking what verse in Exodus 24.
The whole thing. It's Exodus 24.
Oh, Exodus 20,
That's
24.
yes,
Okay.
yes, 20.
Oh, my bad.
20. Yep, 4. The whole, just that little. That's the beginning of the 10 Commandments. Yeah.
All right.
Exodus 20 is the beginning of the 10 Commandments. Yep, right there.
No, not the 10 Commandments. I'm talking about the earth being above.
Exodus 24. Yes. Graven images in the heavens above, earth beneath, waters underneath the earth. The levels of creation.
Oh, that one.
Not
Okay.
magical
Let me go to
right. So that it's completely separates everything. The heavens are above, the earth is beneath, and there's waters encompassing us around us, just like the firmament says in Genesis 1, and there's waters underneath us, like it says in Exodus 24. Yeah, that's the point.
All right, I'll read the verse. So Exodus 24, you shall not make for yourself a carved image or any likeness of anything that is heaven above, or that is on the earth beneath, or that is the water under the earth. You shall not bow down to them or serve them, for I, the Lord your God, am a jealous God, visiting the iniquity of the fathers on the children to the 3rd and the 4th generation of those who hate me, but showing steadfast love to thousands of those who love me and keep my commandments. So I don't necessarily believe that this language is trying to describe not making depictions of the earth, because, well, I don't know who bows down to an earth or a globe earth model. I think it's trying to talk about making
you are
Can I
bowing
please
down
finish?
to it.
Can I
No,
please
you're
finish?
just lying now, bro. You're just
Well,
listen. You obviously don't. You're not a
I haven't
Christian.
been able
Stop
to finish
pretending you
once.
believe the Bible.
how about
Just
we
stop
keep
pretending you believe the Bible. I have to,
going?
that's
How about we keep going, right? So if you have a dream, right? And you have a dream about, an area. It's not going to be exactly like, say, your house or whatever like that, but it's still going to deal mostly with how we perceive reality, right?
Yeah.
You think so?
Well, it depends on the dream. Some dreams can be really wacky. Like I've dreamed
Oh,
very, very weird tsunami dreams.
yeah, I get that, of course. But what I'm saying is, okay, there's a verse where he has well, actually, no, never mind.
Do you mind if I continue what I was saying about the Exodus 24 verse? I'll go and proceed.
You're anti-Bible though. I don't know why
Open the
you
book.
bring the Bible up if you don't like it, if you don't believe it at all.
I love the Bible and I believe it.
Oh, you believe in it, but you believe in millions of years in evolution, it seems, as well, or is that just half the evolution?
I don't believe in evolution.
Let me help the guy out. I haven't had a chance to talk to him about the Bible yet. So, hey, bro, how's it going? Listen to me for a second. Go to Job, right? 38. Now, this allegedly is the oldest book in the Bible, right? So, this is way before the Copernican revolution of the 1500s and the modernity of the Earth where it's flying through space, right? This is before all that, right? It's probably older than the Greeks, but it says in Job 38. Are you there yet?
Oh yeah, I just got to Job 38. It's a long chapter. Yeah, 41 verses.
Just 5, Hank. Just put it right at 5 as Earth is measured with a line. So yeah, it's measured with the line.
Right. So, what does it say in verse 14?
Verse 14 is changed like clay under the seal, and its features stand out like a garment.
Say it again.
In verse 14 it says, "It is changed like clay under the seal, and its features stand out like a garment."
What are the first words?
It is changed like clay.
It is changed. So it should say the earth is like clay pressed under a seal. Does it not say that?
I'm reading from the ESV translation. It says it is
there you
changed
go.
like clay under the seal.
Yeah, well, the ESV people, they're probably globe earthers, right?
There's your problem. Yep.
I don't know. I'm just reading the Bible.
KJP. Right, no, but it's still there. It's a seal. Yeah, is a seal a ball?
I don't know. What do you mean by seal? Like, because I've got like a seal
Right, do you
cap.
know what the
for it.
Bible-
The original verse says the earth is like pressed wax under a seal. That's what the original. Go to the King James, right? King James Bible. The earth is like wax pressed under a seal. Do you know what wax is?
Yes, I know what wax is. Of course.
So what happens when you heat it up and you press it under a seal, right? Like the king's authentication, he often had a ring with a flat top. That was the king's seal. That way, if you got a letter and it had the king's seal on it, you knew that it was authenticated in a message from the king. Okay, so what shape is the axe on that scroll? What shape is the wax?
It's usually like the ring. Like you usually have the
Right.
ring and that has like a stamp and it seals it, like a circle.
Now go to King James Version, and not the new King James. Go to the old King James Version and read 38:14 again.
So, Hank, I'm going to have to help you out with this because I don't think he has one. So, on 4, first of all, Hank, this is where you should start. Start at 4, where it says, "Where hast thou when I laid the foundations of the earth?" So, right away, God is setting a foundation for the discussion, literally talking about Earth's foundation. Huge deal. Where's the foundations there? Number 5, who hath laid the measures thereof? Who measured it, if thou knowest, or who hath stretched the line upon it? So clearly showing that it's measured with the line. And then, yeah, that's great. Go to 14 about clay and seal. And then everything else just continues to describe it as flat.
Is this using literal language though, or is this poetic language?
So you don't know about the book of Job.
Yeah, it looks like poetic language. Like, all right, I've got a question for you.
Exactly. That's why you don't believe the Bible. This is actually one of the most literal texts as God is describing his creation, literally, actually, to the T of its physical description. This is actually one of the most literal descriptions ever. And yes, that's the point, is that you can't believe any of it. That's the point. That's why we know that this is not going to work for you. I know you don't like the Bible, bro. It's okay.
Let's read verse 8 together if you think it's completely. In my translation, who shut in the sea with doors? Like, where are the doors in the sea? And then it says after that,
yes,
when it burst out from the womb. Where's the womb in the doors? Like,
so you don't believe the Bible because men cannot understand the ends of the earth or where the water reaches the doors. God says you can't understand it. You actually can't even search for it.
But how can it be a womb?
The Bible at all? You're asking men to tell you where the things that are of God's only. That's his possession, is the plane of existence, and he says you cannot search beneath it. So he says it's so big, it's not a magical cartoon ball. That's the point. You have to deny the entire scripture because you limit to it this cartoon that you believe in because you don't have any idea what the word says.
I don't deny scripture. I love scripture.
Have you looked up synonyms for womb?
No, but it says womb there, shouldn't it?
Abyss, cat, inside, middle, lining, belly, bowels, interior.
I get that, but it's like
Do you get
all
the
this
fact
stuff.
that ancient Hebrew didn't have all these words and that they had to use very few words to describe many different things? Like they didn't have the word computer, right? That's a new word. They didn't have the word anthropomorphic, right? So all these different words that they didn't have in ancient Hebrew, they had to select from the actual words that they did have, and they used a lot of words that had several different meanings to talk about several different things, and that's why context clues is so important when you're reading the Bible. That's why when people cherry pick and quote line out of the Bible, we want to say, "Hey, where's the verses right before it?" And after it, we want to read that too.
Yeah, and that's what I'm like getting at. Like, I don't think it's right to quote mine. I think like this is a poetic book. Like, even if we scroll down a bit, I know it could mean different things,
That would be a lie though, because you can't tell me why you believe it's a poetic book unless you go to again the cartoons on TV, because that's what you believe in. Just
No,
why can't
this
you
has
just
no-
admit that?
Well,
This is. Can I?
let's
Why?
give
Why
him a
can't you
little
just
bit of
admit that?
let's give him a little bit of room because we were making some headway by opening up to more of the verses. It makes no if he thinks this way, there's no reason to repeat to him and the rest of us that he thinks this way. We already know that. So let's just talk
Yeah.
about more verses, right? And
Verse
if
13.
he wants to say it's all poetry, I'd like to hear his take on how exactly, because remember at the beginning of this conversation, we wanted to talk about measurements. You wanted to talk about the good book.
Exactly.
And now you want to call it poetry. So I really don't know.
All right, I'll talk about it if I just get some breathing room to talk, like you said. If that's fine. That's my condition from the start. But verse 13. Okay,
All right,
verse 13.
well, tell us how the earth is like a footstool and God tries to prop his feet up on a ball. If you prop your feet up on a ball, you're going to slide off. So I'll give you some room. Go ahead and digest that for a second. We'll let you talk.
I was going on to something else first, if that's okay.
Right. So do you understand? So we're going to close out to Job 38 though. So
this
we're
is
done
getting
with this
really
part of the
frustrating.
Bible.
I haven't been able to say anything. I like literally every time I've been talking, I've been interrupted. And I know some of you guys are trying to be respectful, but this isn't like right. It's just getting frustrating. But I was going to go on to verse 13 of Job 38 before the seal verse. Like, have you commanded the morning since your days began and caused the dawn to know its place? That's 12 and 13. That it might take hold of the skirts of the earth and the wicked be shaken out of it. Like, even if you were to take a flat earth interpretation of this, how can the wicked be shaken out of the earth, and how does the earth have skirts that are held onto it? My point is, it's not that I don't want to take the Bible literally. It's just some parts of the Bible, like some chapters in Job, aren't meant to. Whereas other chapters in Job, like when it talks about his conversations with his friends who try and console him about the things of God, those are literal things. But when it gives physical imagery to describe the beauty of how God created the earth, I don't think it's supposed to be literal, like skirts of the earth.
All right, bro.
You're
Where's
the
the
one
skirt
saying
on
no,
the globe?
Byron, here's the problem is that you're
Hold
saying
on,
no.
hold on.
You're
Where's
saying
the
no,
skirt
no.
on the globe?
Hold on.
All
No. You're saying this is all wrong, and I'm saying I can believe it. You're saying the Bible's wrong. That's the point.
No, draw the skirt. I want to see what the skirt looks like that you're talking about.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I want to know what this skirt looks like too.
Right, how could you? Right, that you keep asking questions that only God is mocking Job here. That's the point. He's asking Job questions he can't answer, and then you're asking men to answer as well. So you're pretending you're God now. That's what this global.
I'm not asking any. I'm not asking you guys questions. I'm trying to make the
I know,
point.
but bro, I'm sorry, Root, you're way out of your league. But you're a normal person that believes in
Hold
cartoons
on,
on
hold
TV.
on, hold on, hold on, hold on.
I'm
I
not.
I
Okay.
just listen. I don't want to. I want him to talk more, and you made a very valid point just now, actually, Exo. Now, the key point that Exo was just trying to make to you, right, is that he's mocking Job. Do you agree or disagree? And why?
God is mocking Job. Yeah, God is trying to challenge Job and say, "How do you know about this? How do you know about that? How do you know about all of this?" And but I think he's using imagery to describe that.
So does it stand to reason that you turning around and asking us what he meant by that? Do you think that is a fruitful attempt for knowledge?
Well, it's not. Wait, what do you mean? Sorry, standing to reason why? What I meant by that.
Meaning, if God is telling him, how would you or any man know how this place was created and all of its creation inside and out? Why would you think it's an intelligent thing to ask us what he meant specifically about that, other than the major point that no one knows the measurements, aka the measurements that we've been given about the ball that we don't live on?
Okay. I get what you're trying to say. I understand your point now, and so I will take that back if that's what I said. But I would just say, I don't think this chapter is meant to be taken in the same way we both take it, as a literal description of how the Earth functions. And I don't think it fits with either of our models in many ways.
Oh my gosh, he's so brain.
Okay, that's fine. Just tell us where we're supposed to take it as a metaphor. Because if you look at Daniel when he had the dreams, he's interpreting dreams and he's talking about the symbology. When Jesus is talking about his parables, he's telling you that the symbology and they interpret it, right? So if this is symbolic, give us the interpretation, because God doesn't ever give us something that's symbolic and doesn't give us the interpretation there.
Well, I think the interpretation is the fact that God is majestic and that he made the earth in all his majesty, and to describe the way he made the earth and to describe his majesty, a lot of metaphorical language was used. I don't think this is a parable or a dream to be interpreted. I think it's just to describe God's greatness and physical phenomena.
Elijah? So Elijah, I only have one question, Elijah, and that's to ask him. So he doesn't believe the measurements of New Jerusalem.
No, well,
I can answer that.
The measurement.
I'm not 100% sure if the New Jerusalem.
Do you know of the measurement? I just have to ask. Do you know of the measurements of New Jerusalem, or have you never heard of that before?
I've heard of it. It's in Revelation. It talks about it, but I think New Jerusalem can be. I think that's a portrayal of how God is going to build the place, but I don't think
so
it's
there's specific
limited to
measurements. Do you know what the measurements are, though? Is my question.
I don't have them.
Okay, that's all.
Do
you think the measurements would be important?
I think that would be important.
Okay. Well, the measurements are pretty amazing in Revelation. If you just look that up, because I'm not going to show you the measurements are
before
so
you even
large.
get there. Before you even get
go ahead,
there,
Elijah.
do you think Revelation is just poetry too, or like is it fruitless to begin even talking about this? What do you think about Revelation? Is it poetry, or would the measurements be?
So I believe the Revelation is apocalyptic literature. Some of it can be pointing to like real realities of how things are actually going to be in the end times, whereas some of it are using apocalyptic language to show forth.
Sorry to cut you off. Let's focus on the measurement part. What do you think about that?
So the measurements I don't necessarily think they're going to be exact measurements for the kingdom. I think they could be. There's a possibility for that. But I
Oh
think
my
God
goodness!
can.
Wow. Oh my goodness.
But I think
Thanks,
God
Elijah.
can make it bigger or smaller based upon how many people are going to be in the New Jerusalem. And I think those are just a framework.
Yeah, I'm done, Elijah. You go ahead.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
well,
Jesus
back
didn't
to
really walk on water. It was a metaphor, right?
No, he walked
Peter
on
was just.
water.
Well,
wow.
wait a minute. What's the
So
difference between you? Hold on. See, Scripture's not open to private interpretation. So, what's the difference between you saying that Jesus literally walked on water and the way that God is describing the earth is literally how he made it? What's the difference there if Jesus is God, in your opinion?
Well,
Good
the
question.
difference would be the genre of the writing. Like if Jesus came and said he walked on water, and that's not in a parable form, or it's not in a dream, or it's not in an apocalyptic genre, he walked on water. If Jesus said, "I am the way, the truth, and the life; no one can come to the Father but by me," he says that, and it's not in a parable, it's not in a dream, it's not in that form, and there's no interpretation based on it or whatever. He's talking literally. But if it's descriptions of how the earth is going to be in a chapter full of poetry, I don't necessarily believe that that's talking about literal descriptions of how the earth could be. And I'm not saying that the measurements aren't going to be the exact same way described in Revelation, but I would say there is breathing room to say that those measurements could be a framework for what God is going to create in the new earth and new heaven. Because I don't know if you guys know this, but I knew you guys know this, but in the Bible, there's this thing called numerology, where numbers aren't necessarily like literally used to depict the amount of people, for instance, but are
So,
used to
Jesus
depict.
wasn't 33 years old.
I would say he was 33 years old, but I'm trying to
See,
say,
here's the problem, bro. Here's
yeah.
the problem. Einstein has hypnotized the whole world into thinking that everything is relative. I'm not really 39. That's just a number. It's just poetry. Up isn't really up, and down isn't really down. And my cousin isn't. Hold on. I'm not done. And my cousin isn't really my cousin, right? Everything's all relative. It's not bad to kill babies for fun because, everybody has their own truth, right? And everybody has their own morals. And the Bible's just a huge metaphor, and you shouldn't take it literally. It's just there for, poetry and whatever you can glean from it. Roses are red, violets are blue, you know everybody be
Okay.
nice to each other because God loves you, right? It's like you either take things literal and that are objective facts, objective meaning that it's true all the time, right? Like if I make this statement that sometimes the sky is blue, that's an objective fact, right? Now, if I say the sky is blue every day, you just can't see it, that's subjective, right? There's a lot of wiggle room in there, right? My favorite color is blue, that's subjective. Like houses look better when they're made of bricks and put underground. That's
All right,
subjective.
Hank, Hank, I agree with 99% of what you say. I agree that, like, I don't know if you would know this, but we have very, very, very similar worldviews. I don't believe a lot of the relativistic stuff like abortion is this or that. I believe we shouldn't abort babies. I believe God gave people certain value in his eyes. We're all made in the image of God. I just believe that certain parts of the Bible are meant to be taken in a certain way, and certain parts are meant to be taken in a
Which
certain way.
parts? And how do you know?
I'll go to one.
the,
Like John 10:9. Like, I am the door. If anyone enters by me, he will be saved and out and find pasture. Well, I would say that this isn't talking about Jesus literally being a door which you twist his knob and you somehow enter by him. I think this is a metaphorical reality talking to the fact that you can only find Jesus, you can only find salvation through Jesus Christ and entering by him as the way, the truth, and the life. Like, you get what I'm trying to say? Like,
okay,
I
so
believe the Bible literally in the parts that it's meant to be taken literally, and I believe it
I got you.
metaphorically when it's meant to be taken metaphorically.
I
I
Like,
got
just
you.
checked
I
in,
got
Brooke.
you. Hold on. I got you.
yeah.
So, hello, Brooke. 1 second. So, how about the plane that Sodom and Gomorrah resides within? How about that?
Completely literal.
Right. And do you know how much of a stretch of a land it is for that to be a plain?
No, I'm not familiar with the stretch of land needed. But before I even talk about that, I'll concede it's completely literal. Like even if you tell me it's this and that, and you show me verses, I'm not denying that because that's that's a historical fact from the Bible. But if it was to say Sodom was like a skirt of the earth and stuff like that, it would just be like okay.
No, but don't interrupt me to go back to the previous point because I'm trying to drag it back to what we do know is objective.
All right.
Right? That's a waste.
Right.
So, what's a plane?
Just a flat part of the like a flat or semi-flat surface.
Well, something can be flat and not level, right?
What do you mean? Like flat and not level? Like a mountain?
I have a table that's lopsided.
Okay.
But a plane is a level piece of land.
It depends because a plane can literally just mean a flat expanse of land or a semi-flat expanse of land that just has like green pastures.
Is this flat expanse of land lopsided?
No, I don't think so.
Because if you see the runoff for what is that place? I can't really remember, but it's one of the plains that are above sea level, and the runoff is very poor. The water goes nowhere because it's a level plain, something that a globe can't have. Not with the radius of 3,959 miles, it can't.
Yeah, I see.
Not without having a flat spot.
Yeah, I think
that's something simple to accept. There's no argument there.
Well,
what was the argument that you can't have a flat spot on around Earth, or what was the argument?
No, I just meant a ball with a large surface area, like a big flat spot on it, would actually show. You would be able to see that every time it went around, right? Think about it.
It doesn't matter. A ball with a radius of 3,959 miles wouldn't have any plane of the sizes that we have on the Earth, especially the one that Sodom and Gomorrah resided in.
Right. I agree.
That's why they're measured in square miles, correct, Elijah?
See, for me, this is so simple to understand because remember the sundial went backwards? I mean, I tried to say this earlier, but someone asked Neil deGrasse Tyson and show, I think it was Larry King, right? And someone said, what would happen if the earth all of a sudden quit spinning? So in Joshua chapter 10, for that to happen, the earth would have to stop spinning altogether. And immediately, everything on the surface of the earth, according to the natural law of the conservation of momentum, would fly to the east at like 1,000 miles an hour at the equator. So it would be like a car accident on the surface of the earth. So you either believe that was metaphorical, right, and it's just a story, or you take the Bible literally, like it's meant to be taken, unless it dictates otherwise, that this next part is a parable or some sort of dream or some symbolic. And here's the explanation of the symbology afterwards, because the Bible's written by man, inspired by God. God's not the author of confusion. So if the sundial went backwards, that means that the earth would have to stop spinning, spin back the opposite direction, which would make the inertia even worse, the calamity. Everything on the surface of the earth, except for maybe roaches and mold, would die because of the sheer energy. The impact of everything that's not like glued to the surface of the earth would go flying to the next brick wall or the next whatever, and everything would perish. And the fact that mankind is still here, surviving the flood, that'd be no big deal. But surviving the sundial moving 15 degrees in the opposite direction, that would be a feat.
Yeah, but by arguing the Bible, you're arguing that we're in some kind of distorted pocket that God has created that he has control over. So if he was to do that, then he has control over the ramifications.
Yeah, I would agree with that too. And I think it is a literal part of the Bible.
You don't think that God has control over the earth?
We do. We think he has control over the Earth and the Sun and everything. And if he wanted to, even if it was a globe or flat model, if he wanted to stop everything or take it back, he could.
He's stuck on this object fantasy.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's no helping certain people because the only thing we're supposed to do is plant a seed and walk away, right? So we can't like really shove this down his throat. But the guy already, displayed a problem with his understanding. So I'm just going to put it like this: the ball Earth theory didn't come about to the 1500s, other than a few Greeks discussing it before the time of Christ. So if you think that Job was somehow hip to Copernicus, I would say that you must also believe in a time travel. And if that's true, couldn't Satan go back in time and stop Jesus from being born? I mean, this whole time travel, evolution, Big Bang cosmology, it's all there to destroy your faith in God, just like
Time
Santa Claus.
travel, Big Bang, or evolution. I don't believe in any of that. That's what I said before. Like we hold very, very
Do you believe
similar
in Big Bang cosmology?
I just believe that how the Earth is round, and there's space and all the other stuff, but I don't believe there was a Big Bang or all of the other stuff surrounding that. Do you know what I mean?
Okay, so you don't understand. God doesn't make round Earths. Gravity makes round Earths, right? They took God out of the equation. That's why the Masons have the G there, right? Because G doesn't represent God. It represents gravity. Gravity is their God. It created the Earth that you live on, right? Because gravity attracts particles until particles eventually form the perfect shape, which is a sphere, right? And that's how it was made: a godless Big Bang, godless evolution, and godless gravity, right? But you're stuck on the ball Earth. But the thing is that only time you ever see the ball Earth is when you close your eyes and someone says the word Earth. You don't experience motion. You don't experience curvature. You don't experience the vacuum of space. In fact, no one has ever experienced it. The only thing that you've seen is hallucinations on TV, audio and visual, which tricked you into believing something that isn't real. And everything else you see on TV and magazines, it's a model, bro, like a model Porsche. Okay? So there's a model Porsche, and you're saying, hey, can we take the Porsche to go get ice cream? No, bro, it's a model.
Yeah. Can I say something though?
Yeah, but we're good side.
So if we're gonna spend all eternity with God one day, and we're gonna be we're gonna eventually know the truth of all of this. Does this really matter too much to you? Like would this be?
Yes.
No, let me finish, please. I don't mean it in that sense.
I know you're gonna draw on.
Does this matter in that we should say that people who don't believe the ball or people who believe the ball are saved or not saved?
You gotta stop it. Nope, the truth matters. We're not talking about you're saved or not. We're saying
let me handle this. Let me handle this, but
curious.
I'll let him finish before I will answer your question directly, but finish asking it.
All right, I was just going to ask, does this have theological implications on salvation? And would this, like, let's say I was to believe around Earth, would this make it so my relationship with God would be stunted in any way? Or
yes, absolutely, yes, yep,
right,
absolutely.
that's my question.
Yeah, because you're constantly hiding from His word, and that's why it stunts your relationship. Absolutely, yep.
Well, do you think a lie is evil? Or well, okay, let me ask you this: do you think God is okay with lying?
Of course not. No.
Okay. Do you think it matters if you're brainwashed?
I think it would matter. Yes.
Okay, so if the Earth is one or the other, and you're told that it is other when it's not that, do you think that matters? Seeing as that you've been brainwashed? Well, there you go.
I think it
Well,
matters,
even when it
but
comes
my
down
question isn't whether it matters or not. My question is whether it would affect our salvation or whether you can say someone who's around Earth and a Christian at the same time is still a Christian.
The question's evolving now, but yes, it does. You keep saying
that
the
was my
Bible is
question.
wrong all the time. Yes, No, first
No,
you
no,
said,
no,
does
no.
it
Don't
inhibit
say
your
my question's
relationship?
evolving.
First,
That's not
okay. You said
right.
first, does it inhibit your relationship? Which I said, yes, it does.
That was my
Now I can't
second
trust
point.
you. Yes.
No.
So now you're saying, does it hurt your relationship even further? Yes. If you're constantly lying about the Bible, it's not the salvation issue. You're the salvation. Yes, you're brainwashed and you're constantly making up excuses why I can't believe the Bible and I have to believe in mass murderers on TV. Yes, you have several issues. Absolutely.
But my question was,
somebody doesn't interpret the Bible the same way as you do doesn't mean that they're
several issues.
lying or they're accepting a lie.
Okay.
Even the law
Why do I
is
keep saying this?
Several issues. The question is, are there issues?
It's not about interpretation. You don't understand. The Copernicus thing is new. Hold on, guys. Hold on. Bro, give me a second. The Copernicus thing is new, right? People didn't believe thousands of years ago that they lived on a spinning water ball in space-time. This is a new concept.
People hadn't been past the
right?
mountains. They hadn't been over the ocean even.
You think
Really?
they were stupid?
Hold on.
Have you seen the
Hold
old
on,
maps?
hold
Yes,
on.
he's wrong. Yes,
Hold
go ahead,
on.
Hank. Yes.
Hold the fuck on. Did King Tut have tobacco and cocaine in his blood?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I never partied
He
with him.
did. He did. Guess where tobacco and cocaine comes from? The Americas. So for you to make a claim that they didn't cross oceans, how would you even know that?
Not saying they didn't cross oceans, but they didn't have a complete map of the entire.
He lives in a cartoon.
That's funny. Didn't have a map, but they were traveling the world over oceans where it's completely flat and they can't see anything but flat everywhere, right?
Exactly. This is what the globe religion does. It destroys your brain. It's amazing.
It is funny like how he goes from one side of it to the other, but it doesn't fit together. It's like I get where he's coming from, but yeah, it's like I don't know. It's like completely two-sided. You're talking about two sides, but you're arguing the other side when you flip around. It doesn't make sense.
Not really. Many things that were said tonight make sense. Talking about standing on a mountain and seeing the whole world, you can see what is the whole world to you. Or I can stand on a tower and say, "Oh, I can see everything from here." But
no, he said all the kingdoms of the world. Yeah, all the kingdoms of the world. So you've already had to lie about what it says.
So the kingdom of the United States existed? No,
yeah, that's the point. Yeah,
God
God can do things you can't. That's the point. You're thinking you're God now. That's God can see farther than you because it's a flat plane. Everybody's dependent on a flat plane. We've been wasting our time talking about the Bible for the last hour by someone who completely denies every single part of the Bible. So we should move on to reality now. So let's
deny every part of the Bible. I literally believe Jesus rose from the dead. I literally believe Jesus walked on water.
We're gonna move on. We're gonna move on. And there's someone else.
Yes,
yeah,
move on.
It's just not right. We're letting someone make false claims about me. He's made many, and he's called me a liar many times.
I bring up the Bible, you deny.
Yeah, they are pretty aggressive.
I have not denied the Bible.
We're gonna bring it back to flat Earth.
All right.
We're gonna bring you down.
Exactly. When NASA says it's flat, he'll say they were joking too.
So when you look at all the other planets, you look at the moon, you look at all these planets, they're all spherical. So
hiding from the conversation.
Okay,
yeah,
so this is Brooke, right? This is someone else. So you guys been talking for a long time with Spiral, not King, about the Bible, and you guys been reading scripture. We can continue that and come to some type of conclusion. And then we can speak to maybe Brooke. We can bring it back to flat Earth and actually talk about the Earth itself.
Okay,
I mean,
we can talk to Brooke. We can hold on.
Okay.
Hold on.
Okay.
We can talk to Brooke. We can also address the guy that said the things in the sky are spheres.
That's Brooke.
Therefore, that's Brooke. Okay, so we can address that. Again, please don't meet what we would consider ignorance or arrogance with see you don't understand. Try to unhitch them from whatever they think is going on by giving them more information or asking them pertinent questions. If you don't have the energy or the patience for it, just back off and let someone else handle it.
So is there any issue with any of my discussion tonight?
Well, you haven't really said much.
I haven't had much of a chance.
Who asked that? Was that Brooke?
Yeah, that's Brooke.
Mm-hmm. I haven't
So we
said
thought we're
much.
talking about bringing it away from the Bible and back to the round.
Yeah, let's go to the scientific part. See, that's why I was saying,
So
the
that's what
other
I'm
room
doing, and then
earlier,
I'm being
because
told right away, "Oh, make sure your question is not ignorance." Like it just doesn't make any sense. So,
I
anyways, we can.
wasn't. Hold on. I'm
Yeah,
about to
I don't know
mute you,
why
bro.
you're speaking over me
Yeah, I'm
like
about to,
that.
because I'm a lead mod and I'm just about to mute you because I can, so that everybody else can understand what's going on. So first of all, I wasn't talking to you. So everything after that and all of your feelings, admit that they're irrelevant because you just got it all wrong. I wasn't talking to you.
Started in the discussion, and you want to mute.
I wasn't talking about you or towards you, other than the fact that you might be the one that has the ignorant things to say. I was talking about the people in here and how we handle the conversation with you. Do you understand?
Yeah, when it was mentioned to come back to the scientific, I started talking about the spheres.
Go ahead.
all right. So you're new to the server. I'm assuming it's your first day, right?
Me? Yeah.
All right. So do you want to hear what we normally tell people that come in here?
I don't know.
Do you want the normal treatment or special treatment?
What's going on? I thought it was a discussion about round and flat Earth.
It is. All right. So here we go. I'm going to ask you 3 questions, simple questions. If you don't know, just say I don't know, right? Who in history, ancient times up until now, has directly measured the curvature of the Earth? And if they did, how did they do it? And when did they do it? What's their name?
You know, I don't memorize too much of that stuff, but something about the obelisks in the desert, shadows.
Okay. You're talking about Eratosthenes, who measured shadows, right? Is that the Earth?
That's one person who was measuring curvature. Yeah.
Shadows. No. Okay. So if I say, this is your new wife, right? And I show you a picture of a redhead, and then you go to the church and I put lipstick on a pig, is that the same thing or is that a false equivalence?
A pig is not
outside.
Right. You wouldn't marry a pig, right? Okay, so a shadow isn't the curvature of the Earth, is it?
Well, you're gonna ask me 3 questions.
Right, and you bringing up Eratosthenes, and I'm willing to go over that with you
Well, I
all the
didn't
way
bring.
through to the end, but I asked for direct measurement curvature.
You know, NASA
Direct
has been
measurement.
measuring as well.
Okay, so you trust the government?
I don't trust the government.
Yeah, I don't.
But you trust NASA.
I don't necessarily trust NASA, but there's only things that I can observe.
Okay, so I'm asking for a direct measurement of curvature, not NASA and their CGI and cartoons. I'm talking about a direct measurement. If you want to talk
Is this
about
a
Eratosthenes,
is this a discussion, or is it like you have to be a flat earther to join?
no, you don't have to be a flat earther to be here. Somebody hot micing or something.
Because I put the $20 in and it was the whole 20, and I was like, well, I'm not taking all the money. So
Okay, I think Elijah, you're hot micing.
oh,
So what I was trying to say is that
Elijah,
look at all the other planets in the sky, the
I
moon,
muted him.
everything. They're all spheres. They're all round, and all of a sudden you think that the Earth was flat. Like for something to be
okay,
flat,
here's the thing.
if you're living in
Here's the
nature, it's
thing,
very
brother.
hard to make something that's flat. Like you have to. It's hard. It's easy to make something round. You can make a drop of water. You can make a round little pool, but
Listen,
like
bro, I'm gonna cut you off because I know I've heard this before. Okay, so the Earth is not a planet. A planet, if you look it up, it means wandering star, right? Do you ever see the Earth wandering in the heavens like a planet, like a star? Only
yeah,
on
I believe.
TV with NASA, right?
Yes, sure.
Okay, so we're gonna say that TV doesn't necessarily represent reality. Have you ever stepped outside and seen curvature?
Have you ever stepped outside and seen the Milky Way?
Yes.
Okay, so we're on the edge of the Milky Way, and you can see the whole Milky Way rotate through our sky because we're all spinning, we're turning.
What does the sky have to do with the shape of the Earth? If I get a new pair of boots, custom made, are they going to measure my hat size?
Maybe, but when you put on a
No,
time lapse
bro.
of
They're
the
not going
sky,
to measure my hat size to get some custom boots. They're going to directly measure my feet, and then we can talk about what kind of boots I want, right?
so when you do a time lapse of the sky and the stars passing through, they go
What
in a
does that
sphere.
have to do with the Earth? See, here's the thing with you globe earthers. You always want to talk about the sun, the moon, the stars, the eclipses, the shadows. You don't ever want to talk about directly measuring the Earth. And that speaks volumes to the people who are listening. Because if you were so confident, you would go out and measure it yourself and see that there's no curvature. And then you'd come back with your tail between your legs and you go, oh, you know what, guys? I went out and tried to measure it and I failed. What do you think we're here for? Do you think we're here because we like being outcasts? Do you think we're here because people want to laugh at us and we enjoy it? We're here because we went down trying to debunk this thing and we failed. And we went and tried to measure the earth directly and there was no curvature. That's why there's Aries failure. Write that down. Michelson-Morley, Michelson-Gale, the Sagnac experiment. All these were failures because the earth is stationary. All you've ever experienced is a flat and stationary Earth, and you've never experienced a vacuum of space. So, second question: has any time in Earth's history up until now someone directly measured the spin of Earth on its axis? Go ahead.
Well, sorry. Yeah, NASA.
Okay, so it sounds like you got a religious belief in NASA,
No,
right?
no, I
So
don't. I don't trust
I'm gonna,
government, and I don't trust government, and I'm not blindly believing NASA and everything they do. But at the same time, I think flat earthers are like super afraid against like the scientific community and what they find. And sometimes, like you ask me,
bro,
oh, what evidence do you have at all that the
bro.
Earth is round?
Let me ask you a
And again,
question.
I'm not sucking
Let me
NASA's
ask you a question.
you know
You
claims
just
to
Can I
said
be
we're
say two
science.
things, Hank?
Hold on.
his feet or anything.
Yeah, go
But
ahead,
he's saying,
Elijah.
oh, what evidence at all do you have?
All right,
You've been believing
I'm gonna
dollars
say two
and
things.
for years
In
and
order
years.
for
Use
I'm
your
gonna say
evidence.
two things, Brooke.
This is not even a
Okay?
discussion. Nobody can even say one thing.
I'm gonna say two
You
things,
guys,
Brooke.
you're telling me that I'm afraid of the experiment? You guys are.
I'm gonna say two things, Brooke. Everything derivative of NASA is dependent on the radius being correct. Do you know that?
No, what?
Everything from NASA is derivative of the radius of the Earth is correct. Do you understand that?
No.
Okay. So at some point, if we were to have a detailed conversation about that, you would understand that nothing that NASA is talking about can be true because that would need to be accurate in order for all of their calculations to have been used to do everything that they've done. Measure the Earth, whatever method you think they've done it, don't really care. The bottom line is the radius of the Earth would have to be what they claim it to be in order for everything derivative from that to be true. So we can put that in the talk about it later basket because we know everything about NASA. We know everything about the ancient cultures. We know everything about everything. We've talked about it ad nauseum. Now, going back to Hank's first question. Now, a method has been applied, but the logic is flawed. Do you know why?
The Earth is observably round.
The method is fine, but the logic is flawed. Do you know why?
I'm not sure what method you're talking about.
Eratosthenes. The method is fine, but the logic is flawed. Do you know why?
I'm assuming that you're going to tell me.
Could you guess?
Take a guess.
No, I don't need. I don't need to guess.
Okay. Because using the same method, I can get the circumference of my floor.
I think he
That's
doesn't
why the
want
logic is flawed. Hold on.
to.
That's why the logic is flawed because he made a couple of assumptions. And if I were to make the same assumptions, because I don't have a third party view of things, right? I don't have a third party view of the earth and what's going on outside of the earth. Therefore, I have to make some assumptions. That's not me saying it. If you go ahead and read whatever literature there is, they'll tell you exactly um, what assumptions he made. Right. So if I make those same assumptions and apply the same method to the lights in my room, I can get the circumference of my floor. Do you see why the logic is flawed, even though the method is usable? Yo, see, man, it never every time I get in my zone, it becomes so unfun because they get so quiet.
Well, I was going to say, I mean, just an observation of what I was hearing during the conversation. The reason that he doesn't want to answer that question is because you flat earthers can't be right. He already has an appeal to authority attitude. So,
well, none of that matters. None of that matters. None of that matters. I shouldn't have even said what I said because the bottom line is, I'm trying to get him to understand that his preconceived notions. I'm trying to get him to understand that he does have biases. Obviously, we all do. No problem there.
Sure. Yeah.
But he doesn't think that there's anything wrong with some of the answers that he's given. And we're here to point them out. We're not here to cram it down his throat.
Yeah,
We're here to
nobody's
ask him if
nothing
he
to be
sees
scared of.
the.
Nothing to be scared of in this conversation.
Now you're
Nothing.
making it hard, Helio.
I was just saying, nothing to be scared of.
Right now is not the time to interrupt. It's very hard to get into the mood for me. When I get interrupted,
Yeah, but your mood is a
my mood
controlled
is off.
conversation. He can say whatever he wants.
Yeah, it is a controlled conversation. What's the problem with that?
That's not
I'll take over. Can I give it a try, guys? Can I give it a try?
Well, shit, I mean, Brooke, we're
Well,
moderators. We
we're
can
still
defer to each other, and don't tell us how to moderate.
Helio.
Hold on. Everybody let Elijah finish, please. Thank you.
He did.
We're still at point number one, my friend. I mean, the floor is definitely yours. How do you know the Earth to be measured in a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles?
You're
If
cutting
you
out, bro.
don't know, am I still cutting out?
That's better.
A little bit. You're good.
So the question was, how do you know that the Earth is measured to be a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles? Now, saying something that someone else said is secondary knowledge, meaning you believe, whether you think it's justified or not, you believe what they said, but you don't know because you don't have firsthand knowledge. This is just simple logic. So when we ask you, how do you know? You're going to have to cop out too, well, it's a belief. Unless you can tell me how you know. Because I know how it's not, because I've actually physically done things to know that it's not.
Yeah, Brooke, what he's asking is that when you claim that the Earth is curving, can you provide the method that you know of that was used to determine the Earth to be curving at a radius related to the radius of the Earth?
Well, there's a lot of nuance in this discussion because so much of the discussion can go from this to the next to the next to the next, which it has presented itself to do. We can talk about measuring.
We're only talking about the curvature, bro.
The curvature.
What do
the
you mean
radius,
to the next, to the next, to the next?
We can talk about all these things, but I mean, I didn't like. I came here to hear the discussion as well as discuss. And
no, that's fine.
So
So
we can disengage our right. So we can over
Discord that I heard
based on what you said, right? I'm trying to give you an olive branch. We can disengage our pride and our feelings, and we can be a bit more relaxed. If you're here to hear what we have to say, that's very easy. But if you're here to challenge us, you're going to get a very different energy. And I'm only taking over so that I can stop the wolves, because they are wolves, from pouncing. I'd rather it be a rational, reasonable conversation that's listenable on YouTube.
Yeah, because to
That's
be
what I
honest,
would
I'm still
rather.
triggered. I'm still triggered that he said that we're anti-science. I was about to go off on him on that because
Define
Who
science with
said
him,
that?
man. Come on, bring it to us.
there's nothing more. There's nothing more that we cherish in here than the raw, unfiltered scientific method that produce empirical data that nobody can argue over because it's objective. We don't care what your favorite fruit is because that's subjective. What your favorite color is, what kind of shoes you like, or we don't care about none of that bullshit. We don't care about none of the cute stories about what people think is going on in the heavens or in space. Miss me with all that bullshit. We like science. And what do I mean? The scientific method, right? But that's not a science question. What is the shape of the earth? That's a geometry question. Is science math, sir? Brooke? Is science math? Is science the same thing as math?
They talk to each other, but they're distinguishable different.
Okay.
Good.
They're different. Excellent. Okay. So, if I were to ask you, what are the 3 things that you need to do an experiment? What would they be?
You need
It's
your
okay if you don't know.
you need your what's it called? The subject base, like the control. You
The
need
control, that's one answer. The
you need
control
what you're
variable. Very good.
you need what you're trying, which is different from the control, and you need
No,
repeatable results.
no. Okay, so what you need for a scientific experiment is an observed natural phenomenon, right? Because this is natural science, right? If you search what do you need for an experiment, some people will tell you that to ask a question, right? If you haven't observed anything yet, what are you asking a question about? So this scientific method is the scientific method. You need a natural observed phenomenon, right? That's your dependent variable. You need your independent variable, which is your presumed cause, right? And then all other variables are under control. So this is how it works. It's super simple. A caveman sees a hot spring and the water's boiling. He wants to know the cause because he likes the taste of the fish, right? So he goes to his home village. He adds heat to water. That's his hypothesis. His independent variable is the cause. It's heat. He adds heat to the water and the water boils. He takes the heat away, it stops boiling. He adds the heat again, it boils. He
So
manipulated
he
the
does need
independent
repeatable
variable.
results.
Right. Manipulated the independent variable and had everything else under control. He didn't manipulate anything else, and it made the water boil, which was the natural observed phenomenon. This is how science is done all over the world, cause and effect relationship. So, what is the shape of the earth? That's not even a scientific question, right? So in here, you're in a room with a bunch of hyper empiricists. We want to be as imperial as possible. Empirical, sorry, excuse me, because we don't have time to go on about theories, right? People laugh at us and they think that we're dumb. So the only thing we talk about is stuff that we can verify. Now, I need you to search the radius of the Earth. What's the radius of the Earth? Any search engine you like. In miles, please.
3,900 something.
3959. That's right. Okay. So if we have a radius, now go back to your search engine and type in Earth curve calculator. So we have known dimensions of the Earth. We can calculate, in fact, this does it for us, how far we should be able to see things. You got the Earth curve calculator yet?
Yeah, but when you talk about how far you can see things, you have to take into account light refraction.
Do you? So can we see
This,
like
this
further
sounds
than
like another. This sounds like another job for a little interruption, if you don't mind, Hank.
Sure, go ahead, Rod. It's your.
So there are a number of things that we're told to consider that we don't have any direct experience with, like comets, right? You may see that as a streaking rock in the sky. I see it as something else. That's nor here nor there. What I'm saying is we don't have any direct experience with rocks streaking anywhere, right? Here on Earth, we just have something, a phenomena, if you will, in the sky that we don't have a direct relationship to.
Well, they hit
So,
the earth.
so that being said, has one ever hit by you? Do you have a direct relationship?
No, I haven't been hit by like a meteorite. You know, I've seen rock slides.
Okay, so fair enough. Therefore, okay, when you looked at the rock slides, it wasn't all lit and shit, right?
No, it wasn't.
Okay. So bottom line is I know people say things, but you don't have a direct relationship. So just set it to the side. Maybe you have a belief that obviously there's like tons of people who doing research and they've discovered these things and blah blah. That's fine. But there's a point that I'm trying to make. So now let's say I'm standing behind a hill and then the weather changes. I didn't move, but now the hill is behind me. Does that make sense to you? Is there any phenomena that would ever make that happen? Have you ever experienced that kind of phenomena?
Wait, so what about, sorry.
So I'm standing behind the hill, the weather changes, and all of a sudden it appears as though the hill is behind me. Have you ever experienced something like that?
I'm not sure. Maybe on a
Have you
camera lens.
ever have
Maybe
you
on,
ever
but no,
experienced something like that?
I'm not sure what you're referring to.
Have you ever experienced something that was obstructed from your view? Like, say, I don't know, use a hill, use a highway, use your neighbor's car, use your neighbor's house. Has it ever not been where you expected it to be? By way of direct experience, because you've experienced it one way, and all of a sudden it was another way. Have you ever experienced that in real life?
I don't think because I can't think of anything.
That's correct, because you don't have any direct experience
I don't
of that.
understand
So
like, are you
so the
talking
point
about
that I'm trying to make
disorientation?
the
Like,
point
what do
that
you
I'm
understand?
the point that I'm trying to make is we have um we have an understanding about appearances, and then the globe has something called geometry, which means the things that we're looking at are geometric, not apparent. Two
Yeah,
different things.
like some of the geometry, like the pyramids, like we can't see them from here, so it must not be flat because I can't see the pyramids.
No, you can't see them because there's too much air in the way. Have you ever watched the Weather Channel and they tell you how visible it is that day?
Yeah, I have, and air in the way is also where light refraction comes from.
Have you ever?
What are your thoughts about
Well,
light refraction?
I know
Can
what
light
Snell's law.
refraction change your
I know what Snell's law is, but the bottom line
Yeah,
is
I do actually have
there's
an
a
answer.
difference. There's a difference
I have an
between
answer to agree with
Snell's
it.
law and you telling me that something happens that you haven't directly experienced nor I've directly experienced.
Well, when you're trying to spear a fish, for example, and you think you know where the fish is, there's weather in the way, which is the water. You throw the spear and you miss because the light coming off of that fish was actually refracted by that weather, which is the water.
Because you're looking into a second medium, which is the water, which is
Which is
detailed in Snell's law, but air is one medium, right?
air is
So
also medium.
if I'm looking across air, it's not the same as looking into water.
Yeah, water is just a different degree of precipitation, but in air is precipitation.
Not a different degree of precipitation. Water is water and
What
air
makes
is
what
air.
makes what makes the
It's a
vision?
different phase. It's
No,
far
no,
more
no.
dense.
The
Yes, yes,
water is a
yes.
But
Yes, 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 it is.
let's rewind because I don't want to argue about what you think refraction is. I'm just merely asking you, right? Back to the beginning, if there is a temperature or a weather change that would move the hill from in front of me to behind me. Have you ever experienced something like this before?
It could move a fish from here to there.
Well, a fish, you don't need weather for that. That already happens because it's two different media. I just explained that. But when it comes to looking at something in the same medium, which is air, and you're looking at me in air, and you're looking at a hill in front of, well, you can't look at me if the hill is in front of me, right? So you're looking at the hill in air, and then the weather changes. And now, because of something in the air, the hill is behind me. Have you ever experienced something like that?
Well, that's why I'm saying I don't follow, because I can't see you through the mountain. But I have seen mountains disappear. But I don't know what you're getting at. Could you please
Well,
get to where you're going?
disappearing and moving is two different things. Not being able to see something and seeing something that is actually
Getting at?
somewhere else is an entirely different thing, right?
What are you getting at? I don't understand where you're getting.
I think you do. Seeing something
I'm lost.
and not seeing something is two different things, right?
I don't understand what you're getting at. Like if I'm in an airplane and then a mountain gets covered,
I'll ask
like
again. I'll ask again.
field again.
Seeing something and not seeing something is two different things, right?
Well, that instance would have been seen or not seen. Yeah, sure.
Okay,
An
so we're
actual
not talking about things that we can't see. We're only focused on things that we can see. So let me ask you another question. Well, let me make a statement. Because I live on a sphere with a radius of 3,959, nothing is where I perceive it to be. You believe that?
What do you mean?
Well, we're talking about your belief in refraction right now. You might not see it yet, but that's what we're talking about. So, because of the Earth being a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, and there being air and light traveling through that air, everything that I'm looking at is not actually where I'm looking. Meaning, everything that I'm looking at is holographic in nature. You believe that?
I think I know what you mean.
Do you believe that?
Light takes time to reach your eye, so it's not even happening at the right time that you think it
But
is.
you're not answering the question. You're explaining to me what light does.
Well, our experience here is very vague, and our mind puts it all
But you're
together.
telling me something other than entertaining the question that I asked you.
That your vision could be a little bit different than what you would see without the phenomena.
I don't know what answer.
I can't even answer.
Question, because I don't know what question that's answering. My question is, do you believe? Oh, you're closed? Can I just grab some tissue real quick? All right. So I asked you. Well, I said I live on a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. And obviously, air and light traveling through that air. And because of this, nothing is where I perceive it to be. Do you believe that, yes or no?
Well, it's all relative. So do you believe that for yourself?
You didn't answer the question. Isn't that weird? Do you think that's weird? It's a simple question.
No, it's not weird. You're trying to control me, and I don't.
No, you're not answering the direct question, which is very simple for everyone else to hear.
Well,
It's
you
very
might think it's
simple
not where it is, but I might think it is where it is.
No, it's not about what we think. The bottom line is it's a fact.
Are you talking about like something over the horizon? Like where can I get some context? So
Nowhere. Like if I'm laying down with a pair of binoculars, nothing is where I'm looking.
Well,
as a matter of fact, if I'm laying down with a pair of glasses on,
organs. We have organs designed to absorb the world and sense it, and they're not accurate. And they're doing the best they can to create a physical experience that we can navigate.
how do you cross the street? So how do you cross the street? So how do you cross the street?
survive. I
So
can't
how do
even
you
talk.
cross the street? But how do you cross the street if you truly believe what you just said?
Because they're accurate enough to help us protect our lives.
Okay, accurate enough to not get hit by cars, which are actually physically where we perceive them to be. But
Yeah.
we're talking about a globe in which things are not where you perceive them to be. So all I
Objects
asked you
in mirror
was,
are
do
closer
you
than they
believe
appear.
that? Yes or no?
Objects in mirror are closer than they appear.
Objects. What about further?
Not in that mirror.
Okay, so when we're talking about refraction, have you heard of the black swan?
Black swan?
Hmm.
Are you talking about like
Okay,
ballet?
matter of fact, I'm gonna get you to substantiate your claim of refraction after I go through this. So the horizon is geometric. It's 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet away. Now, your position is that that's not apparently true. Based on what?
You're talking about observable?
I said what I said. It was very simple.
Oh, okay. Big guy, tough guy.
Am I tough or am I just, I mean, if I was talking to my 13-year-old, it
You're
wouldn't
asking,
be
are they
like
there? And I'm asking, do we observe it there, or is it actually there?
Raya, point him to the live stream voice text.
the horizon is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That is a geometric distance. That's a distance that can be measured physically. You know what a measurement is? Tangent to the point at which the earth curves away from you. A straight shot, straight line to where the earth begins to curve away from you. That is what the horizon is supposed to be.
So is it the horizon? Is it where the horizon actually no longer could see you with God's eyes, or is it where you can no longer see over the horizon with light refraction?
The horizon is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Are you denying that claim?
I'm just trying to, based on what, because you're leading me, right? So based on
Are
whatever
you,
you're,
based on Google, are you denying that claim?
well, I'm asking what
Based
you
on Google,
want.
are you denying that claim? It was a flat statement. Are you denying it? Yes or no?
Well, yeah, I'm asking you to discuss the nuance of it. Do you have the
There is
energy?
no nuance. Google it.
But I'm asking you physically or visually. That's all I'm asking.
Measurably. So obviously physically. Physically.
Okay, so I'm gonna go with you right here.
What do you mean you're gonna go with it?
So measurably, it's that distance from the height of the person. So where are you leading me now?
Well, when you said refraction, I was assuming that you were talking about the exact opposite of that.
Right, because visually it's not.
So it's not geometric then?
Sight? No.
No. The physical earth. It's not geometric then.
Refracted through light can see different parts of the geometric earth.
But it's not geometric though, is it?
And it's not
The distance. I'm talking about the distance to the horizon. Is it geometric or is it not?
Is it?
I'm asking you.
I would think so.
Okay. Well, that being said, Hank or anyone, would you like to go through the black swan? Hello? Anyone else there?
Brooke, are you looking at the live stream voice text?
No, I'm not.
Okay, could you go there? Do you know where it is?
Yeah, I do know where it is.
Okay. If you could go there, that would be helpful at
Let me see. I've scrolled away. 1 second. Someone see where I put the black swan? Here we are. So you see the image at, I put a few of them, but at 2 minutes after the hour, you'll see where it says atmospheric refraction, then there's another thing about refraction, then there's the 2 oil rigs. Do you see the 2 oil rigs in the image there?
Yes, I do.
Okay, great. Is my mic okay?
Yeah, it is. I was asking, like, without pressing, if I have to press.
I'm sorry, I missed that part.
No, it's my fault.
Okay, no problem. So you see the oil rigs there. Have you seen this before?
Not this particular one.
Okay, but you've seen the black swan before, though.
No, no.
Okay, fine. Are you familiar with the modus tollens logical argument?
I'm not.
Okay, so I'll just read it real quick. Says that if P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. If Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,958 miles, 59 miles, P, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That would be Q. That would be the geometric horizon. And you can find that information either from Andrew Thomas Young, San Diego State University Astronomy Department, or any of the Earth curve calculators. So in other words, if not Q, horizon distance is greater than 9.41 miles in the image below, therefore not P. Do you have any problem with that logical argument?
I don't. What is P and Q representing? Sorry.
Okay, so what P represents is if Earth is a sphere with that radius, like they've told us, because they told us that radius value, it's an actual hard stop there. That's an actual geometric limit of your viewpoint geometrically. So every horizon distance measurement can be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height. So this,
looking at the picture below now, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, and so listen, we have the original video of this still that came from the video. You can look at the video yourself to see the setup of the camera. So there's no question about it. It's 1 foot above the water level. So Platform Hill House is at 6.21 miles, and Platform Habitat is 9.41 miles. Just looking at this image, if you blow it up, where is the horizon? Is it before the oil rigs, between the oil rigs, or after the oil rigs?
It appears to be after both oil rigs.
It appears to be what? I'm sorry?
It appears to be after.
Okay. Okay, so the question is this. Why is the horizon, we could easily say, or we could say that it's conservatively about 10 miles, right? Because at least 10 miles, because it's past 9.41 miles, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So let's just say conservatively that the horizon is at 10 miles there. Why is the horizon 10 times further than what the geometric limits of the Earth with that radius? Why is it 10 times further?
Well, to give a more personal and meaningful answer, I'd have to research what the measurements of light reflection are, but my answer would be, my understanding, probably some effects of light reflection and also a misunderstanding of.
Then it wouldn't be geometric, then would it?
So then, exactly. So you're denying that the horizon is a geometric sphere edge then by claiming refraction.
Let me tell you why. Okay. Very simple. Right here from National Geographic. Funny that because we have a video too of them trying to debunk flat earthers and they don't even realize that the horizon is behind the boat. But that's another story. So right here, geometric horizon. The local horizon, also called the geometrical horizon, Earth measured, geo, Earth, metric measured, is the visible boundary between the Earth and sky. The geographic horizon is the apparent boundary between the Earth and sky, right? So gets a little redundant, but the bottom line is what we see is the physical measured limitation. So when you say refraction, there is no tangent to that geometric limitation. It's no longer geometric. Not me saying it, it's just my understanding based off of what I'm reading and geometry.
But the Earth being geometric doesn't interfere with your vision being based on refraction.
Substantiate your claim. What do you mean by this? Because I understand Snell's law, but what you're saying has nothing to do with Snell's law, does it?
I mean, our eyes are receiving photons carrying light bouncing off objects, and those photons travel how they travel, and they're also affected. And light electromagnetic rays are also affected by
So then you
these.
disagree that right here, where they say the local horizon, also called the geometrical horizon, is the visible boundary between the earth and sky. Well, the fact that they said it's the geometric horizon, they're talking about the earth being physical obstruction. So what you're saying, you're trying to basically say that this claim is false.
You could say, yeah, you could say that it's like a miswording there.
How? This is the understanding. Look at this. addy.sdsu.edu. Distance to the horizon.
Also,
There's a tangent to the point at which you can't see any further. But if you're talking about refraction, then that's not true either. So all of these EDU sources that I can pull up, you're basically saying they're wrong. Based off of what? Substantiate why you're saying that this is wrong. Based off of what?
Right.
You're talking about the geometric Earth and the statement they make about trying to explain what they're talking about with their measurement and what's visible.
Yeah, you need to substantiate it, not with just words. Show
yeah, I'd like to kind of dovetail onto what Elijah just said, if I may. So, what Elijah's saying is coming from experts in the field of the subject that we're talking about. Are you denying that? Are you saying that what they're saying is not correct?
Well, somewhat. I'm here to observe what you guys.
I wish you could just answer the question asked instead of answering with some other answer. Could you answer the question asked, please? Are you denying what the Department of Astronomy here at San Diego State is saying about the horizon?
Because they said the observable, right?
Well, no, it's a couple of things. It's getting kind of convoluted here because in your statements, and I'm not trying to like paint you as a target or anything like that. I'm not trying to lead you. You made a couple of statements about how light works. Could you provide citations for those statements you made about how light works? Your refraction, in other words, you claimed refraction. Could you provide some sort of citation where it's been tested that your refraction can move the horizon from 10 to 30 times further than what is geometrically required?
Well, like I said before, I can't give the golden answer of 30 times, 10 times, whatever.
Just stick with 10 times then. Do you have a citation that says that the horizon, because of refraction, is moved 10 times further than what is geometrically required?
No, well, no, I don't have a citation.
No? Okay, then why did you state that then?
I stated that light refraction curves your view on the curvature of the Earth.
Okay, provide a citation for that, please.
Okay.
Where did you get that information from?
I mean, I've been debating this stuff with people for like 3+ years, and
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. I would just like to know what you're basing your claim on, not that you have debated people. That's not an answer. I'm just trying to figure out what you're using as a basis to validate the statement you made about refraction. Do you have a citation for that?
The evidence for it.
I could go and look for citations and evidence. I didn't come here because I'm here to. I didn't come here because I'm here to.
Okay, look, listen, Brooke.
Yeah. So what?
I'm not angry or anything, but
No, I didn't say anything.
Why did you make the statement if you don't have anything to back it?
That's what they do in debates.
Do you trust the astronomers at San Diego?
Relax, God Rockin'. Do you have a citation for the statement that you yourself made? Please, yes or no?
I already told you no, and I was trying to say
Okay.
something else, but
thank you. See,
what was the statement that he made that you're wanting citation for?
Well, he made it, so he should be the one that tells you. But anyway, yeah, he's talking about how light refracts.
I mean, that's what the Black Swan photos just showed, is it not? Is that not?
Yeah, so I don't know if you realize it, Brooke, but you using refraction is actually a flat Earth argument. Do you know that?
I'm sure everything is a flat Earth argument.
No, that's that's logical fallacy. Everything no, that's not going to fly here.
You know, but I'm just saying you could say it's.
You could say that fairies have, like, I don't know, fairies wear boots.
And that fairies wearing boots could be a flat Earth argument.
That's ridiculous. So, okay, see, the good thing about this is that the audience heard this whole entire thing on live stream, on YouTube, Odyssey. Yeah.
Sorry.
2 live streams. But thanks for your participation, and everybody else, thank you.
Hey, Brooke, when you go to reality and you observe and experience the earth for what it is, level waters, you observe the horizon, horizontal, your senses are pointing out that the ground you're standing on, there's no movement to be detected. How will you come, do you think your objective, that's being objective, right? And does your opinion has any effect on reality? Can you make an opinion in your mind and change physicality? Can you do that?
Wait, what do you mean change physicality? Yeah,
if you go, can your opinions change reality?
Yeah, the mind is.
So if you think the sky is only black, then it'll never be blue again, because that's your opinion.
Well, somebody probably has to be a little bit crazy, but that's possible, yes.
Okay, yeah, I agree with you. Somebody has to be a little bit crazy if that's possible.
Is that funny?
I agree with that. I'm laughing my ass off on the inside. I think other people are too.
Okay, cool.
So when you go to the sea level, right? Have you ever heard this term, or lake level, right? Have you been to these places? Lake level, sea level.
Like, have I been to the sea level? Yeah.
Yeah. So those are your opinion changes the fact that that place that you're standing on, that water that is in front of you, that sea level, does your opinion changes that?
Nothing from my vision tells my body that I need anything different in my view to survive. Like, I look at it and everything's fine and it works for my survival.
Wow.
Okay. Is level curved?
Level means multiple things. Level can mean its height, like when you're talking about what level are you on the mountain, and level can also mean flat.
No, I suggest you look up the definition of level, please.
There's multiple definitions, like what level are you on in a building?
Okay, fine. Show me the different definitions of level.
That would be elevation.
No, there's multiple levels, right? Like you could be level at the basement, or you could be at the roof level, but they're all speaking of a flat, like an apartment flat, or an apartment level, or the building level. Level is used to describe, the surface, right? Like the level of a shelf. Which, honey, where do you want me to stack this book? Oh, on the third level. Okay. So my shelf has 3 levels, but they're all level.
Yeah, unless you can show us the floor of a building that's curving like a sphere.
I see like 7 definitions for level.
Or in other words, level, it meaning like the first floor, second floor, third floor, basement is all level with the horizon. That's
Yeah,
what
we're,
level.
once again, we're interpreting nuance of speech. Like, there's 7 definitions.
No, it's not. It's not nuance of speech. That's what level means. Now, when it comes to a sphere, people like to say, well, level means at the same altitude above the surface. The problem with that is we don't actually live on a sphere. Let them tell it. We live on a geoid, which means what?
Why are you asking me?
Well, if there are different distances to the surface because it's not a sphere and it's a geoid, then you don't have level for this geoid because it's not a perfect sphere. So there is a definition for something being equally distant from the center, but we don't live on something like that. According to them, if you're going to go with the other version of levels that are nuanced. WGS 84, look it up.
I just want to add one small thing and then I'll shut up. I think that the moral to the story here is that flat earthers, at least on this server, do not make up shit about science or don't deny science. We're just the opposite. We are very critical about all this stuff. It must meet the scientific method. It must be validatable. It must be falsifiable. It must be all the things that make it true science. Or we have got basically, we don't want no part of it. So what you were saying about us earlier, or someone did, about us being a bunch of science deniers and whatnot, I think you're finding out pretty quickly here that that's not the case.
No, I know. I don't know who said that, but I never said you were science deniers.
Well, somebody did.
No, I came here to observe as well as speak. It looks like it's kind of honed down on me. I'm not sure where the others have gone. And I can observe a lot more when there's more discussion going on, but I'm going through this like controlled, method. And
That's fair. Let's back off him a little bit. Hank, you want to talk about the lunar eclipse with me?
Yeah, if you want me to talk about the lunar eclipse, I can.
Okay,
What do you
so
want me to say about it?
let me first make the statement that what the world thinks a lunar eclipse is, what, mind you, Aristotle, they say, was the first to discover that it was a globe because he looked at an eclipse and said, that's the Earth's shadow. Now, I can tell you that flat fact, that's not true. How do I know? Because I've observed an eclipse myself, specifically a lunar eclipse. But Hank will get into the details now. Now, this isn't us talking to you now. Now we're talking to each other, right, Hank?
Okay. So the Selenilian eclipse, also known as the impossible eclipse, it's said to happen when the sun, the earth, and the moon is in a line, and the sun casts a shadow from the earth onto the moon. So I would ask a question, why does it glow red, right? And because we can't science the shit out of the moon, right? Because we can't manipulate the variables in space. The question doesn't have an answer. We can all speculate why it glows red, but we can't science it. So they say it's a shadow, okay? How many shadows do you know of that glow red? And I would wager not very many. But they say that it is the Earth's shadow. Well, there's a problem with that too, right? So we may not be able to science the shit out of it, but we can eliminate some variables, it's not all of them. And one of the variables that we can eliminate is that the Earth is the one that's causing the shadow, because there's this thing called the Selenilian eclipse, and it's also deemed the impossible eclipse. Now, it's impossible because the sun is above the horizon at the same time as the moon, and that would be a geometric impossibility. If you have the sun and the moon in the sky at the same time during an eclipse, then there's no way that all three could be lined up perfectly in order for the sun to cast a shadow from the earth onto the moon. Plus, there is no shadow because it glows red. And I would wager that the moon always glows red, but during an eclipse, we can see it better because it's not shining so bright. And I would say the only time that we can't see the moon is when it's in the new phase and we can't see it at all. But if you notice when the moon is partially lit up, you can kind of partially see the rest of the moon if you look long and hard enough, which is kind of irrelevant to the argument. But I'm thinking it's glowing red there too. That's just a speculation, I admit. But you can see the rest of the moon when it's not fully lit up. And I always found that to be interesting. So if it's impossible to have this eclipse from the Earth, why do they tell us that, that's the Earth's shadow that's glowing red on the surface of the moon? It's literally impossible.
Well, Hank, if the moon is descending, right? Again, picture it in your mind. If the moon is descending or setting into the Earth's shadow, where would you expect the so-called shadow to appear?
From the bottom.
Where does the so-called shadow appear?
The one I saw a few years back came from the top, which would also be geometrically impossible.
Now, I know that they have an answer for it not being in alignment, and that's refraction, even though we can see it above 0.6, what is it, 0.6 degrees? But that aside, does anyone ever try to explain why the shadow doesn't appear from the bottom?
Not that
Does
I
that
know.
exist?
Not that I know of.
Not even any theories. They just left it alone, right?
Yeah, some
You
things they
really want to
avoided.
hear it? Refraction.
No, refraction is for the alignment, but it doesn't say anything for the position of the shadow, so called.
Yeah, because the shadow is coming from above, and the earth supposed to be the earth is below and in between the sun and the moon, but it's lower. So how come the shadow is coming from the top if it's the earth causing it? Selenium. There should be some gifts. 2021. There was a recent one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I think it's really easy to. It's really important to understand that, if we can't science something, that it's basically poetry, and people are walking around, affirming this and affirming that to be true. But if you can't use the scientific method, then how do you know, right? Because the reason the scientific method is so important is because we can isolate all the variables except for one, that would be the independent variable. And when we do that, that's the thing that we're manipulating. We see the cause the effect, then we know for sure this is what's causing that. And then science proves things right and proves things wrong. But it's never settled because it's not a religion. So at any time, someone could come up with a different hypothesis, and we'll have to, take that into consideration. And you know what? Maybe there's something else that's causing this, or another variable that we didn't think about controlling. So science is really important, but when you're talking about astronomy, cosmology, theoretical astrophysics, none of these are science because you can't manipulate space. So we're talking about the eclipse, right? And what you think is going on, what we think is going on, who knows? But the impossible eclipse is called the impossible eclipse for a reason, and it's well known. People have talked about it throughout the years, written books about it. It's well known that the Saturnian eclipse happens, and it's one of those things that just doesn't fit in the model. And there's lots of things like that that don't fit in the model, and it's not even a scientific model. So if it was a scientific model, then it would be validated via the scientific method. But like I said earlier, the shape of the Earth is not a scientific question. It's a mathematic question. So math, it's reliable, right? But if you start deviating from reality, I'll give you an example in a second, then it becomes too abstract and extremely unreliable. So for example, 99 bottles of beer on the wall, you take one down, pass it around, you got 98 bottles. That works out mathematically, but in reality, the beer is in the fridge, right? So that it's cold because this is Texas and we like cold beer, right? So the math works out, but you've deviated from reality, and that's exactly what they've done with the space-time continuum and Einstein. Is someone talking? Someone hot micing? Oh, it's Elijah. Elijah, hot micing, bro.
I muted him.
Thanks. Yeah, so the point is that mathematics isn't as reliable as science. And the whole model is based off of general relativity. Sorry, excuse me, I meant to say special relativity, where there's this whole bending and warping of space-time, but nobody can actually prove that. That's not verifiable, right? So if you think about what is space-time, it's just a concept. It's not something you can put in your hand, put it in a jar, take it to the lab and test it, right? So this whole space-time is supposed to exist in the vacuum of space, right? In the vacuum of space where let's say it was a near perfect vacuum, hypothetically for argument's sake, even though we know that it isn't. So you get some of the space-time, right? But it's in a vacuum, meaning that there's no material, because what is a vacuum? The absence of matter, right? So there's no gases, no nothing, just space-time. Well, that right there tells you that it's a non-physical entity. It's metaphysical. It's a concept. Like my idea or concept of liberty as a Texan, right? I like to think about liberty and freedom and stuff like that. Can you bend and warp my idea of freedom? Of course not. It's just a concept. So you can't ascribe physical attributes to a mathematical concept. So what we can do is science to show you the real gravity, because there's multiple gravities. There's Newtonian gravity, there's Einsteinian gravity, there's dark gravity, which is a lesser known one, and then there's specific gravity. So around here we like to be specific, right? So that's the gravity that we're going to talk about. And you can Google specific gravity while I'm talking, but this is how it works. I went over the scientific method earlier and how we prove things. We got to have the dependent, independent, and control variables. So let's say the apple falls from the tree, but let's say Newton was an apple salesman and he had a pail, and the apple fell in the pail, but it had rained that day, so it was full of water. Well, what's going to happen? The apple's going to fall, splash, splash, and then float to the top because of buoyant force. And let's say that, he drained the water, or it has a slow drip and it stops raining and all the water goes out. What's going to happen to the apple? The apple's going to sink. Well, why? Why is the apple going to sink? The lack of buoyant force. So what did we demonstrate with this
Hey
simple...
guys, thank you very much, especially Hemsy. Thank you guys. I gotta go.
Yeah, thanks for listening.
Later,
So I guess I'll go ahead and finish. Yeah, so what's the independent variable? So the apple rises and falls. I'm sorry, I said it wrong. The dependent variable, the natural observed phenomenon, is the apple rises and falls in the pail. Well, why did it do that? Well, we manipulated the medium that the apple was in, and by doing that, we manipulated the relative density, right? So the relative density changed because the apple was floating in water but could not float in gas. So what does this prove? That if you manipulate the relative density of an object, it causes it to rise and fall. So I'm going to make a claim. Other than birds and aerodynamics in nature, everything that rises and falls in nature is due to an object and its relative density seeking equilibrium. So, for example, in the second law of thermodynamics, it talks about hot going to cold. So you got a cup of coffee, you get a phone call, you come back 30 minutes later, all the heat has seeped out of the coffee cup into the room until it reaches equilibrium. So you got two batteries that are dead. One's dead and one's fully charged. You hook them up together, you come back the next morning, the high charged flow to the low charge until they reach equilibrium. And then let's say you got a propane tank. You open up the nozzle, it's got 250 psi inside. It's going to spew out until it reaches equilibrium, right? Until it reaches the Earth's natural pressure at 14.7 psi at the sea level. So I'm just going on and adding to the second law of thermodynamics, and this is, my, I guess, personal theory, that it's also the same in nature with specific gravity. All objects rise or fall up or down depending on the medium that they are in and the relative density. If the buoyant force is enough to hold the object up, it will rise. If it's equal halfway, then it will float at, what do they call it? Neutral buoyancy, kind of like a birthday balloon a few days after the party, or it will sink like a rock in water. But here's the interesting thing. You might think, oh, this is crazy. Well, you can test this yourself with a scientific method. Take an anvil and drop it. What's going to happen? Well, it's going to go to the ground, unless you drop it over a pool of mercury. Then the anvil floats. Bye-bye Newtonian, Einsteinian gravity. It's over. The anvil floats in mercury. Specific gravity is the real gravity.
Oh, she hit like this from me before.
Are you there, Elijah? Because you were hot micing a little while ago.
But I was listening to what you said, Hank. Very, very good.
Yeah, I agree. Very good. And very well said, too, Hank. Have to say.
Yeah, I appreciate that. But it's, it's not me. Like, this is, a compilation of different people who have different ideas, and I've just put it together in a way that makes it digestible for the layman.
Right.
Like me, I'm a layman. So I appreciate it when simple men use simple words as not to confuse or intimidate people with all these crazy things like astronomical numbers. None of us can even comprehend 93 million miles. So how are we going to argue against it if we can't even comprehend the idea? And they're betting on that.
Yeah, the point, the I wanted to make a statement about us and the way we speak on here, and I just wanted to say it takes a lot of time and patience. Not only patience with the people that we're having this discussion with, but patience with myself. Like, I have to learn to slow down, try to put things in a concise manner, that it's understandable and digestible, that it's simple enough that it doesn't go over people's head. Yeah, I don't know. It's more difficult than people think to have logical conversation. I may not be the best one because I get emotional and I joke a lot, and people may think that I'm just making fun of the whole issue. But anyway, yeah, I don't know. Just want to make that statement. Thanks.
See, the thing is that my argument is an argument based on the scientific method. So my hypothesis is that if you manipulate the relative density of an object, it will cause it to rise or fall. So other people say that space-time causes something to rise and fall. Well, we can't manipulate space-time, so that's not scientific. In fact, there is no scientific hypothesis, not a viable one at all, in Einstein's paper in 1915. So it's just a mathematical construct. And mathematics can be very abstract and completely lose touch with reality. That's a quote from Tesla. So they wander from equation to equation and lose touch of reality. That's what he was talking about. And I'm pretty sure that he was talking about Einstein. So I think it's like, okay, does anybody want to do this test? And it's like, you really have to. You've already done it probably 1,000 times in your life. You know that buoyant forces hold things up in a medium and cause them to defy, Newtonian gravity. What happens when you drop a hot air balloon? Oh, sorry, drop a hot air balloon. A helium balloon. That's what I meant to say. Right? It's going to go up. And it's like, where's gravity? Well, gravity's still pulling on it. Really? Prove that. Well, you can't have the buoyant force without gravity. Really? Prove that. Show me. Show me that I can't have one without the other, because what I'm demonstrating is that objects rise and fall because of the buoyant force or the lack thereof. And specific gravity has been known about for a very long time. I'm convinced that they just hijacked the word gravity to confuse people, to dumb us down, because the point of education is not education. It's obviously indoctrination. Sit down, shut up. The bell rang. Why are you late? Get to work. Pull the levers. We don't want you to be smart enough to ask any questions. Just do the work and don't complain. And that's what the school's for. It's meant to make you a good factory worker who shows up on time and knows his place and knows not to think for himself or question authority. So really, school should be more like the ancient way of schooling, which is the 7 liberal arts. And if you look up the trivium and quadrivium, or the 7 liberal arts, you'll see that it makes way more sense to teach people how to learn rather than what to think. So when you teach someone how to learn, well, what are the first things they need to know? Well, we all start out with grammar school, right? So you need to learn 4 or 5 different languages at least, right? And then you learn logic, and then rhetoric, grammar, logic, rhetoric. So if you got, all the language down, but you don't have any logic, well, probably nobody wants to hear what you have to say, right? But once you get your logic down, then you can start formulating ideas. So if you're a man who can think, read, and write, like there's really no limit to what you can do. You could change the world forever just by adding ideas, like to the world that weren't there before. But they don't want you to be able to do that. So what do? They show you like 15 Shrek movies before you're in the 4th grade, right? And all the sexual innuendo. You learn to pick up on those quickly, but do you learn Latin or Greek? Nah, we ain't got time for that. Not in grammar school, right? We got to teach you about all these innuendos. So if I were to teach somebody to fish, I would take them to the water and demonstrate how to fish. This is how you hook the worm. This is how you make the bob. This is how you cast, and this is how you wait patiently. What they're doing is they're indoctrinating you with repeat something until it becomes the truth, right? And this is brainwashing techniques from Nazi Germany. In fact, if you do a little research, you can find out that our school system is Prussian. It took us from being an expert who can run the whole factory to low skill workers who knows to run his machine, and he's low skilled, therefore low paid because he could be easily replaced and trained in one day. The new guy trained in one day how to run the machine.
Yep. I used to work in machine shops, and I know exactly what you're talking about.
And they didn't want you asking any questions, did they?
No, and they didn't want me being too smart for my own britches, like my father would say. so so I went from being on a big CNC machine. I don't know what exactly happened, but like I was really never afraid to try things that I thought were difficult, and they liked me for that. But I think I don't know. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I was too loud, too verbal, or something. But I went from working on this really great machine to them just having me load parts and pushing a button, and I was kind of pissed.
Yeah, I'd be pissed off with a job like that too. All right. So yeah, the whole gravity thing, as far as I'm concerned, like it's done. Like, is anybody going to be able to provide a better hypothesis than the one that I've provided tonight?
No, and I think it's an excellent one. And I was going to like add on to that. So, or I just ask you a question. So, what you're talking about specific gravity, it sounds like, and it also sounds like it's part of the buoyant force, which is actually a real force, whereas gravity is a pseudo force. It's not real, can't be measured. Like, can't do the scientific method on gravity because what do you manipulate? You can't stop gravity. You can't change the whatever. You know. So would you say that specific gravity is also a part of the buoyant force? Hank Hill? Still there? I don't know. It says I'm connected still. Anyway, anybody else? Hank might have dropped out if he's driving. Come back in, good buddy. Breaker, breaker. Calling Hank Hill. Okay, somebody else say something, so I don't think I'm on the Discord with 27 people and no one.
I hear you. I hear you.
Okay, good.
I also hear you.
Thanks. So what do you guys say about that? The buoyant force and specific gravity, are they part of the same thing? Because when you drop that anvil into Mercury, it's doing what? It's floating, right? And I would enter that it's the buoyant force pushing up on the square inches of the anvil itself. Or the
consider the medium that it's in also. It's also in Mercury, isn't it? It's completely different than water.
Yes.
And it's got different properties about it. Yes.
But is it still the buoyant force that's keeping it on up?
I would say yes, because even in air, the buoyant force is keeping up. Planes.
Helium balloons.
Sure. I mean, there's not only buoyant force with helium balloons, there's something else with the gas. I think there's a lot about science we don't know. But this gas, because if you just take the rubber balloon without the gas and you just, drop it, it'll fall to the ground. Because it's got weight, it's got all this stuff. But you add some gas to it, you're not taking away anything, you're adding something to it. Now all of a sudden it's going up, right?
See, this is where the conversation can get really interesting, but we don't often go into it this deeply. Now, you just brought up something that made me have this thought about the helium balloon and how gases work. You sparked my imagination for a second here, and I started thinking, well, yeah, let's think about this. What do gases do, right? We know they move omnidirectionally. They move in all directions all at once, right? At a certain rate, depending on the surrounding medium or whatever you want to call it. Now, what exactly is it that's causing the entire helium balloon to go upward, even though the gases are trying to go omnidirectionally against the walls of the inside of the balloon? You see what I'm saying? What causes it to go, well, we know what causes it to go upward, but why does it go upward when the gases are trying to go omnidirectionally inside? But they only seem to be able to take the balloon in one vector upward.
Exactly. It doesn't go sideways or anything unless the wind pushes it. It does go upward. And, as mentioned before, the balloon before it had the gas weighs less than after you put the gas. You're not taking away anything from the balloon. You're adding weight to the balloon with gas, right? Helium, I guess, whatever. And it's going upwards with more weight, I guess. So that's very interesting to consider. Yes.
Yeah, which is actually astounding,
Right. Something only a, flat earther would think about, maybe.
Well, I think it's from these hours and minutes and hours or whatever we spend on here, days, weeks, months, years, discussing these things. You tend to start thinking about things a little bit differently, just like when I discovered that, holy crap, when I look across the water out here on the harbor, or all the way, further out onto a point 6 miles away, and I'm seeing waves breaking, you start getting different ideas about, wow, the earth is not anything like I thought it was. It's actually flat, just as flat as I see it is. Like sea level is level, horizontal plane. You know, the horizon line is a line, a straight line. I don't know. It just starts sparking your imagination to like, okay, well, what is it really? And so this thing about gases, why things go up, why they go down, or why they don't do either, is a fascinating topic.
Right, right. You know, I was thinking if, you know, the reason why regular people haven't come up, and I'm including us in this, is that with anti gravity, so to speak, you know, some kind of object that flies without propulsion of what we normally consider, right? Um, the only
Like a hot
reason
air
we haven't
balloon
come up with
or a
that is
zeppelin.
because we're trying to fight gravity, and gravity doesn't even exist. So we're thinking about it all wrong, isn't it? So if we changed our thinking about it, to take gravity out of the equation, I'm sure we'll come up with some kind of floating device.
Zeppelins, bro.
Yeah.
If
Hello.
you have a zeppelin, right, it's got a little tiny engine on it that propels you forward. But if you're in a hot air balloon, I asked them, how do you get around while you're up there? You know, and they said, well, we have a machine, a computer that tells us like where the different wind currents are at what altitude. And they say if we want to go in a certain direction, we get into that altitude and it takes us whichever way we want to go. So it's like, wow, if everybody had that computer that had their own hot air balloon, like you could literally visit the whole world for only like the cost of a hot air balloon.
Yeah. Yeah. No kidding. I already have like plans, like not drawn out plans in my head, which is where plans start off in our head, of dirigible, just like you're talking about, like a personal dirigible with a solid. It wouldn't be like a cloth or a canvas. It would be a solid dirigible. So if you bump into something, it would just bounce off. But that would you could go upward and then move with your little electric motor or whatever it is. You know, when you're on the ground, you could use solar or something to power the wheels.
Stony, hello, brother. I have a question, please.
Hello.
You guys are very knowledgeable, and I wanted to get your perspective on something I read in an article recently. So it's about NASA, and NASA is, I don't know if this thing is true or fake, but they said they are making a telescope at the end of the year, and this telescope like has the ability to see through black holes, and they say they could see through the past, and I don't know. Just wanted to hear your perspective about their new telescope by NASA. Thank you.
All right, so first of all, it's a time travel claim. Let's talk about time travel, okay? And this is one of them things where we've all seen it on TV, right? But the reason time travel couldn't happen is because it's not logical. Let me explain. Then you could kill your grandfather. And if you could kill your grandfather, then you'd never be born. But if you were never born, then how could you kill your grandfather? See, this is a script for a play or a movie. This has nothing to do with the reality, right? It's akin to, a story about bears that could talk and some Goldilocks bitch, being a fucking communist and falling asleep in their bed. What would they do, right? It's like that. It's just a story. It's ridiculous when you think about it.
Yeah,
So time
actually.
moves in one direction. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, no, I was just going to kind of, I didn't cut you off there, Hank, but at all. But I was I was going to add on to exactly that. So, to try to answer the question, Johnny, here's my take on it. Okay, I don't know everything about these telescopes that they're saying they're using, but I have read some information about the software that the images go through. It's quite extensive. These computers add layered imaging. They do color highlighting. They do all kinds of different things after the image. So you would kind of need to find out what they're doing post processing after they see the image. So along with what Hank was saying, they're looking up at the sky. Okay, so they're looking up into the sky. They're seeing these lights in the sky, and then here's what I believe, exactly like Hank said. They're making up the story afterwards. They're adjusting the software to create an image that suits their paradigm. That's my take.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. I think he's talking
Morning,
about
Roger.
the James Webb that's allegedly being deployed this year, right?
Yeah, that one. Yeah, I think so. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
like the Hubble. Go ahead.
Because I saw it in TikTok, so sorry about that.
Right. So we appreciate your kind words, that you said when you first got here. But I just had to destroy time travel because time only moves forward. The only time travel is when you take a nap, right, and you nap travel into the future. That's it. That's all the time travel there is. Right?
I agree with that. I think NASA is just trying to push an agenda, but thank you guys for the clarification. Thank you so much.
Right. So you want to talk about the black holes? Well, he didn't leave, did he? Did he leave?
What?
No, he didn't leave.
Oh, don't leave. Yeah. We want to talk about the black hole. So every time that these so-called scientists, right, they come up with a theory, it's often like this crazy, strange theory. And the reason for it is because they're trying to ad hoc, in other words, repair on the spot their explanation as to their narrative. And then someone points out a problem, right? So Einstein's equations for galaxies is where they came up with the black hole. You know why?
Right. Why?
Because there wasn't enough gravitation to hold the galaxies together. So according to Michio Kaku, he's a famous, I think, particle physicist or astrophysicist or something like that. He said that in cosmology, we have a crisis. In science, if you're off by a factor of 2 or 10, we call that horrible. But in cosmology, we're off by 10 to the 120th power. He said that's 10 with 120 zeros behind it. He said this is the largest mismatch between theory and observation in the history of science. So what they see is not the theory. So basically what he said was the galaxy is spinning 10 times too fast. And because of this, there's not enough gravity, there's not enough gravitation in the galaxy to hold the stars together. Because in the solar system, Mercury has the longest year, Mercury has the shortest year, and Pluto has the longest. But in the galaxy, it's opposite. The stars at the outer part, they have the shortest year, and the stars close to the center have the longest. So the stars on the outer part of the edge, allegedly where we are on the outer arms of the Milky Way galaxy, they're spinning 10 times too fast, and there's not enough gravitation. So some people have theorized about these supermassive black holes that create gravitational pull. And a competing theory, and not a lot of people know this, the competing theory is dark matter. And the reason that we have dark matter and black holes is because the math breaks down at the galactic level. It absolutely doesn't work. So if you take Newtonian's equations and you apply it to a galaxy, it falls apart. The galaxy literally falls apart in a computer simulated model. In fact, not by a little, by 10 times. So take children, put them on a merry-go-round, and find out what speed they fall off at, right? And then spin it 10 times faster and pray to your dark matter that it holds them on. Do you get the concept? There's missing force to hold the stars together. So when they say they're looking at a black hole, how could you look at a black hole? It's black. The reason they call it black is because you can't see it. It's just a theory, just like dark matter. Can you see dark matter? No, it's dark. It's dark, right? So how do we know these things even exist? Well, they have to exist if gravity's correct. But what if, and this is, this is pretty far out there, what if science was wrong? What if the first guy who said that you should wash your hands, what if he died in an insane asylum and everybody thought he was crazy, even though he presented facts and said, look, if you look at the people who are delivering babies, at the midwives, they don't lose the mothers. They don't die as often as you guys do. You lose mothers like crazy in the hospital. Maybe you should wash your hands. Well, they said he was crazy and he died from, I think it was gangrene or some sort of blood poisoning. He died in an insane asylum. And then now everybody says, wash your hands. So this is the guy who came up with the germ theory. He died in an insane asylum because the scientists had such a bias, they couldn't believe they were the ones killing the mothers because they were down in the basement cutting open dead bodies and they didn't wash their hands and they went upstairs and delivered the babies. And the flesh-eating bacteria that was decomposing the bodies got inside the mothers and the mothers died at a very high rate. So this is called orthodoxy, right? So the orthodoxy of the day, right? Some people might call it dogma, same thing. The orthodoxy of the day is that gravity, specifically Einsteinian gravity, is king. But we can demonstrate to you easily that specific gravity is the right gravity, and everything else is not even scientific. So the difference between a theory and a scientific theory is the scientific theory has been rigorously tested and validated via the scientific method. Any man can come up with an explanation of what he sees. Any village idiot can explain what he just saw. But only a scientific theory is considered reliable because of the rigorous experimentation and testing. So what they've done is they've kind of hijacked the ambiguity of the word theory, and they're saying that this whole gravity thing, this Einstein's special relativity, they're saying it's a theory. It's not even really a theory. It's more like a postulation. So would you like to understand the real gravity? Were you here a few minutes ago when I explained it? 30 minutes ago?
Yeah, I heard you, and you explained it. Thank you so much, man. You clarified everything, and most of the things you said, I heard some of it in the university debate when they had, when they were talking about like theories and the conceptions of theories, and they were using scientific references. So, yeah, I get you. So, thank you so much, because there is a lot of ambiguity, as you said. So, I understand now, and my mind is clear. Thank you so much, brother. I just wanted to clarify that thing because I wasn't very sure about what the NASA thing was all about. Thank you, bro.
Yeah, you're welcome very much. By the way, could you tell me your home country because I'm not familiar with your accent?
No, I'm from the Middle East, to be exact, the UAE, Dubai. Like.
Okay.
Dubai.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
but right now I'm in the University of Reading in the UK. So yeah, that's why I was listening to debates and stuff. And thank you, bro. Thank you.
Well, thank you, brother. I appreciate you sharing that information with me. Peace to you.
And thank you also for providing a contrast between somebody who is actually asking questions and wants to know things from somebody who is just avoiding answering questions, diffusing the conversation, distracting. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, we definitely like questions and people who are willing to listen to the answer. Well, even if he didn't believe me, it still would have been cool that he just listened. He didn't try to interrupt me. And then he thanked me for trying to answer. I don't know. It's just like every time you see common decency, it's like refreshing. Like, oh, like there are real people out there. And I'm not just surrounded by a bunch of Slim Shadys.
Right. That's why in the conversation earlier, not to go back on that, but maybe briefly it might be productive, that I start seeing how the conversation is either going to move forward or it's just going to stop, get derailed, and not go anywhere. So that's why after all that conversation with the previous gentleman, all of you guys were kind of leading him to a point, and then, I had the chance and I started seeing he's saying things, but he's not being asked to be specific about his statements. So I decided, well, I'm going to start asking him to be specific about the statement. And what that did is it brought the whole thing to a head that he's saying things that he has no basis for. And at that point, I was like, I'm done. Thanks. That was perfect because the audience got to hear that whole thing. That's really the point.
Yep. I mean, I would say it's most of the point because we're not trying to convince anybody of anything. If you come here and he says he's from from the Middle East, like I don't care what his religion is. I'm not trying to convince him of anything.
Yeah.
Right? It's the same thing with your heliocentric cosmology religion that you live on a spinning water ball. We don't care if you leave here and you still want to believe that the earth is a sphere. But when we have people here with different opinions, we can then have a debate and the audience can hear. What? No, it's trash. The audience can hear the debate and make up their own damn mind because I'd much rather have an informed audience than convince one person of anything.
That's how I ended up here.
You heard our arguments, didn't you?
Yeah, I decided to just listen to a few debates with an open mind. I was like, wow, flat case is actually pretty solid.
Yeah, but like here's the thing, like we're not opposed to like having people question us though. Like we actually we actually welcome that, like asking us questions or even, like coming right out as long as people are polite, and to come out and say, well, I'll just take the other side of it and say, like, if they just said, well, I just plain disagree with that, then we can move on and go, okay, well, what part of it do you disagree? And we can discuss that.
That's scientific. Yeah, you've got to critique the ideas and stuff, make them better.
And Master Chief, holy shit, I haven't seen you on here. Are you there, bro?
Yeah, man, what's up, bro?
Oh, man, we should talk.
Yeah, you have my number. You should always hit me a message.
Yeah, man, I will.
How is it going, everybody?
It's going pretty swell.
Man, how you doing, Enoch? I bet you missed that name. How you doing, bro?
Yeah, I've been good. I've been good.
You know what, man? I want to be real with you. I don't say this very much, right? Because I believe the word is very powerful and it shouldn't be abused. But I fucking love you, bro. Every time you come in here, man, you make me smile.
Hey, man, that's a powerful word, bro, and it puts a smile on my face to feel that people actually care about me and actually do want me around. So I appreciate you.
We do care about you, Enoch.
Yo, Master Chief, I remember you, man. Did you get married yet?
Yeah, I'm still in that process. Right now, I'm trying to learn Arabic.
Yeah, I know you want to go to Palestine too, right?
Yeah. Yeah, my whole goal is to learn Arabic right now at the moment, and then I'm trying. I don't know. I'm sitting here saying I can't memorize the whole book of the Quran, but I'm gonna do my best to try to memorize it. I'm trying my best to learn the language right now. And the language is pretty hard to. Some of it is a little hard.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you got this, man. You know why? because I know what it takes to sing and play at the same time. The brain power, the concentration that it takes to sing and play at the same time. And I'm more than confident that you can learn that language.
Also, when the Arabs write, they write from right to left.
Yeah, it's like Japanese.
Which makes sense to us lefties. But I don't know. They're still rubbing their hand if they're right-handed across the ink, though, which is the problem us lefties have had the whole time. So I don't kind of get that. I don't know. That probably threw all the right-hand people out there. Like, what the hell is he talking about? Rubbing your hand across the ink?
Nah, because I don't write from left to right, or no, right to left. I write from left to right with my right. I know what you meant.
I thought you wrote with your left hand.
Nah, because I'm not a lefty. I'm ambidextrous when I throw punches, but I'm not ambidextrous when it comes to writing.
I thought you were lefty when you ate and when you wrote.
Oh, no.
I'm alone with my left-handedness then, huh?
Yeah.
The way you said that. Yeah.
Yeah. I've been playing some Halos. That's fun. And now I'm at Platinum 4. Can't wait to get married. Oh, man.
So, Central Banker, do you have any questions?
Well, not really right now. Just thought I'd show up and just see where the chat is at.
All right.
Oh, sweet. The Earth is flat.
That's cool.
Yeah, it sure seems to be. So here I am. Here we are.
Yeah.
Here you are hanging out in a flat Earth Discord.
Amazing.
And it's crazy because the arguments make sense and it's actually verifiable.
Yeah, you don't get a lot of that out there in the world most of the time, so it's nice to be here.
Yeah.
Instead.
Yeah, especially if you look at mainstream media. And I'm not necessarily talking about the news, but I can give a good example from the news. Some foreign diplomat says that, peace is war, right? And war is peace. It's like, which foreign diplomat said this? We're not going to cite our source. Okay.
It's
good to know.
all inversion with these people. So if they say war, it means peace. If they say, if they say ball, it means flat. Round, it means flat.
Actually, that statement, Hank, I'm sure you're well aware, it's straight out of the book 1984.
Yeah, it is.
George Orwell.
So if they say you're whirling around at 66,600 miles per hour, you're actually just stationary.
That's a good way that's a good way to take whatever they say, man.
But get this though. So back in the 80s, Israel gave Iran intercontinental ballistic missiles. In other words, the kind that can hold nuclear warheads. So back in the 80s, they were apparently like some sort of allies, or at least doing business with each other. But now they're like immortal enemies. And, the news wants you to think that it's always been that way. Like, no, Iran was very different at one time before the Iran-Contra, right? It was very different. And it's only after the West has meddled with the Iran-Contra, and meddled with them, that now they've become so, I don't know, what's the enemy of the United States?
They had a CIA-backed coup there in the 50s, right? And then they got rid of the American-backed government, right? When they got the Ayatollah. Is that what happened?
Yeah, the new government is the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei.
Yeah. But it's probably some theater to an extent too. Like maybe behind the scenes they still kind of cooperate or whatever.
Lovely theater.
Yeah. Central bankers run this place.
I have a feeling I have an encyclopedia that you would like. Has anybody got my encyclopedia that I've been passing around? Well, I didn't write it, but I've been sharing it.
Is that the March of the Titans?
Yeah, you got it?
Yeah.
Will you send it to this guy? I think he would like it.
Yeah, let me see. I'll go find it. It's in my Google.
Did I give it to you, Sonny? I sent it to you? I must have.
Either you sent. I think I got it just from. I think you put it in the live stream and I downloaded it.
Oh, good job. Yeah, since he's so interested in the bankers,
Yeah.
he might be interested in the Titans.
I came to realize after a while though that they're probably just middle management here on the earth.
Oh
Actually,
yeah, the Rothschilds.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead. Sir.
Yeah, there's management level. They're not really totally in charge here.
I was just going to say, here's a really good tool. If you go up to the search, well, I don't know if this works on the phone, so I'm on a PC. But if you go into the search up in the upper right corner, you can just put in there from space and then at Hank. It should come up. Wait a minute. Oh, I'm blowing it. Hold on. Let's see here. Oh. Man. It should be. Yeah, I thought I knew how to do this really well, but I know what I'm doing wrong now.
I feel you. I can't Discord really myself.
What the heck? I did this so many times. Hold on a second. I'll retract for a second.
Hey, I just like archaeology. You know what I'm saying? I think archaeology is cool as hell. Anthropology, archaeology.
I think that's where the journey must have started for me. Was when I realized, like, the Sphinx having weather erosion on it that dates it to, far more ancient than what conventional archaeology says. I think that's where it started.
Like water,
I was like, wow.
Water erosion.
Yeah.
Okay.
In the desert.
Okay. Can I start again? Can I start again? So if you go to the search, you can type from : space Hank Hill, and it'll come. Hank Hill will come up. Click on Hank Hill, and then after that you go has : link, and it's going to bring up every link that Hank Hill posted. So here we go. Here's one on quantum mechanics. Here's one on open media projects, Fizz. Hold on, let me see. I'm fine. Don't mind me. Yeah, Hank has provided a lot of information in here. So, still looking. I'll be quiet while I'm looking. I'm going to find the link he posted.
Okay. Yeah, I haven't read the whole thing, but what I've been through, it's like, man, talking about getting around. Like, these dudes were getting around. And women. But, I mean, should I really even have to say that?
Nah. It all goes together.
Right. Can't have one without the other.
Yep.
I mean, Hank put something here, a couple of different links on how the word avocado actually comes from a word meaning testicle. Thanks for that information, Hank.
You're welcome. So when you eat, avocado, just remember you're eating Mexico balls.
So they're avocado tree balls.
Yeah, it literally translates to testicles in the Mayan language.
Ball Earth proven. Balls are the perfect shape. Nature seeks a ball.
Yeah, if
Hey,
you
Master
agree,
Chief.
sodomite.
Have a good night. Have a good night.
Do they rub each other with olive oil?
What's that?
I always wonder why they call it grease. Was it because they rubbed each other down with olive oil?
Yeah, I never really liked that as a name for a country.
Yeah, greasy bastard.
Never made me want to go there.
So I guess as a Texan, you could call us slits.
I think that's where I got to move to next.
Tonto, I need your slant.
I'm coming down to Texas.
Is it the political atmosphere in your state?
Yeah, it's actually worse than that. I'm not even in a state. I'm in communist Canada.
Oh, Canada.
Yep.
You know, you should remind the Canadians that they're the ones that invented the gaydar. And not to be so judgmental, eh?
Yeah. Yeah, they're a lost cause. They like their authoritarianism now. What's that?
Yes, they do. What about Alberta? Isn't the last Sebastian of hope?
It's the closest thing we have to something like that. But and the people there are okay, like culturally. It's sort of like that. The government sort of pretends to be like we've got Jason Kenney's the premier there. He's sort of like a wannabe DeSantis type of character, but he's not even close.
I kind of wonder if Don Santos, whatever his name is, if he's going to run against Trump and take away the Republican votes, and then we'll get another Democrat.
Yeah, vote splitting. Yeah, could be a problem.
Because is Trump going to put down his ego? Ha! Did I say that out loud? I mean, is Don Santo not going to take his only chance?
Yeah, he's been awesome for Florida.
It seems that way, but
yeah,
things not as seem.
Yeah, they're not. Yeah, I mean, it's just cool that he banned lockdowns and stuff like that pretty early on. But I didn't really look into it too heavily. Just seemed on the surface of it, it's better than anywhere else.
Yeah, at the surface level, yeah. But it's always the fine print. Lou was on here the other day, and he was showing us a bill that Mr. Santos signed, and apparently it said that they could arrest you and force you to take something that we're not allowed to talk about, and put you in a place where you can't leave. And it's like, oh, like this is all just, two steps back and one step forward.
Yeah. So he's just pandering, maybe. It's like a big show, but at the end of the day, it's everywhere is following the same agenda.
Yeah, that bill, Hank, it said whatever the health officer deems. So they could, if the health official or the health officer says you are a danger to your community, they can basically put you wherever they want.
Oh, so it's like, don't worry, guys, we're just giving ourselves this power, but, we don't have to use it.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're setting themselves up for the same kind of tyranny that they have everywhere else.
I think that eventually people are going to be like, I don't care what you deem, and there's going to, they're going to start a war, man. I hope it doesn't come to that. But
I actually thought it would have come to the, I thought it'd be worse by now, to be honest. So it's going okay.
Well, it's got to be a slow boil.
Yeah.
Because there's way too many of us for them to not do the slow boil process.
Yeah, that's for sure.
So
also think about how long
is
it's been going on for, right? It's almost like 3 years now.
3 years?
Yeah, 2-3 years now.
You mean this COVID stuff?
It's 2020.
Yeah.
It started in 2020.
Yeah, it's been 2 years.
Yeah, so it's like, fuck me. It annoys me so much.
Yeah, I'm just so sick of hearing about it.
That's
and
why
you said
people
you're in
come here,
Canada,
because
right?
we're not allowed to talk about it here.
Right. Yeah.
Turbo
Yeah, I'm not gonna
kickers.
say any like keywords that get you banned on YouTube or something.
I think I might have just done so. Sorry.
Oh, does the C word? Does the C word get you flagged?
Well, it's anything that could be deemed as fake news. And I've heard of people recently getting banned on Twitter from posting something from the American Heart Association. So if they could say something like the American Heart Association is fake news, I mean, you know.
Yeah.
Do you guys have a code word for it here?
Yeah, we say, well, we like boxing here. I don't know what you mean by code words, but there's the jab, right? And a lot of people in the MMA, they utilize the triple jab,
Oh
right?
yeah, okay.
COVIDs.
That's so good. Also, central banker, right?
Yeah.
Sure, I thought in Canada, right, you can't do anything if you haven't, been hit with the jab.
Yeah, for the most part, you can't really go anywhere. Like go out to restaurants, pubs, theaters, places like that.
Can you still do your shopping?
Well, to be honest, I just do it anyway, and some places don't care. Yeah, but shopping, yeah. They haven't banned anybody from grocery stores yet anywhere, I don't think. I think they might be starting to do stuff like that in New Brunswick. Like they're going to start giving grocery stores the option to.
I don't think grocery stores will go for that though, because you're gonna lose a fuck ton of customers.
It's just outrageous. You're even going to lose like normies, people that are on board with it. I think it's a step too far for most normies, even.
Yeah. What about employers though and employees? Like, do they have to, to work?
No, that's
Okay.
that's the screwed up thing. They don't have to. They don't have to take it. Just the customers.
Holy.
You can keep your job. You can still work in a pub, work in a restaurant, be a cook or whatever, but you can't go to one and eat.
Yeah, it's just you need that face covering and then you're good.
Yeah, I don't even do that.
Oh boy. Yeah, I'm in the UK and Boris Johnson, he's been talking about the government considering, mandatory,
Yeah. I heard that they backpedaled on their mandatory stuff.
I'm not sure actually. The last update I saw was just they said that they're considering it.
Yeah, because I thought like a couple months ago or something like that, maybe it was like early fall, they were going to implement the mandatory situation, but like they backpedaled on it.
Oh, well, I think they're reconsidering it because I think this was like a week ago or 2 weeks ago for Christmas. So,
gotcha. Yeah, they're going to keep trying to inch it along.
Yeah, I think it goes back to what Hank said, though, the slow boil, right? Like, just wait out another year and then, you have no rights unless you
do this thing.
Yeah. Go in the ring.
It's outrageous.
Get hit.
That's why I'm just not playing. I don't wear a mask when I go to a grocery store. Just not playing. Not playing pretend.
Yeah, I'm not either.
I'm going to be real with you. We're in the middle of a financial reset, collapse, whatever you want to call it. And the thing is that it's going down. There's nothing anybody can do to stop it. It's been a sinking ship for a while. When people are spending like $4 billion like it ain't nothing, right here and there, I said billion. I can't even talk right. Trillion. When people spend $4 trillion like it's nothing, I mean, it's going to collapse. And when it does, it's up to us how it gets reformed. Because I'm going to quote John Lennon. He said, if everybody wanted peace during the Vietnam War, we would have peace. He said, but instead, everybody wants a TV, so we have TVs instead. And I think there's a lot of, hidden meaning in there about the propaganda from the television, about the war and people buying it, buying the TV, then buying the propaganda instead of protesting the war. Because what is a war other than sacrificing your bravest and best genetics for bankers?
Eugenics. Well, dysgenics, really.
Isn't that
what control do we actually have, though? Like,
Well,
what can we do about the situation?
But before you say that, Hank, that number you're talking about, the money, it's over 80% of all the money printed has happened within the last was it year or 2 years? Over 80% of all of America's wealth printed in the last year or two.
Hyperinflation coming.
So I bet my bosses that I was telling about the repos, the bank repos. I told them about that before COVID in 2019. I was like, get out of cash. If you got any cash, file in. Get out of cash. And she was like, okay, we'll see. I was like, yeah, $75 billion a day, get out of cash. So I bet they love my ass.
It's going to be
Unless
worthless.
they didn't listen. If they didn't listen, I bet they fucking hate my ass.
Well, the communist government here gave me a benefit handout for the you-know-what. And I just traded it all in for Bitcoin. That was a pretty good idea.
No,
Thanks,
did you make
government.
some money?
Yeah. Yeah, I did
Nice
that.
one.
Yeah, right at the crash when the whole thing started last March 2020. And yeah, so thanks, Canadian government.
Well, I'll just go ahead and say it. I think the Bitcoin is one of those problem reaction solution. Israel has wanted a cashless society for a long time.
Yeah,
and
I
I'm
see
sure
it
the
headed to.
bankers.
I think it's headed to that place too, but I'm just using it to make money for now.
Oh, I'm not hating, bro. Do what you do.
Yeah, I mean it worked, but yeah, you're right.
I was
That's
just
where it's
saying,
going.
I bet the banksters would love to have everything on a pay app. That way, if you want to have a garage sale and you want to sell, 1950s guitar, you got to pay tax on that bitch.
Totally, yeah.
Even
all
though it
gonna be
was paid
digital.
in the 1950s when the guitar was originally sold. So basically, if you sell your underwear, it's going to be like selling a car. Somebody's going to have to pay tax on that used underwear.
Yeah, that's the purpose of this blockchain-based stuff, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it's supposed to be decentralized, but I think the issue is that the government is already like, if they wanted it to not be decentralized, they could be on it instantly. Like even half the fucking websites you use to buy crypto, you get taxed on anyway. You get,
Exchanges, yeah.
they take a cut. Yeah, exchanges. Same with stocks. Like you sell your shares, and then oh boy, what like X% goes to the government. Cool.
Yeah, and with Bitcoin too, every transaction is completely public.
Yeah.
And like anybody can look at anything that was bought or sold on the blockchain.
So it's kind of like the meme. I made $1,500 on the garage sale this weekend, and it's Debo from Friday, and it's like, you mean we made $1,500? That's the U.S. government,
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
Yeah, well, it's worth it for a quick buck for now, at least. I'm a central banker, I gotta play these games.
Got to do what you do, right?
Yeah.
I just remember everybody always talking about Ozzy Osbourne, about how he's a Satanist. But I look back at War Pigs, the song, and I think to myself, like, how can he be the Satanist? Like, obviously, the people he's singing about in War Pigs, like, those are the bad guys, right? Not Ozzy. Ozzy was at least ringing the bell.
Maybe it's like that situation where they have to tell you, the karma's on you if they tell you what they're about and you just consent to it anyway.
Satan laughing spreads his wings. Oh, Lord, now.
Yeah, they told you. They warned you. This is your fault that you're going along with all of it. I've had plenty of fair warning. I mean, not you, like, the public.
Right.
Yeah, I was going to ask a question about that, like, specifically to Hank. Like, do you have any cool examples of, like, blatant subliminal messaging where it's, like, it's clear, that, like, they're just mocking the general public?
Masks.
Oh, yeah. I could show you how it started with
Like your best
television.
example.
So
Your best example off the bat. Just want to
yeah,
hear
I
it.
got it. I got it. So in the early days of television, there was only 3 channels, and at the end of the night, they would play like some American song, like "America Beautiful," or I can't remember the song. But if you take it and you watch it at like a quarter of the speed, the lyrics come up on the thing, and when they fade out, it's literally got like pro-government propaganda, like "Trust your government," "The United States
Oh,
is
that's
good."
disturbing.
So
That's disturbing.
yeah, yeah. So when you so it's like the sign off for American television in the 1950s or something like that. And it's like I think it's maybe it's the national anthem, and then there's like pure words as they're fading away, they turn into another message before they fade. So yeah, that's clear programming.
You actually see it everywhere, though. Logos, pop music, just
Oh yeah.
everywhere. Like posters, it's all around you. Shows,
Little kids
everything.
shows and stuff too, so they get you.
Young age, yeah.
Cartoons and stuff are full of symbolism and programming.
Oh yeah, I can show you
And
a
it's just repeated
1933
exposure.
Popeye episode where Popeye uppercuts Bluto or whatever his name is, the bad guy, and it zooms out, and Bluto makes an orbit all the way around the Earth, and then it zooms back in, and he lands right in front of Popeye. So it's like all the way back in 1933, they were giving you patriotic Popeye, join, be a sailor, because what was going on in 33? The New Deal had already started. Right? They had already started boycotting goods. Germany had to go through transitional phase.
Oh yeah.
I'll be right back. I'll make a phone call.
Damn, time to live off grid, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, they just get you so steeped in propaganda from such a young age that you just don't even know that you're in this matrix of nonsense.
Yeah.
Movies and stuff, they're the worst. It's not entertainment, it's mind control.
For the most part, yeah.
So many subtle narratives and things that are just slipped in there. And if you're not paying attention to them or your eyes aren't open to them, you don't notice at all. But it's subtly and slowly shaping the way that you see the world.
You know what's
Yeah, and
messed
it's
up, though?
What's that?
Sorry, I was
I'll
going
go
to say
on.
that, yeah, just real fast. Neurolinguistic programming can be used for good, but they choose to use it for evil.
Luciferians.
Exactly, bro. Sorry, go ahead, my British friend.
Yeah, they don't think it's evil though because they think it's the great work. And you hear these people in these what are actually guilds, Guild, guilds, like the Guild of Dionysus, all these different guilds, which Hollywood is part of these guilds. They've been here for centuries upon centuries. They all call it the Great Work.
I've heard the communists call it the Long March, the Great Work. I'm sure the Knights of Malta and the Knights of Columbus call it something else.
Yep.
It goes quite fucking deep, though. It's on your currency, it's just fucking everywhere.
Yeah, everywhere. That's true. Yeah,
Every advert you want, every.
If
it's
you
funny
even
that you don't.
I'm
Go ahead, sorry.
I was just going to say I'll quit after this, but if you just look at the subliminal messages from Disney, it's incredible how much there is. But I wanted you guys to go check out BitChute. There's something called The Fall of the Cabal,
Yeah.
1 through 10. Now, if you don't like the nitty gritty of
like what's going on behind the scenes. Like some of it may be a little heavy, but
satanic stuff.
Worse, like pedophilia.
But Sonny, isn't that Q thing?
It talks about Q, but it's not a Q
Right.
thing. Yeah.
Okay.
But even the nasty stuff, though, it's just a harsh reality to me. It's like, you know.
Plus, all this info was all out there before Q, long before Q, decades ago. Stuff was out there in the 80s. People were making documentaries about the elite pedophilia and stuff.
Yeah, I've seen one.
Conspiracy of
this lady-
Silence?
No, not that one. This blonde lady was talking about stuff that she had endured, right, as a MK Ultra, and being like a slave for the elite. And she talked about being used and abused, and then she subjected herself to like proof to show that she had been mutilated in areas that most ladies would not want to reveal.
Yeah.
I've seen 1980s like VHS tape stuff. Like it's been out there for a while.
Yeah.
Also, Hank, by any chance, is she dead now?
Yeah, she's dead.
Is that Kathy O'Brien?
I think so.
Was it a mysterious
Yeah.
death by any chance as well?
Yeah, I think so. It was the lady. She was a blonde lady. She had a really big boyfriend, and he ended up dead too.
Wow. Coincidence.
Yep. There was a lot about the handlers very high up in the entertainment and government. Yep. Yeah, they had to get rid of that.
Also, like Hank and Sonny, do you guys like believe in these like elitists, quote unquote elitists, like that sort of run the world?
It's a cult.
Well, it's the banks.
I don't think
no secret.
I don't think there's any questioning about that. I believe if you don't think that that's a thing, then you're either ignorant or you're just naive.
So let's look at
100%.
Before 9/11, right? There was like 7 or 8 countries that didn't have an IMF Federal Reserve type of bank, right? And what were these countries?
Iran.
You know? Iran, Afghanistan.
Libya, yeah. Any of the countries trying to go off of their fiat currency, they'll bomb the shit out of you or assassinate you, like Lincoln and Kennedy.
So what did Germany shut down in the 1930s? Central banks.
Yeah, this whole World War II thing needs to be looked into quite a bit deeper. I found some information that I found pretty shocking that I didn't know about. I don't know if I have a link or a video or anything about it, but the reason Hitler was there is not why most people think. I'll give you a little clue. His grandmother worked for the Rothschild estate in the mansion.
It's a controlled opposition. Hegelian dialectic.
Now here I'll just spill it real quick in a short sentence. Hitler was put in place by the Rothschilds to create this Jewish state Israel.
Oh yeah, the Havara agreement and stuff. Yeah.
So if he whether he did or did not kill all these Jews, regardless, the reason he was put there is to create this thing where everybody goes, "Oh my God, the Jews are being slaughtered. We need to give them what they want. They want their own home state." That's the whole thing. That's all.
They had to populate the place, right?
About selling your soul to the devil. Have you heard the new song from a conspiracy music guru?
I haven't heard it.
It's very nice. I sold my soul to the devil, and it's talking about, I think, Bob Dylan.
Term.
Yeah, the chief commander or whatever.
Chief commander, yeah. I will post a link to that music video recently put out
Saw
because
that.
it's amazing.
Pretty amazing.
I think this Alex Michael, he's a very talented artist, and it's great work he's doing, like in his music to prevail, or what it's the word in English, to show the people that kind of so-called hidden things in his music.
Yep, bring him to the light. I'm going to link a documentary in the chat that might be good for you guys. It's like this Freemasonry expose by this X Factor winner guy who defected from the whole thing, and lots of pretty good info. I'll just post it. Oh, no preview.
Wow, there's the whole thing, man. 1 through 10. They have a sequel to this too.
Which one?
The fall of the Cabal. I just
Gotcha,
put a link. 55. Yeah.
I hate it when it won't show the preview. No one wants to click it if they can't see what it is.
Just give it a little caption or something. Oh, dude, it's just Rick Astley. Come on, man. Also, there's like another thing I wanted to mention. This whole like all the little like secret. Well, they're not. Well, there's secret meetings, but everyone knows about them. Like the Bohemian Grove and all the other ones.
It's hard
Like,
to get invited, though.
There's videos of them literally wearing like tribal costumes, doing these like fucked cult rituals, and then the way they explain it to the public is like, oh, it's secretive, it's like tradition, it's like we just get drunk or something. Like,
it's just what rich people do for fun.
Yeah, like what the fuck? Who's believing that? Who is believing that?
Anybody who watches the TV still.
Exactly.
It's part of that special club that we're not in.
Yeah, exactly. They had George Carlin on TV, and TV watchers still just don't get it.
He's the man. So yeah, a couple of groups, the Bilderbergers, the Bohemian Grove, the Trilateral Commission that counts on foreign relations. Let me see. I'm missing one.
World Economic Forum.
Yeah,
Are they
that's
all
true.
American, by the way?
The World Bank.
Council of 300.
Council 300 that's where it all starts, actually, I think.
I think they filter people into the inner circle through Freemason lodges too.
These places have in common, right? They're unelected officials that are making rules that govern you that you have no say in whatsoever.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It's just a big illusion, a big show.
Yep.
Also, another way I've heard it too is democracy is ruled by mass media because they just use it to condition people's thoughts and beliefs, and then they go out and vote the way that they're told to.
Yeah, it's really interesting. Wow.
Yeah, but also think about this, right? Like, they could easily like you really have no control, right? Like, if you vote for like blah blah blah, like you're not, they have a manifesto maybe where they promise stuff, never happens though. It's like, does it even matter who you vote for?
Probably not. I think it's all controlled.
In 2004, if you elected Kerry, you elected a Skull and Bones member.
Yeah.
If you elected Bush, you elected a Skull and Bones member.
Exactly.
So how is there two sides?
Well, Citigroup owns one and Goldman Sachs owns the other.
No. It's not important about who you vote for. It's important that you participate in the charade.
Right.
That you feel like you have choice, freedom.
Right. And if it doesn't work out for you, well, you got 4 more years and you can try again. Okay, we'll just wait. We'll kick the can down the road for 4 years.
So check this out.
That's the biggest mind control. Go ahead.
Did you guys know that we didn't vote for our senators until 1913?
Representative government.
All right, and we still don't vote for the education system. It's just there.
Whatever they want to give you. Here's what you have to learn.
And we didn't have an income tax at all from 1776 or 1781 all the way till 1933.
Oh, World War II, basically, yeah.
I always
I
thought
think
it was
covered this like ages ago, but like
no, World War One.
They teach you anyway is bullshit. Most of it.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, World War One. You're probably right. That's
what I thought it was. Yeah, I thought
Federal Reserve Act, right?
Yeah, 1913. Wilson, and just right after that, he gets him into the war that he said he wouldn't get him into, and
The Creature from Jekyll Island. You guys watched that, right?
I know the story, so I never watched it, but I mean, I've heard the story so many times in other documentaries and stuff.
So I never went swimming until I was like in my 30s at the ocean. I'd been to thousands of lakes or whatever, lots of pools. But the first time I go, I was on a flatbed with my brother. We ran out of time, and we basically had to park it for like a day and a half. We couldn't move anymore. So I was like, "Hey man, you want to drop the trailer and just hope that nobody steals it, and let's just go to the ocean, man." We went to the ocean, right there close to the border of Georgia and Florida, in Georgia. And when I went back and I looked at the map after I'd already made it home, it's like it was a Saint something beach right there near the border, and it was right next to Jekyll Island. I was like, son of a bitch. Like, I can't even like go to the ocean without, somehow being involved with these fucking banksters.
Snakes are everywhere.
Mm-hmm. The sad part about it is he told you he was a snake.
Yeah, I mean, they gave you everything you needed to know. So karma's on us. Got to blame ourselves at this point. We walked right into it.
You knew I was a snake before you let me in.
It's the first thing we told you, basically. Right there in the Bible. Genesis, right at the beginning, basically.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. John chapter 8.
Yeah. So right off the bat, you're being told that you've been infiltrated and subverted, and yeah, well, those are just fairy tales, though.
Yeah, they're not to be taken literally. If you guys were in here earlier when that guy was saying that, the Bible is just metaphors.
They've put a lot of work into discrediting it, so I mean, it goes back to that inversion thing that we were talking about before. They say war, it means peace. They say round, it means flat. They say the Bible sucks. Well, I think it's a safe bet. I'll place my bets on it.
Yeah, the thing is that a lot of people say that, the Bible was created by the Romans and the Council of Nicaea. And it's like, it's a very shallow understanding. What it has when you're talking about the translations, okay? Yeah, they've been doctored. But it turns out that the Greek New Testament is the most valid text in the world. And I can explain why. You want to hear it?
Yeah, for sure. It was written in Greek, wasn't it? Originally?
Yeah, yes, the Greek New Testament, yeah. Okay, so there's this guy with a whole bunch of letters after his name, and I don't remember his name, but he's from Dallas, which is where I was born. And I can cite my source when I'm done, but I'm not looking for it now. But basically, all the letters after his name, he's like a scholar, right? So he's like one of the top scholars in the States. And he said there's 3 criteria for these manuscripts that we test the validity. The first criteria is the number of copies, because you could be like Dan Brown and go in the Vatican and change the original, but you can't change 5,000 copies, right? You can't dig up the grave. Well, this is my part. I added this part, actually. You can't dig up the grave and take the Book of Mark off of the mummy's face that they recently found in the past decade and change it to make it match all the other copies and then bury it again until somebody finds it, right? Because if you don't know it's there, you can't change it. So I added that part. But basically what it boils down to is you can't change all the copies. So 5,000 copies. So then it's the accuracy between the copies. And in the Greek New Testament, it's 99.6% accuracy. So it's like the exact same lethality, except for the opposite as the COVID X. That's up. So yeah, it's 99.6% accurate. And then the third criteria is the number of years between the events happening and them getting written down. So with Alexander the Great, it was 500 years. I think with the Iliad, it was like 15 copies. And I can't remember the third thing he said. But like nobody questions Alexander the Great. And he was basically saying when people, say that Jesus Christ never existed, he said they're either lying or they're incredibly ignorant. Right? Because if we throw out the story of Jesus Christ, we literally have to throw out like all of history. Because when it comes to the Greek New Testament, we have a wealth and embarrassment of data. It's embarrassing how much data we got with the Greek New Testament. That no other manuscript even comes close. So he was saying that basically you can argue, did Jesus walk on water? Did he raise from the dead? But you can't really argue whether or not he existed.
Okay, but what are your thoughts on the whole Jesus walked on water then? What are your thoughts?
So, you have to understand this is a science server, and we usually try to avoid the religious topics and keep that off of the thing. But I'll go ahead and tell you, I believe that there's
more. I'll remember next time then.
That's all right. It's just personal things.
Yeah, I get that. Yeah,
don't need to really be on the live stream, but I'll go ahead and answer, right? So we're not going to get into a conflict because you're just asking me what I believe, and you're not going to rebut me. Right? So I believe that there's more to this world than just material. And I believe that humans have this amazing potential that they don't unlock. So we've had a few amazing humans. Edgar Casey was one of them. He could do things that were incredibly, incredibly advanced. And he was supernatural, right? If you know anything about them, the sleeping prophet. There's been other people in the world, like there's some people that can withstand like crazy amounts of electricity and it doesn't bother them. So that's like a superhuman feat. Stan Lee's Superhumans was one of those shows, right? That this guy could take so much electricity that it would kill the regular person, right? And then there's other people that have other like seemingly superpowers. So if this
Moving a
guy,
car over a baby or something like that. People
yeah.
unlock a tap. Like, yeah, they just, yeah.
So if this guy was the Son of God, how would you authenticate that message? Right? If you were the creator and you sent your son for reconciliation, for the relationship between the Most High God and mankind, wouldn't you send him with a little proof so that he didn't just have to go and die for no reason? You would want to send him with authentication, kind of like they did with the seals and the wax in the old days.
Yeah, I feel that.
So what would his authentication be? He'd be able to back up what he's saying. If he claimed to be the Son of God, he'd be able to back it up with me. So I believe that Christ literally walked on the water, raised the dead, and died for your sins, and raised on the third day, and is alive forevermore and sits at the right hand of the Father. That's what I personally believe. That Jesus Christ is the most high priest, according to the book of Hebrews, after the order of Melchizedek forever, in Psalms 110. He's the high priest of the Most High God.
I need to look into the Christian stuff a bit better.
Yeah, thanks for sharing that, by the way.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks. I'm there with it for sure. And but with me, a lot of it is like, it's just version stuff we were talking about. They tell you to go left, so I'm going right. They're constantly, trying to smear Christianity all the time. So
yeah, atheism
it's probably not a bad thing.
Is growing in popularity.
Yeah, and heliocentrism has probably been the biggest catalyst for atheism ever. I mean, just doesn't really seem to be room for a god in that picture. And so when you realize it's a bunch of Luciferian Freemasons that put all this together, it starts to make sense.
That's the thing with Christianity, right? Most Christians go by some kind of an orthodox system of doctrine, right? While not even really truly testing out their doctrine to see if it actually rings true. Usually these doctrines go from a single verse, like Catholics. This goes from Paul being the first pope, right? Basically the dogma law of whatever you, Paul, hold true on earth, I will hold true on heaven, right? It's one of those kind of deals. So if man's doctrine is not sound, then it is folly, right? So anything that goes against Christ as being Messiah is folly. Anything that goes against keeping of the law is folly, right? Because that's what sin is. You have to strive not to commit sin.
Right.
You're going to fall short.
Yeah, and so the gatekeepers and controllers here that are trying to lead me away from Christianity are all about sin. So,
well, I have nothing really in common with mainstream Christianity. I don't do Easter, Christmas, Halloween, none of those pagan holidays which have nothing to do with Christianity.
Yeah, it's subverted.
That's what they do. The same kind of tricks that they use for people who watch the TV. This is the mainstream version of the way the world works on the mainstream TV. Is the same way of a mainstream religion. The generalized, when really the true roots of it are probably vastly different type of thing.
Right,
yeah, it's literally a business as well. Holidays are a business.
Another thing I like to tell people too.
That's what it's turned into, is a corporate.
They've used the church also to degrade Christianity too and ruin its reputation, because like people associate the Vatican with Christianity, but the Pope is no more Christian than George Bush is a Republican, right? These are figureheads. Right, like, figure it out.
Here's the other thing: modern day atheists are born from space and the spinning ball and gradual over time. You know, dinosaurs turn into oil.
Right. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, it makes perfect sense now.
And then they'll also then say how ridiculous it is because obviously the Earth has been there for 4 billion years. So you think that it all got created in 2,000 years ago?
Yeah,
cool
of course
story,
it's
bro.
here. We all saw it sitting here for 4.5 billion years.
More like 11, maybe 10,000, 11,000, somewhere around there, Ice Age.
I have one comment about Christianity and flat Earth because when I found out that the Earth is flat, it's not a spinning space ball. It went straight into the Bible, and at once I knew that the Bible is 100% true, and I gave myself to the Jesus. So my personal path to the God went through the flat Earth. That's why I'm here.
Why do you think I'm here? Why do you think I'm here, bro? Because I can use, not really the scientific method, right? But I can use, what they call knowledge, right? And science and everything to prove that this place, was created, right? We can prove this place is created. You can go outside and take measurements over water, and you can prove that this place is created because the story is it was created by gravity, and that was created by a Big Bang. When the truth is, if anything was in that gravitational well before the Big Bang happened, that gravitational well holding all the dark matter, the dark energy, the antimatter, and the matter of the universe in one spot, the only thing that could escape that gravitational well would be light. Well, what was the first thing? Let there be light. See? And a lot of people, like, when you think about it like that, as an atheist, it must be like, so how did anything else escape that gravitational well? Well, that would have took an act of God, wouldn't it?
I think so.
It's like this whole thing though, like
What
what
is
came
life?
before the Big Bang? Like what did come before the Big Bang?
So it's real simple. When you look at the Bible, in the beginning, time, God created the heavens, space, and the earth, matter. So before that is kind of like talking about what was DOS doing, back in the 1940s. Well, there was no DOS. So, right. So it's like, what was Windows 10 thinking about in the 90s? There was no Windows 10. So it's really hard to conceptualize something existing outside of, time, space, and matter. But as far as I could tell, there has to be, because the information theory, also you can Google the terms functional sequence specified complexity, because we all know the difference between a sand dune and a sandcastle. An ornate sandcastle on the beach, right, is something magnificent. And you would never say to yourself, my God, how long did it take nature, Mother Nature, and the winds and the waves to create this ornate sandcastle? You would never say that. There's not an idiot on the planet that's a true atheist. We all know that information, especially when there's specified complexity, like white blood cells and T cells and helper T cells that help the T cells, like when there's stuff like that, platelets to keep you from leaking out, right, to make a Band-Aid, all this stuff that the specified complexity, we know that it has to have a designer.
So it's sort of like the old hurricane through a junkyard analogy where it makes a jumbo jet.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Exactly.
Yeah, gotcha.
You know that it can
Yeah,
never happen.
It's like this, like what's the actual theory called? Like the is like it's not perfect design. It's something like that. Like snowflakes. They seem designed. They're quite
Okay.
perfect.
That's the second
Geometrical.
level of. Yeah, that's the second level of complexity. So the first level is just regular complexity. The second level is like crystals or snowflakes or fractals, right? Those exist in nature. We know that crystals aren't exactly alive, but they grow, right? So that's kind of the second level, right? The third level, and I'm sorry I can't remember the second level, but the third level is what I talked about, the specific functional sequence specified complexity. So the complexity is specified as to where the because it's all about the information theory. Information doesn't come out of nowhere. It's all about the functional sequence. Okay, so if you got just a regular genetic code, right, from any animal in the world, let's say tarantula, and you alter a few numbers and letters here and there, well, we call that cancer, right? That's what mutation is usually, right? That's called cancer. Not good for you. So if you take the genetic code and the sequence and you look at it, it's like this is a functional like code. It's like perfect, and the thing reproduces all on its own. Like this is really cool. Like imagine what it would take for us to create dolphins out of like computer code, like a functional species of dolphins who get together and hump each other and protect humans from sharks. Like a fully functional, like we created that. Like what would it take? And the thing is, if you think about it like this, what would it take for us to move the really big stone at the Baalbek, Lebanon? It would take 19 cranes to move that stone today. So guess what it took however many thousands of years ago when they put that rock there? It would take the exact same amount of technology and power to move that stone today as it would back then. So what would it take for us to create the dolphin, the species of dolphins or whatever? Like it would take that much input and design and planning and everything to create the dolphin back then. So it's obvious to me that you wake up in the world as a mankind, as a race, and say you're a Native American or some sort of indigenous person, you go outside of your teepee and you kiss your wife and kids and say that you'll be back, and you go fishing and you can drink the water because the gold and silver is in there, and silver has anti-inflammatory, antimicrobial, antifungal, antiviral properties. So you can literally drink out of the river because they haven't panned all the gold and silver out yet. And then you can go hunting for deer, and everything you need is right here on the earth. It's almost like this place is an ant house for humans.
It's almost like this place is the Garden of Eden.
And it's been defiled, bastardized.
Exactly. I love Hank, what you said. You know, I love what you said. And but when you said like 19 cranes, it would take at least 19 cranes, or like you said, some unlocked superpower that we're not even aware of. That might be something very simple. We just don't know how to do it. You know.
Yeah, there's probably more efficient means of harnessing energy and stuff like that than what we use.
Exactly. So like but we can't even comprehend it right now because we're taught that this is where the peak of technology.
Probably your hair.
I think we've fallen a long way, personally.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. But I wouldn't hang. You know, it takes at least 19 cranes. So they had to have had at least 19 cranes or something crazy back then.
You know what they understood back then, though, is the true nature of the Earth. So they probably understood how to tap into its, its principles.
No, exactly.
Yeah. And we're totally lost. We think we're on a space testicle. So you starting from that point, you're not going to be.
What gives me hope, though, there's got to be people out there that do know. Someone out there, there's probably just secret labs working on shit all day, every day about all kinds of cool, crazy stuff that we're just, not privy to at all.
Well, the controllers know. They know, and they use these principles to their advantage, but they withhold that information from us, so they get to have the upper hand.
Right, exactly. But what gives me hope is that if somehow their lab could just be, raided, and all of a sudden this technology could all of a sudden be free to, it could be very simple, I don't know. You know what I mean? Like
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, hopefully we don't have to instead of being downgraded or degraded for many decades, we don't have to take that many decades to get back there. It can just be right quick. I don't know. That's my hope anyway.
Yeah, that's kind of my understanding of it too, is that the truth of it probably is quite simple and that we're just putting complexities out of something kind of just stupid and misguided here.
A grain elevator and a Pharaoh's wheel.
What you talk about, Willis?
Talking about they poured the material where they on site. They use the thing to take each amount. Each amount you put in one portion of a Pharaoh's wheel lifts the next. And you keep going, you keep going, you keep going, you keep going. It's a never-ending cycle.
They've got us searching in all the wrong directions.
Yeah, and you use it for endless material, and you just keep piling it up, and you pour it, and you make your shit on site.
It's not our fault though.
But the pyramid's not just the only problem. There's all kinds of places in the ground that, I mean, you could also, not liquefy or shape or change the nature of the material you're working with too, and shape it however you want, possibly with whatever technology they had. And it just there's all kinds of different things that it could be. The point is that we know that it's what it's not.
Yeah, so we got a place to start from at least.
Yeah, if you guys
if
were
more people
curious,
just realize what it's not. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, bro.
Makes the scriptures
Sorry.
Bible.
If you guys are more curious about the functional sequence specified complexity, Huey has that on his channel, on his website, I mean. So if you go to his channel, Quantum Racer, you can find his website, and it's in there. And you can do your own research, obviously. Sorry for interrupting, and thank you so much, guys, for letting me finish. Sorry I interrupted.
No problem.
Yeah. This is all at the same time. I love that. I just love that analogy, right? That's all you need to know. All you have to picture is either the sand in the sandcastle, or a hurricane in jumbo jet helicopter, whatever you want to call it. Or if you see a truck in the woods buried, someone left it there. Obviously, it didn't grow there.
Yeah, and they say the irreducible complexity has been debunked. Really? Show me a mousetrap with one piece missing. Show me a mousetrap without a spring.
Yeah.
And let's see if it's really debunked. Show
what
me
they
a
mean
mousetrap without a blank.
Debunked is just something that they do by dropping the word debunked.
Or a bicycle without the chain.
They just say it's been debunked, and that's basically the end of the argument. I debunked that.
Did they provide any evidence though, or anything, or
about as much as Mick Toon did in like one of the Witsit debates against the Swan?
So
just like none.
When they
He
debunk something, this is what they do when they debunk. They take the straw man version, the most ridiculous straw man version of the argument, and they debunk that, and then they call it debunked.
Yeah, and then they declare victory, and they don't address anything else you say from there, and they just keep repeating, "I debunked you."
Mm-hmm.
And your original argument's just ignored.
Yeah, they never address that. They just they attack something you never said that anybody could take down, and that's how it goes.
Yeah, how many people come in here and ask us about the edge of the Earth, and they want us to defend that? Did we ever claim there was an edge? Right? It's like, where's the edge of your Earth? Shouldn't there be like a geometric horizon? Shouldn't there be a spherical edge where we can't see past?
Yeah, talk about shifting the burden, and also just how lazy is that too? Like, this is one of the first points, basically, that they could look up for themselves and find the answer to.
It's not laziness. It's an absolute declaration of their indoctrination.
Affirmation.
Yeah, it is.
Thank you. That's an affirmation of their indoctrination.
Yep.
Yeah, they just squawk these things off without even thinking about them.
Exactly. We all thought the same thing here.
Well, to be fair, I said the same thing. I said the same thing.
Yeah, I did too. Yeah, for 35 years I said this thing.
Affirmation of their indoctrination, affirming the consequent ain't equal to an experiment. We're going to need some facts, or your shit is whack.
I like it. No, I like it.
Spitting bars.
Somebody wrote that down. Mike is going to need it for later.
Yeah, I mean, I remember thinking stuff like that too, like having like the weakest like arguments against it when I started hearing about this stuff years ago. Like, oh, so every other celestial body in the sky, it's spherical but not the Earth. Just a complete misunderstanding of what the argument claims.
The boats going over the horizon, like the mast is, and then when you hear exactly the NASA, the fucking chief, whoever the fuck in NASA is saying the exact same indoctrination, it's insane.
Yeah, and it's also circular too. It's like, well, how do you know the other celestial bodies are the way that they say they are? Because the people who told you that this one is like this said that those ones are like that too, right? And to prove it, they showed you CGI pictures, which they themselves admit that they comped together out of thousands of different images and wrapped around a ball and all this stuff, and so the whole thing just kind of falls apart.
Someone literally texted, in messaging, right? Someone said the other day, literally, if you just, bro, if you don't believe what the smart people are saying, I don't know what to do. I can't help you. It's like, for a second time after saying, he said it once before. I said, no, that's called appeal to authority, and that's a logical fallacy. Try again, and he said, literally, just repeated himself, and it's like.
What they're saying too is like, I can't use my own brain, so I need someone else's brain to do this thinking for me.
Well, no, it's not that they're saying because again, they've been conditioned, they're indoctrinated to once numbers get up to past the millions and billions, that's too many zeros. I'll let the nerds figure that out.
So it's a modern day religion, and they're listening to like a modern day priesthood.
Mm-hmm. And school is essentially modern day. I don't know. What's the
Mass
word?
priests.
Yeah, right.
But everyone's told the same thing, right? And like, you just don't want to be different, right? People are scared to be different. They don't want to be judged.
It's the same, yeah.
Crazy.
It's like that all the way through life. Right at the beginning in school, everybody wants to be the cool kid, hang out with the cool crowd and stuff.
Well, no, but again, it's not even that. It's from preschool. It's from what dictator said it best? I can't remember his name. Give me a kid from
Lenin. It was Lenin.
Yeah, right. From 1 to 7, and I don't care who teaches them after that, because once you instill those core beliefs, you're done. And now preschool and pre can they're giving it free to the state. We just basically just give your children to the state. And if you don't, everyone else is gonna, you're the odd one because everyone else has been given over to the state.
You didn't put your kid in school? That's bad.
It sucks. My mom, both my parents are teachers. My whole family, all of them are teachers. I was a substitute teacher back in the day. It's
try to infiltrate the system there. Slip some truth in.
Well, that's what I'm trying. It's so hard because they're so they are the ones that are best at regurgitating the propaganda. So to get through, it's just layers of
We need to get masses of people defecting from the system. Tall order, I know.
I mean, in a way, it is kind of happening now. It's whatever this reset is waking up a whole bunch of people, but is it enough? Hopefully, yes.
I hope so. Eventually, in the end, it'll end up the way it's supposed to. Whatever that means, I guess.
Yeah. No. Right. I don't know. It's like, and this is a riddle of a realm, isn't it?
Yeah. And I don't know, it's almost like humanity's being refined too. Like we're getting to a point where if you're not going to figure it out, survival is going to be pretty difficult for you unless you're able to depend on these elites. You're going to be completely at their mercy, and when they want to do away with you, you'll be gone. So I don't know. People are going to have to take some responsibility over their own world and figure it out. And the rest of them, I guess, will unfortunately be thrown to the fire or something like that.
You give too much credence or credit to. They're going to be too busy trying to find jobs or find literally, any way to survive that they're not going to take responsibility. CNN says that NASA said it's a black hole. Okay, sure, okay. I still need a job, or I still need food, or I'm still gonna. There's still all these survival needs that need to be taken care of for so many people. We can't even get friggin' water to goddamn. We can't get water to places.
The problem is that people have been relying on psychopaths for all those things for so long, though, and they should have seen that. They should be seeing through that by now, and trying to set themselves up to be.
Helsinki syndrome. Helsinki. What is it?
Stockholm.
That's the one. I always get it wrong because of fucking Die Hard. I love that movie, and he gets it wrong in the movie. I can never remember which is right.
So it's like George Carlin said, they got us by the balls, you know? He said it 30 years ago, and we just keep going on and on like this, like ho-hum, like, yeah, whatever, you know? Like, you kind of understand the logic of what he's saying, but, you know, not enough to really change anything about society.
The more things change, the more things stay the same.
Yeah.
You know, not a lot of people realize that Carlin was rapping. Like, if you go back and listen to what he was doing, like, he was rapping, and maybe he didn't have a hype man on stage, and he didn't have a bass line and a drum beat, but that dude was rapping. Like,
he was a master of words.
Oh yeah, I mean, even though I'm a follower of Christ, like, I really have a lot of respect for that dude, and so what? I don't agree with everything he says. You can still learn from people you disagree with.
Yeah, totally. Just take the good stuff, throw out the chaff, separate the wheat from the chaff.
Yeah.
Take what you can from everywhere.
That's right. Golden nuggets don't always come in, material form.
But you also don't even know when something that you didn't consider a golden nugget to be turns out a golden nugget years later. It's all, you are just but a sum total of all your experiences and little things that you witness and experience, good, bad, or indifferent.
Well, I just got off work. Just got home. I'm gonna go visit with the old lady and probably rub her back.
Oh yeah, it sounds like my cue. Also, I gotta go. Good luck with all
right.
that.
Nice
Peace,
talking
John.
to you guys.
All right, I hope to see you guys soon, especially you guys coming around.
For sure.
Peace.
How's it going?
Sometimes I feel sorry for the people with no objective reality.
Most of them are zombies who bite my hand when I reach it out to them, so I don't usually feel sorry for them.
Yeah, that's true, Ghost Sonny.
I mean, I tried. And they just attack me usually for it, so... Okay. Yep, have your slave world.
Put out a friendly hand and they tried to bite it. Arr!
Every single time. Just gotta leave them to it. Slaves will fight you to defend their programming.
Yeah, that's pretty amazing, isn't it?
Yeah, you're there to help them, and they're gonna fight on behalf of their slavery.
Mm-hmm. It's astounding. It's so funny because, like, I was in a line of people today, and I just try to act like I don't see anything about their face. I mean, I do, but I just pretend that I don't, and it's pretty interesting. Yeah. But it's just bizarre to be living in this kind of time.
Yeah, and how quickly it turned around too, and went from a so-called free society to one where we have to do all this stupid stuff all the time, muzzle up, cover your face like you're a Bronze Age slave, and all this all the time.
Yeah, and it appears to me that they're just doing it because they want to, or they think they have to. But what do they think about people who don't pay attention to it? Like, I haven't watched the news in like 2.5 years.
I think a lot of them are just like, they're just fitting in. It's just herd mentality.
Yeah.
It's just the thing, you know? Everybody's doing the thing.
Yeah, I've actually heard people say, well, I do it out of respect. And I'm like, I think that's BS. I think they're afraid is why they're doing it. They just they don't want to say why they're afraid, like what they're afraid of.
They do it out of respect. A lack of self-respect, that is.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, who are you respecting, really? I mean, you're just doing what the TV and the government, the psychos in government told you to.
Here's what it is. I think part of it is this. I think people who are inherently just dishonest with themselves and others have no problem covering their face because they want to hide.
So, in a way, like, I mean, they're kind of proving the point of the controllers who make them do these things, that they're basically just mindless drones.
Yep.
No individuality, no personality, no soul. They call us the profane and beasts and all that kind of stuff. And, like, I mean, you know, they tell you to muzzle up and cover your face, and you just go ahead and do it. Well, maybe there really isn't much of an individual there. Maybe they're right, unfortunately.
Yeah, well, Brooke, why don't you talk to Battlemod instead of running away like a little baby?
What's that?
I'm just talking to this guy who was on here earlier that we completely demolished and rubbed over the coals. I mean, in a really nice way, but just pointed out his fallacious argument and that he had no basis for any of the statements he was making at all.
They always want to come in and just ask like the most basic questions and just have the worst criticisms, the most basic criticisms, stuff that they could have found out if they put even 2 minutes of thought into it before they came in here thinking that they were going to debunk everything.
Well, it's funny because, like, honestly, like, all of our discussion is pretty much most of us are just trying to lead this person to, like, if we're leading them anywhere, it's to lead them to think for themselves, to make a statement based on something that they thought of themselves. Like, it's fine if it's wrong, like we've all been wrong, like
but you're always going to be wrong if you don't even start that process.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, we're still wrong about all sorts of things. We got to be, because that's the process of, like, finding truth.
Orion. That's the thing. That's the thing about it. Sometimes our wit is so sharp, though, man. I'm telling you. I like to reserve it till the end.
Well, hopefully it gets them thinking.
But some of you guys are just ruthless, man. I don't blame you. I know what it's like here, man. I've been around this community for 5 years.
That kind of stuff plants seeds, though.
Yeah, it does.
It planted seeds in me. Like, years ago, I mean, I was the critic that...
LOL.
You know, I was that guy at first, too. Probably all of us were. I was for sure, but the seeds were planted, and over time it grew.
Yeah, just a note for all. You're still here, Brooke. In the you're starting to become chat skank.
I don't see him. He's here?
No, he's not in the live stream. He's in the text.
Ah, gotcha.
Uh-oh, that's a violation.
Yeah, it is. We're just being lenient tonight.
Why don't you fall off the edge of it?
Hey, I thought he was going to bed.
Why didn't you think about it for 2 seconds before you came down here?
Which one is it?
He can't let go.
Can't let go. That's it, man.
Can't let go of his heliocentric religion. Gotta be true.
Yeah, it's called cognitive dissonance.
The TV has to be right. The government has to be right. They wouldn't lie. NASA's never faked anything. I find it funny, though, that question. Why would they lie about that? Why would they lie about the shape of the Earth? Well, I mean, they lie about absolutely everything. They propagandize you and bamboozle you all day long on so many different topics. And you think they're not going to lie to you about the most fundamental questions of all, like where and what we are? It's the first thing they're going to lie about. It's the first thing.
It's really a ridiculous question because you need to go back to your mommy and ask her why she lied about Santa. Start there.
Yeah. Yeah, they have no idea where they are. And that's the whole point, is to keep you completely profane and ignorant and in the dark. And absolutely no idea where or what you are.
Now here's the thing. Even if your mommy told you the reason why she lied about Santa, let's walk this through real carefully. So even if she told you, well, you know, because we wanted you to behave, and you know, so Santa, you know, we thought of just one answer, right? This isn't the ultimate answer, but we just thought, like, because Santa can see if you're naughty or nice, we wanted you to be nice. So we thought if you thought someone was looking at you, watching you, and could tell if you're naughty or nice, then you'd behave and you would get reward for behaving. So that's one answer. But the thing is, you really didn't get the true answer of why she lied, did you? No, because in mommy's mind, she has a different reason. You may never know that reason. It's impossible. You would never know. Here's the thing.
It doesn't matter anyway.
Listen, if they're asking why they would lie, here's the answer. You would never know the motive of a liar. Even if they told you to your face, you
Because
still
they're
would
lying.
know their motive.
Yeah,
So
I
how are you
gotcha.
ever going to get an answer to that question? It's unanswerable.
And it's also not really the crux of it anyway. Like, I mean, can you show that they did lie? Okay, great. You don't need to prove what the reason for lying was. You know they did.
Yeah, who's childish? So anyway,
Like, I mean, like it's like trying to argue now that, well, why would my mom have lied about Santa? She never lied about Santa. Santa's real. My mom wouldn't lie. Like, that's just not how it works. Like, you can demonstrate she obviously lied. It's not a real thing.
yeah, if you're making a statement like that, Brooke, when you said you were going to bed like 20 minutes ago, you're still adding comments. You obviously don't understand.
I know Santa's real because my mom had no reason to lie.
That's it. Yep. That's the globe in a nutshell.
They just don't have a reason to lie, so it's not possible that they would. Well, I don't see a reason for them to lie.
It's only you flat earthers talking about actual measurements and stuff.
Show me your model. Well, what do you care about a model anyway? Yours falls apart right out of the gate. You want me to just construct a model that makes as little sense as yours and then you'll be happy? Oh, okay, sure. There's thousands of them. Look any one of them up. Should be good enough. Can't be worse than that ridiculous globe where you can't even get curvature down pat.
Yeah, that's okay. I can go back in time and make statements disappear. Watch me. I've done it before. I can make them reappear too in the future.
Magic.
Yep. So it's kind of funny people making fun of us, the people who are actually trying to help them think for themselves. Like, how funny is that?
It's total projection. They're the goofy ones.
Yeah, that's another thing I don't understand about most Globers. Not all of them, but most of the ones I've encountered are inherently just dishonest with their statements. Like, they run away from direct answers. They won't answer things directly. It has to be like confused with 6 different other subjects or subtopics, to get away from the actual answering the direct question. It's amazing.
They have to make it all out to sound so complicated that you can't possibly understand it. It's too far beyond the head of any person, any average person. And so, like, they don't have to address anything you're saying directly. They can just say that the answer is just too complex. And that you need a PhD and you need to pour through all these different research papers, and until you've done any of that, it's just bamboozlement. And they're just evading the question, basically, because the answers are quite simple. and they refute them completely. So they can never answer you on that level because they would have to concede.
Yeah, and a lot of people have said this before. It's pretty much the whole thing that avoiding is all trying to is really an attempt to justify bad behavior in themselves.
A lot of them seem pretty angry, pretty lost, and they're actually the reason why I kind of gave up on the globe. Is the globers themselves are just such horrible advocates for it that it was like, yeah, there's no way this is true. Like, a lot of it was just how weak their arguments were, and the straw manning, constant straw manning, the blatant dishonesty, the ad homs. Like, you got nothing.
Nothing but logical fallacies, one after another. Sometimes
all the way down.
Sometimes more than one in one sentence, like 2 or 3 in one sentence.
Yeah, all the way down. Appeal to authority, appeal to popularity, ad hom. Basically, just name them. Yeah, when you can't really find a video of them even making an honest effort to debunk any serious flat Earth model, too.
Right.
It's like, why do you got to do that? If you guys have the intellectual high ground, you can just confront what we're actually saying, you know?
Yeah, that's
like we do with you. We confront what you actually say, and you turn around and strawman us. So I think things are a little bit upside down here.
Yeah, but see, everybody listening here, wherever you are listening, you all hear this. There's no refuting what we're asking for, very clear and simple terms, and you hear the answers we're getting. That should be a big red flag for you all.
What are you asking for?
No, I'm just talking in general about how Globers don't answer questions directly, how they,
obfuscate, ad hom, straw man.
And so what I'm saying is that avoiding the actual conversation by using those logical fallacies, whatever they may be,
doesn't make their position look too solid.
No.
You must have to realize that a lot of these things aren't simple, and that's probably why you don't get flat out answers.
I wouldn't start thinking. I wouldn't start projecting what I get or don't get.
You told me that you don't get flat out answers. Like, I'm not projecting. That's what you said.
Oh, that I don't understand. That I don't understand that they can't answer the question directly. That they use obfuscation and logical fallacies instead of answering.
What I'm saying is you must understand that the vast majority of the population doesn't invest the time to understand all the rocket science, essentially, and all things associated, astronomy, whatnot.
Well, see, the thing is that we're not talking about rocket science. We're talking about 3rd grade geometry, literally.
Yeah. Yeah, it is literally the case, yeah.
So that people don't understand geometry, I'm sorry. If they don't, then they would fail 5th grade science.
What do you mean? What
do I mean?
Are you talking about specifically?
Yeah, a ball has to show curvature or a drop in elevation over distance, right?
Depends on what kind of distance you're talking about and if it's uphill or something.
Any distance. No, a ball.
Yeah, it drops in all directions.
Spherical shape requires over any distance a certain amount of elevation drop, correct?
No, because you could be climbing Mount Everest and that'd be an increase in elevation.
Bro. I'm talking
Yeah, that's
about
just
a
topographical differences, though.
sphere, right? I'm not talking about a bumpy sphere. I'm talking about a sphere, period.
So use water or something that sits level like that, and it should
Okay, yeah,
always
yeah. If you're
always
talking,
exhibit that curvature if it is a ball, right?
yeah, if you're talking about a perfectly smooth sphere, then yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, it would
So
have
if
to.
it's a ball, if it's a ball and water's conforming to the ball, then that would be a perfect part of a sphere, right?
The wet portion.
Yeah, that would be the water part. Yeah, the wet portion. Yeah.
Yep.
So, over water, if it's a sphere, would require a specific amount of elevation drop over distance, correct?
Yep.
Well, it depends on where you're measuring the
Okay,
elevation
finally we
from,
get to
but
that.
yeah,
Good. So you agree, third grade geometry, bro.
depends on where you're measuring the elevation from. Yeah.
Yeah, so just factor that in, and you should have a specific amount of elevation drop. I mean, if the ball is a
I
certain
jumped in here
size.
earlier when y'all were talking about the what's it called, the black swan, the oil rig stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that not what those very pictures showed?
Absolutely.
You had two different pictures, right? One of them extremely distorted, showing what appeared to be flat, and then another one not distorted, showing a relative elevation drop, not necessarily.
I'm not sure what images you're talking about. They're the same exact image. If you're talking about the ones I put in there, one is just darkened for contrast.
Yeah, the video you posted, Sonny, like the freeze frame that the video is on.
Right. The BM LSVs.
Correct.
Yeah.
The picture on the left in the freeze frame of the thumbnail is showing a difference, like a curvature. The one on the right is not. Right.
They're from the same video. One is when he rotates the camera from looking straight down at the water where he's 1 foot above. He rotates the camera just up to the horizon. You can see the islands in the background. That's the one you're talking about?
I can watch the video, but I'm pretty sure they're different days.
No, same video. Same day.
Let me click on it. Oh, you got a timestamp. Okay, cool.
Yeah, so look at those because that's quite telling because those islands are minimum 29 miles, let's just say 30 miles. You know, that would make the radius of Earth more than 2 million miles. That would be only the radius. So the diameter of Earth would be 4 million miles.
It's not possible for them to be that far off in their model. The
More than 8 times further out than the moon is supposed to be.
It's laughable.
Okay, so where you have the timestamp, he's climbed up the stairs and whatnot, right? Yeah.
Well, you have to look at the whole video because if you're looking at the same video, at the correct video, there's one where he's at 30 feet up the stairs, yeah, and then when he's down on the sand.
Okay, I'm looking at at 4 minutes of the 10-minute video is where it's timestamped, where he's climbed the stairs and he's looking. Which I don't know what this is possibly. I mean, we'll see. I'll wait and see if something stands out. But when you gain elevation, it's really hard to say
Okay, hold
anything.
on. What's the title of the video you're looking at?
A 9.41 mile Earth curvature platform.
Okay. You want to be wherever you're at there is where he's, well, you got the timestamp. He should be on the sand 1 foot above the water.
But no, the video you posted, he was climbing the stairs.
Yeah, but he comes back down to the sand.
It's a 1 foot observer level, right?
Yes.
You can't see that far on a globe with a radius of 39, 59 miles. necessarily has to have a physical obstruction there that would not make it possible to see that far.
He's paused the video, 35-foot elevation at both platforms. It. This guy must live here, huh? He's flicking back and forth between 1 foot elevation, 35 foot, and like, you know, showing the picture side by side.
Okay, so you're looking at a different part of the video. You're not looking at where the actual still came from. Is from about where he sets up the camera at 1 minute 45 to where my still is, the darkened one, which is the same one the Black Swan came from, is at 2 minutes 22 seconds, right in that zone somewhere. Where you're is more than 4 minutes is where he walks up and zooms out again. So we're looking at the 2 minute area, not the 4 minute. He's down on the sand. You know how I can tell that? Because when you look at the video where the actual text comes up underneath the platforms that says platform habitat and platform hill house at those distances, those are at that one specific point in the video. That's where the stills are taken. So here's the one at 2 minutes 4 seconds.
I'm watching it. I'm at 3 minutes right now. I started back up.
Yeah. And then the darker one, let's see. The darker one's at 2:22 that I took. That one. And that's the same as Black Swan. Did I get it right? Let's see.
I didn't see any physical obstruction.
No, I don't see the physical obstruction where it's supposed to be.
Yeah, this is a different video than what I watched previously. Doesn't show the. Oh, let me see if I can find it. I think it comes from the same guy also.
Plenty of observations way further out than that too, where there should be miles of curvature, and there's just none. But I'm preaching to the choir.
Yeah, the Black Swan is really a globe killer, and the shot of the islands from the same video is the nails in the coffin.
Oh yeah,
because it's over at that point.
Yeah, how far are the islands?
The islands are 30 miles. He's at 1 foot.
Yeah, that's just outrageous. That's hundreds of feet. That's what, 500 feet of curvature or something like that. There should be.
I just shared a link with the timestamp of the same guy, same video, same stuff happening. But this is my link's still there. You click on it. This is what I was talking about, the different day. Because at the timestamp that I gave you, you can, looks like a bunch of curvature happening there.
Yeah, this is a different day. And if you don't have the information on what day and what video that's from, you're going to have wrong information, because that particular one is about magnification at the horizon. And also, the wave height that day is like 5 or 6 feet. And he's at 1 foot above the surface on the second video. So if you're not looking at the correct video, you're just taking a video that someone else posted.
No, it's his. It's on his.
Without the label on it, as far as the title of the video, the one you put there. I don't know who put this here, but it's from BMLSV. Oh yeah. So here we go. You're right. Atmosphere blocking visibility, not curvature. Yep. Yep. It's from him. So. See, if you're at 1 foot above sea level and the waves one day are 4 feet, how much visibility is going to be blocked at 1 foot with a 4 foot wave coming in front of you?
It would be 3 foot, but the purpose of this is you're seeing the difference between the two, right? Yeah. So the wave's kind of irrelevant. You're just seeing the difference between the.
The waves of physical obstruction over those distances.
Okay, but we're not comparing whether or not it's obstructed with or without the wave. We're comparing the obstruction of the two oil rigs.
Well, that could be all the different. That could be all the difference between the two pictures is the waves.
What is it possibly going to be obstructed by?
Well, that's what I'm asking you. Are the two oil rigs experiencing different waves or the same waves?
No, the waves are coming in towards the shore where the camera is. If a wave comes in and it's 4 feet and your camera's only 1 foot, you see what's happening there?
Yes, I understand, but what I'm saying is at the timestamp in the video that I gave you, when you can see both oil rigs, both of them are experiencing the same wave. Right? It doesn't matter if it's a 1 foot wave or a 10-foot wave. What you're looking at,
things get smaller the further up, though.
What you're looking at is the difference between the two.
Angular perspective or resolution. Things just appear smaller the further out they are. So there's that to factor in too.
It's fine. That's not what you're. It's not what's being seen in that. And then again, in that video that I shared, at 1 minute. 1 minute, you get one image on a particular day.
Yeah, but if the waves are up 4 feet and they're right there at the shore, that's much closer to you than an oil rig that's 9 miles out, and also is appearing smaller than the waves relatively because of your angular resolution, right, to each thing.
Is the same wave affecting both oil rigs?
But things that are closer are going to look bigger than something that's bigger but way further out.
Okay, but we're not
affecting the oil rigs, bro. Listen, it's not affecting the oil rigs. It's affecting your view of the oil rigs. If a 4 or 5 foot wave is rolling in 50 feet away from you, and you're at 1 foot above, do you see the angular problem there? There's going to be a blocking from the wave.
I mean, I could just put a penny in front of my eye and not see any of it.
So are you advocating for curvature here?
I mean, his video is showing curvature.
His video is showing curvature.
Correct.
Really? How can you see how are you able to see those oil rigs when they're far, far beyond where the geometric limit is then?
I don't know what you mean.
Yeah, I know you don't. So the thing is,
Thank you. You win.
remember what
You
I
win.
said?
You win, Sonny. You win. I
No,
don't
it's
have
not about winning.
conversations with people like
It's not about winning, man. Remember
That's
what I
okay.
said about elevation drop over
I'm good.
distance?
Thank you for your time.
Yeah, don't be a smartass in a nice way. I'm an expert at that. It doesn't work with me.
I'm just direct asshole. What's up?
Well, I've got a job for you.
I won't slide around the bush about it. I'll slap you to your face.
Daniel's
Okay.
advocating for curvature on the BM SLB LSV's videos, so maybe you can talk to him.
Doesn't seem like he's listening. I've been listening. He doesn't actually address what you guys say.
Yeah.
He wants it to be curvature.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, that leaves out the way our eyes work, the way the atmosphere obstructs things, the way angular size reduces at a distance.
The waves.
Yep.
Yeah, the angle at which you view the waves, too.
Yep.
Yeah, I heard him talking about the weight of every wave. That doesn't have anything to do with anything.
Yes, simply
not in your view.
Well, the other thing too is on some days you can see the islands. He just said that was 30 miles out. That is at 1 feet observer height. That's about 550 miles of Earth curvature. Like, that doesn't exist, obviously.
At 30 miles?
Yeah.
Did you say 150 miles or 150 feet?
It's about 550 feet of curvature. That's just not there. Because if it is, you wouldn't see those islands. So I just don't see how curvature really is the,
Yeah, they'd be
the
blocked
answer here.
by a hump or a wall of water in between you and them because they would start to be on the other side of a ball. Yeah, that's agreeable. I don't know what.
They're just really wanting to reverse
calculators
engineer.
they're using for curvature.
Yeah, the formula doesn't work, so the radius
Right,
doesn't
because at
work. So the
22
thing,
miles, we're only looking at 90 foot of curve. I don't know how 30 would be 500, but hey.
no, because it's exponential.
It is
exponential. Each mile is
exponential, I
squared,
know
right?
that, but we're only talking about 7 more feet.
Wait, sorry. Sorry, what did you just say? Because it's 30 miles I'm talking about. 30 miles distance,
Yeah,
it
I
should
know.
be 550 feet. And so, yeah, compared to the Black Swan oil rigs, I mean, they're 6-something and 9-something miles out. So the islands are a lot farther, and there should be a lot more Earth curve there, to the point where it wouldn't be possible to see them at all, ever, because there's this giant physical obstruction there, 550 feet, but you can see them sometimes if the conditions are good. Oh, it's refraction. I was going to say the one word, refraction. I won the debate. I'm not convinced that globe earthers even know that refraction is a phenomenon. I think they think it's just a word that wins them debates. I've never heard one explain how it does the thing that they're claiming it does. Well, actually, I saw Phil Bell draw some pictures.
Yeah, they address the distortion of the crane. When what we're trying to address is the distance to the horizon that isn't distorted. It's funny that the crane arm is distorted, even though the horizon isn't. But we can assume that there might be a heat draft in front of it or around it, hot area. Could be heat coming off the platform from the hydraulic pumps that do that.
So they somehow jump from that to the light from the oil rigs is being physically bent up in exactly the same shape as the Earth over this distance. I mean,
the thing is, the thing about that, refraction happens the opposite of the sun. So to say sun is reflected in that angle, the sun has to be behind you. For the horizon to be projected to you, the sun has to be behind the horizon. It has to propagate across the horizon, but in this image, the sun is behind the observer, which means it's going out and curving down, not the opposite way. There's no way it can refract the horizon because it's not behind the horizon. It couldn't propagate the horizon to your eyes unless it's behind it. And not one glober or flat earther even covers the position of the sun at this time. And it should be covered.
Should be.
Yeah, because it should shorten the distance being behind the observer to the horizon because light is supposed to be curved down in front of you as it's propagated. Shouldn't extend it. And there's no instance where you can give me a citation where they say refraction can propagate the horizon to 10 times the distance that it should be. Not one circumstance can you show me, not looming, sinking.
I've never seen them show it, ever. I've listened to tons of debates, and all they do is say the one word, refraction, and they point out that we can see some refraction here on the oil rig, therefore, refraction.
Yeah, I hear people try to tell me it's being loomed. For that to happen, the sun has to be behind it, opposite the observer also. The position of the sun dictates which way
the light's going to bend.
The image is going to be refraction. Because remember, the light's delivering the image to your eye.
Right.
So for it to be refracted image projected to your eye by sun, it has to be opposite the observer. The other way, it's not propagating. If it's behind the observer, it's propagating forward and down.
Just an interesting little tidbit, like that particular video that he dropped, I can't even find on that channel a video with that title. It looks like it's been relabeled. That's not even the title of any of his videos, unless I'm wrong. If I'm wrong, point it out to me, please, the rest of you.
It's probably just a Nicktoon video.
I do not see any of his videos with that title. This came from somewhere else. Someone retitled it. That's what it looks like to me. I could be wrong, but that's what I'm seeing. I don't see that title on any of his videos.
It's an interesting concept there, old dude. I've never thought about that in that image. I'd have to do deeper research on infrared and the effect of infrared light. I don't like to make comments on things from a standpoint of ignorance, So I'll pay for it later on down the road when somebody makes me stand on a postulation that I already researched and knew was untrue. So, live and learn. But they're Glovers. They're looking for a leg they can hold on to drag you underwater and drown you. But I'm the same way. This is why I tend to let them talk more than me.
Whoever was asking about the video, if you click the link, you can click his name and it takes you to his
Oh,
channel.
I know.
But you'll notice that underneath the title it says unlisted. It appears that he has removed it from his channel, but it's still on YouTube. It's the best guess I have.
Yeah, it's been relabeled.
I don't care who they are. If you let a person talk long enough, they'll give you everything you need to beat them over the head with. You beat a person down with their words. Attack what they say, not them. It's too easy. I mean, quantum doesn't say it polite enough, but if you listen to a person talk and you pay attention to what they're saying, 9 times out of 10 you can destroy they start from a false dichotomy in the first place. If you prove the dichotomy wrong, you don't have to address the question. It's based on false shit or fallacious shit or illogical shit.
Yeah, they didn't have a point to begin with, so you don't have to dismantle it.
Exactly.
They did that themselves by making a non-point.
That's why I don't know. I did a lot of reading in 6 years though, man. So I just like to let them get to. They do this. I'll do the same thing they do. Focus on something they said that wrong, but because it's part of their original thought, their dichotomy, it destroys their entire thought.
And then they have to go and add Band-Aid after Band-Aid after Band-Aid to try to still make it work. Prop it up.
Yeah, I give them, you can either restate it or concede it was just a false premise from the get-go. Which one? Or both. See, in the arena, that's what we do when people are debating. The moderator steps in when they're using fallacious or faulty logic, points it out and has them restate the question. That's a real academic level debate. That's why I want to bring back the arena. Because then people are hold to their postulations or their positive claims.
Yeah, they gotta have something there.
And claims are held to a standard of logic and reason. If they're illogical or unreasonable, even Spock would throw them out. That's funny. I like this Spock video because it's Spock. It's the globe alien teaching you about logic.
Yeah, exactly. It's perfect.
I just went to the bookstore and bought the Big Book of Fallacies. If any, I mean that'll break down every fallacy to you and give you examples of it too, so you can easily spot them. There's more fallacies out there than we even point out.
More fallacies than true statements.
There is.
Yep, big time.
Most people have learned they can assert whatever they want. If you can't disprove it, then it's not wrong. But the truth is, if it's not a provable statement, then there's no need to disprove it. The ideal that I got to debunk something you can't demonstrate, that's fucking ludicrous.
Pretty ridiculous, yeah. It's like a religion.
Come see me in science class where your premise to get thrown out by the teacher or shit.
Unfortunately, the whole world's gone off the deep end on that one.
Yeah, my cousin said a professor at MSU, and I've been running him through the ringer. He's a Navy or Air Force admiral,
Oh, okay.
And a professor. He has a citizen position. He's teaching officers or destined to be officers through academy, at university.
Yeah.
You take ROTC and a universal academy first, and you can step in as an officer. But he had me in a group conversation with 4 professors the other night, and he thought he was just going to corner me. And every one of the professors kept saying, "No, Arthur, that's a logical statement that your cousin is making," and he's right. We can't prove or demonstrate. We assume this for application of our philosophy. Because it was an astronomy, PhD. Yeah. And I'm like, everything you say is philosophical. And Art's like, man, no, it's not. It's science. And he's like, hey, they call it science, but Mike's right. It's philosophy. We can't demonstrate. You think we can demonstrate the distances to be true, Arthur? Because my cousin's name is Arthur, Robert Arthur Burrow Slayton. Yeah. But we call him Art. So after my grandfather's, his grandfather, not mine. Yeah. His grandfather was Arthur.
Yeah, a lot of presuppositions.
Hey, at least these guys were honest, man. I'm trying to get them to, I'll pay them to debate me on my own YouTube channel.
You don't see that too much. They're usually not honest.
Yeah, well, they're honest about their premises, but most professors are. The kids just don't hear it when they say, we assume this for the purpose of application.
Well, I just mean like the ones that jump into the debate ring usually aren't honest.
Oh yeah, they're butthurt. They think because we can assume it and apply it, then it becomes true. But
it's a religion to them.
Yeah, but people who actually know science and know they're not science. I know a lot of professors of astronomy that just they know damn well they're not doing science, real science. They know they're not doing natural science. It's philosophy. They can't demonstrate tangibly or physically anything they're saying, so it has to be a philosophy.
Yeah, totally true.
It's just my cousin's under the idea that if it's assumed and then applied, that the correlation equals causation, and it just doesn't, you know. So he was mad by the time he was done because they weren't helping him.
Should a Navy admiral know a thing or two on his own anyway, though?
Well, specific is his education is specific, bro.
Yeah, it's compartmentalized.
You know it's compartmentalized.
Yeah, of course.
I mean, he'll admit just because he looks at, just because during his career he.
I mean, doesn't use a Gleason map though.
Yeah, well, they use nav charts.
It's based on that though.
It's nav chart. You know what a nav chart is? Cartesian coordinates. They use them in both the Navy and the Air Force.
Right. Yeah.
So he'll admit that just because I was a air traffic controller for space, that doesn't mean the blips I'm looking at are actually in space, because they're usually said to be geolocked, you know. So they're geostationary satellites. They're always at the exact same spot. And like he said, a geostationary satellite can be a satellite on a tower, Mike. So I can't say space is real just because I look at blips on a computer all day. He'll admit that.
Yeah, you're not directly observing a thing in space or whatever.
But that's because he knows that, if he could say that, okay, yeah, space exists because I stare at a computer screen, then he'd have to say aliens exist because he's seen an unidentified blip on his fucking.
You just summed up the entire proof for space. It's all cartoons. Right. It's all computer animation.
Well, it's all controlled by computer too, so the technicians, all they know is what the computer shows them.
Yeah.
But so what he's saying is, a given satellite at a certain longitude and latitude, he doesn't know that it's moving, but what the computer shows him is it's no longer has perfect reception. You're no longer getting a perfect signal for it, but it'll always be at that spot. So you just switch its work to a different one, which is actually getting a better signal, and it'll be at the same position every time. They're called geostationary. You're supposed to be locked with the Earth.
Yeah, gotcha.
So he understands locked with the Earth. You could be disingenuous about it. It could be actually attached to Earth, and you're just saying it. You put it in a group that's supposed to be spacebound, but with the proper wording, geostationary, which implies it's Earth stationary.
Yeah.
Geo having to do with Earth. It's stationed on Earth, so they didn't lie. I told you the truth. You just didn't realize it. Because you have no understanding of word etymology, so you speak just babble.
Yeah, and you believe cartoons.
I mean, fuck, I told him I'd give him all a bottle of scotch and $100 bill. Fuck it, let's debate this shit. But they already know what I want to debate it on. They've already heard it, and they know they can't argue against it. So they wouldn't be offering much to the conversation. And like I said, you'd be letting everybody that knows they're not at the academic level you are, that they're ignorant for a certain they can. Ignorance and stupidity aren't the same thing. Just because you're not aware of it doesn't make you stupid,
Yeah, of course. Lack of knowledge.
Who likes my word "dupid"? I encourage you, come up with your own words.
Yeah, that's how we got all these words, right? Someone came up with them.
Yeah, we'll start our own vocabulary and language, and then we'll know what we mean specifically when we say it, because we'll define it. Stupid is dumb and stupid put together.
Let's keep the language thing going. Let's kick the can down the road.
It was a stone moment. Is this guy dumb or stupid? Oh, hell, I should just call him Dupid, and then I just covered the full spectrum.
Yeah.
My daughter said, ha ha. That's funny, Dad. I said, is it? You like that, Dupid? She's like, yeah. I'm going to start using it, Dad.
It's kind of factors duped into there a little bit too.
Yeah, you've been duped. You're Dupid.
I like it.
My daughter does this thing. I do it to her when she says, what did you say? I'll go, I can, and I'll do sign language with it, I can pay attention when someone is talking and you won't have to ask what. So she does that too. And she said she's going to start saying, I said you're stupid. Short version. Okay, Bowie.
Hey, we've all been that stupid guy sometimes.
I watch her with her friends, and sometimes I think, man, she's mean to her friends. I don't know why they like her. But then I think, man, I used to do that to my friends.
That's why they like her.
Yeah, because she just points out when they're saying something that doesn't make sense. That's all.
She's the alpha. They aspire to be that.
Yeah, she's the alpha. Her friend Lila's like, Taylor acts just like you, Mike. Sometimes I don't know if she's going to whoop my ass or hug me. I'm like, whatever, Lila. Lila's always at my house, so it's like my adopted daughter. She got her own key. Some days I go to sleep, I wake up to go to work, and she's sitting at the table. Hey, will you cook me an omelet before you go to work, Mike? I'm like, yeah. I'll kick too, because Lila's an early riser, and Taylor's not, so I cook too and just tell Taylor hers is in the fridge. Because when I go to work, my daughter gets to be boss of the farm. The employees know him, but my foreman's a good guy. He doesn't usually have to ask questions. But he will come tell Taylor when there was a problem, he had to fix it. He'll say, hey, if you talk to your dad, tell him this. And she don't question him because the man spent a lifetime taking care of livestock. He knows. And he'll beat an employee's ass if he catches him being mean to livestock. That's how he got to be my foreman. He beat up the foreman for kicking the shit out of a calf.
Can't let him get away with it.
And then he said, I told his wife, have him call me from jail. And I'd already called the bondsman, sent the bondsman down there. And he called and he said, I know I'm fired, Mike. You could have waited till I got out to jail to tell me. I was like, no, you're not fired. And he was going on to another sentence, and he said, wait, what? I said, you're not fired. You say my foreman I went over and looked at the calf, man. He kicked it in the face, gave it a bloody nose. His boots tore its lip up. I was mad as fuck.
Damn.
I was like, no, the foreman's fired. The general foreman's fired now, and I was wondering if you wanted that position. He was quiet for a minute. He said, I'm in jail, Mike. I said, nah, the bail bondsman's on his way. I'm coming to get you, me and Taylor. You did what you was supposed to do. He said, well, you know. I said, yeah, I figured I know that. I figured you'd take it. We'll be there in a minute. Because the general foreman was still at the job. He called the police on dude. And on my way out, I told him, get the hell on. Get his shit and get the hell off my property.
Yeah. Seen it happen many times.
Calves, come on, man. You raise livestock. Calf is a baby, man. They're cute as fuck and they're harmless. I mean, really, they can rough you up sometimes because they're bigger than they know. But damn, you don't kick the shit out of them.
Yeah. I'm with you.
How long ago was that?
How
long ago was that?
about 4 years ago.
And you still
It
have
don't
the
happen
same.
now though, because they know my general manager that I got right now whooped their ass.
Damn straight.
And all Spanish dudes, he's Mexican. All of them know how to box for some reason. Every fucking one of them knows how to box. I got a punching bag. I got 3 different weights punching bags out back, and I wake up a lot of times, and he's out there. Arturo, he's out there punching the bag before I get there. I just bring him a cup of coffee. I like the guy though. I had more property than I do, but I gave Arturo 5 acres. Helped him build a home. I like the guy. He's a good guy, man.
And you did a
More
good thing
loyal
for him,
than
giving
most
him.
people. They raise their families right. You know, most of them are God-fearing people.
Yeah, most of them. I'd say 99% of them.
Yeah, I don't get into all that political bullshit that I don't think Mexicans are aliens though. They're actually Occidental peoples. They're First Nation peoples. All of America was theirs, and they were free to roam on all of it. You know, so they're not alien to this land. French Canadian are though. So are Polish Americans though too. You know, it's all good.
How's the weather in Michigan? You gotten a lot of snow?
Well, see, they think if the Indians got their land back, they think we'd kick them all out. And the truth is, we wouldn't. We accepted people in our tribe before these people came. You've been lived here and died here. Your people are buried here. You're honorary members. We know not every non-native person is a part of the problem. You know, we're not dumb.
Are you dealing with snow up there, Mike? Mike check.
So yeah, I heard you. I was
Oh,
just trying
sorry.
to get my dog to quit making noise. He's doing that belly across the floor shit. His big ass makes a bunch of noise dragging it across the floor on his boobs, but you know. Yeah, we had some, but then it got real warm and it rained, then it got real cold. Fuck, yesterday it got up to 60 degrees, and then at night it got back down to 30. It's almost like somebody's playing with the weather, trying to make everybody sick, give everybody the flu. The
Got some
sudden
HARP going on
changes.
here.
Some
geoengineering.
Yeah, because if they can give everybody the flu, then you know they can,
Sure.
they can use that. Ain't no flu no more, you know.
Why invest in all that weather technology if you're not gonna fuck some shit
Right.
up?
Right.
Yeah, it's about 10 degrees here where I'm at. We got all our snow within the past week. And it's been about almost 3 feet.
Yeah, I can't wait. We had fucking like 14 inches of snow, and it all just disappeared under a rain in warm weather. It's getting annoying.
Yeah, ours compacted down a little bit. So it's a little bit more like a foot now, but for a little while when it was fluffy, it was pretty high, and all the people from California were slipping and sliding and causing accidents.
Mike, have you ever noticed, since, I mean, I don't know if you're familiar with, if you check the almanac, but during full moons and like, yearly, like 7-year cycles, you've got more of one kind of wildlife and things like that.
You don't have any idea what the black swan is, bro. And anyway, you know what? We can solve this real easy. I'll just send a DM to QE. We'll have QE call Bo up in Santa Barbara and ask him. I'll get back to you on that. How's that sound? Doofus.
Is that in the YouTube chat or the live stream text?
So a curved adjacent, that's where you...
Yeah, this is Daniel being a dumbass. Anyway,
Well, the curved adjacent applies to the sextant and
yeah, no,
oceanic
this,
navigation.
that's a separate issue. We're talking about the black swan. He provided a video that's a relabeled video that is not on BM SLB's or LSB's channel. I don't care what. Show me where it's on his channel. It's not there.
Again,
It's relabeled by who?
Again, I explained this in the chat. It's not a relabeled video. It is a video that BML has unlisted himself. I shared with you what YouTube defines in their privacy settings as unlisted. Unlisted means your video will not come up in a search result or on your channel either. Only those who know the link can view it, and you can share the link with anyone, even those who do not have your YouTube account or username.
So it's been tampered with.
No, he unlisted it. He is the one who unlisted it, not someone else.
Okay, so here's the thing, Daniel. Are you trying to advocate for curvature here?
What I'm advocating for is that he posted a video in 2016.
On the video that we showed the obstruction from the waves, are you advocating for curvature?
Okay, so what I'm advocating for is that he posted a video in 2016 that appears to show curvature.
The fucking video. Are you yourself advocating for curvature here?
Can I finish, please?
I don't
Is
know.
it the Black Swan video we're talking about?
Yeah, is curvature somewhere?
Are you going to let me finish or not?
All that matters is curvature.
Okay.
I kind of want to hear this. Let him
So
talk.
he
He might say
shared a
something
video.
I can rip apart.
He shared a video in 2016 that appears to be showing curvature in one part of it on a particular day. And then in the same video, he records another day where there's great distortion of the crane. And there appears to be no curvature.
So he posted a video where there was a higher water
So
level.
what you're
one day
saying
and
is in the
another
narrow
day there
view
wasn't?
of a camera, you can see curvature. Where?
I shared the link. I can share it again if you'd like. And then, for some reason...
You said it yourself, Daniel. You said that he showed a video. Wait, you said yourself just now that he showed a video that clearly shows curvature. Did you not just say that?
I absolutely did not say clearly on any aspect of what
you said that it shows curvature. Did you not say that?
I said that he shared a video in 2016 that appears to show curvature.
Appears to show curvature. Okay, how do you know that?
Let me finish.
No, because I'm already sick of you. So show me.
And then in the same video,
how it shows curvature
on another day.
Okay,
he shows where it appears to show no curvature.
Bye. At least while I'm here.
Was it from the Black Swan video? Listen, was it from the Black Swan video? Is it?
That's right.
No, I'll show you the video. So here's the thing. This guy Daniel just comes
Does he got a time frame when it's supposed to show curvature, like 1 minute 30 seconds?
Okay, look, I'll put here's the link he posted, and if you go to the video, it's not one of BM LSB's videos. So now he's making excuses for why it's not one of his videos, saying it is, that it's unlabeled or something. Which I looked at it, it's not the label on the actual video where the image comes from where the video came from is actually one of BMLSB's video called
I don't
Magnification.
really care about where it came from, whether it's unlisted, if it's private or not. I just want to see the point where it appears to show curvature and how that applies to a different video.
Here's the link he provided, so you can. He's lucky. He's lucky.
It
QE's
just
not here.
takes me to a fucking image.
I'm being nice. Oh, to an image? What?
Yeah, it took me to the image you posted of it.
No, right below where Daniel posted. Oh, hold on. Did I get the wrong one? Okay, try this one.
Well, I'm wondering if we're just calling the wakes and eddies of the waves curvature.
Yeah, this guy's. I don't know what this guy's doing. You just got to go under the image.
Yeah, what I'm asking is he trying to say, well, the waves on the right side of the screen are taller than the waves on the left, so that's curvature, because it's not curvature, it's the surface of the water. It's turbulent. Nobody says it's clear as glass.
Yeah,
or a straight line.
What I think he's trying to say, Mike, is he's trying to say that the black swan is showing no curvature, but this video is showing curvature. That's what Daniel's saying.
Well, the thing is, man, if you can't see it from 1,000 feet and you won't see it because you're an ant on a beach ball, then how the hell are you seeing it in the narrow view of a video screen unless what you're attributing to curvature is just a false attribution, you know? You're implying something's curvature that in no way, shape, or form could be seen as that, and that would be the surface of the water.
Yeah, I'm going to back
it's
off.
turbulent, it's not going to be a uniform straight line. So any varying of that, where it's not a uniform straight line, that can't be attributed to curvature, not left to right, unless you can see the same curvature on every axis. Which from a narrow view, and if it's zoomed in, it's not even a 30-degree wide angle.
He's saying that, oh my God, I'm not even going to get into it with him because I'll just freaking get pissed. So I'm going to back off. You can unmute him if you want.
At what time frame? At what time in this video? I'm not going to watch the whole damn video.
The part he's talking about is like right off the bat. It's like the first minute or so.
Oh, so I just got to look for what some dummy would call curvature when it's just waves?
Yeah.
Yeah, at about 1 minute, 4 seconds. And then you can see my screenshot of the actual video called magnification. And you can see almost the same exact image. So that's my point. That it's a relabeled video. It's the same video as magnification. Somebody else relabeled it and called it something else.
So what you're saying is the waves blocking the view to the second oil rig appears to be curvature in your mind. When we know the ocean has swells and eddies and wakes, why would we go first to this wave blocked my view? That wave is actually curved. Why would we do that when we know the surface of the ocean is affected by swells? There could be an underground mountain stream that pushes water upward at that point. So how do you actually plan on factoring out all the variables it could be that affect the ocean surface to prove that it absolutely has to be curved? I don't see where this is curvature.
Because we have to be on the ball.
Well, we don't have to be on the ball, but I already see evidence of turbulent water. And the way the left hand side of the screen is at 1 minute, 1 minute and 4, all the way to 1 minute and 20. The left and right hand sides of the screen are upward, so it would imply a concaved Earth if we didn't know that the surface of the ocean is affected by eddies and currents caused by convection, hot meets cold, underwater topography, stuff like that. I love these assertions that the surface of the ocean can have a swelled point in it, and that absolutely means curvature. Well, guess what? Only if you can display that swell is in 360 degrees. It couldn't be just at one angle. It had to be at all angles that you look, because curvature is exponential, if you know what that means.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so curvature would be in all directions.
Yeah.
I would like to see a pan of the camera so I know that hump would exist all the way around. It isn't just a product of the flow of the ocean. Because, listen, in the open ocean, man, 10 miles out, you're getting 20-foot eddies and swells. It's called an oceanic swell.
So no room really for curvature there.
Well, I just want somebody to prove to me that I say it's a oceanic swell, and I want to be proven wrong.
Sure.
It is a logical possibility.
Oh, I'm unmuted now. Sorry, I was still messaging.
You have been for a minute, I'm pretty sure. He just wanted to finish what he was saying.
Well, because that's a variable, that's a thing that can change from day to day. If it's Earth curvature, that's
Hour
not
to hour.
something that should change from day to day.
Yeah,
So
if it's
should
Earth
have-
curve, then it should be present in every damn video we see. So the fact that it isn't there and it is there implies it's just an effect of the surface of the ocean and not a constant curvature, because it would always be there. See, Carr got my point.
All right, so
It'd have to always exist to be a function of geometry. And you yourself said it appears to be there, and then it doesn't appear to be later. So I would figure it a product of atmospheric conditions, like eddies, swells.
Yep. So you see the in the video that I shared, just 2 key points. I can't share pictures in here, or else I would.
Yeah, I know. You know, oceanic swells can be up to 150 foot high, right?
Yeah, we can talk about that. But first point is that in the video I shared, 2 different pictures that you need is at a minute 03, and then I don't know, somewhere around the 3 minute mark.
One shows it being there, one shows it not being there.
Yeah. So
it's not a product of geometry, or it'd always be there.
Okay. So
can you concede that point?
I'm trying to explain. So in the picture,
it's not an explanation either. If it's a product of the shape of Earth, it would always be there, guy. It wouldn't go and come and go and come.
Okay, but what you're seeing could change.
Not if it was a product of the shape of Earth or geometry, it wouldn't change. It'd always be true. It always exists. It'd get higher when the ocean swells, but it could never be lower or gone.
So, a good example, like within the same picture, is
because it's a product of the shape.
A good example in the same picture is the crane on the left. We know for a fact is straight.
We're talking about the surface of a sphere.
I know.
And water. So the crane isn't analogous to the surface of the water.
Okay, no, it's analogous.
They're not comparable.
It's analogous to the fact that something we know for a fact is straight but appears crooked.
Well, yeah, that's true. But are you saying that it distorts the surface of the Earth? Because I would need a citation for refraction distorting the surface of Earth.
You have it in this photo.
We see things. No, it's not a citation for that. You've asserted that's what's going on here, but you have no proof. You don't even know. You don't even know the temperature that day. So to logically infer refraction without knowing the ambient conditions.
Can I talk for like 30 seconds?
Well, here's the thing. There's other things that distort images than just refraction, right? Like heat.
That's what the refraction is caused by, temperature change.
Yeah, but here's the thing. If it was a product of the shape of Earth, then wouldn't it always have to appear the same?
Not appear, and like I showed you with the crane.
Well, you couldn't convert it to convexity if it was concave. You couldn't convert it to concave if it was convex. Distortion doesn't do that.
There's something interesting about the second aspect at 3 minutes of this video, 3 minutes 33, when it looks like the Earth is flat, right? And what's interesting about it is the water behind the crane is actually going up, as if the world was concave.
Going up. So
yes,
you know what forefronting is? The highest portions, the most relevant portions of the video is going to be that which is closest to the camera, and the most undefined will be that which is furthest from the camera. This is called forefronting.
Could you repeat
So I
that?
would say those waves are closer to the camera than they are to the horizon.
Oh, could you repeat that one more time, please?
Forefronting. So
Yeah,
that means yeah, forefronting. So what I'm saying is there could have been a wave at 1 foot 5 foot in front of the camera, and it's going to take up 90% of the foreground.
Oh, okay. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about if you look.
I'm replacing that with forefronting.
Okay, so let's go with the Earth is flat. Okay, and if you look at the video and pause it at 3 minutes and 30 seconds, 33, 3 minutes 33 seconds. It should have an orangish hue, and the crane on the right, or the oil rig on the right, is
What's
lower.
that got to do with the horizon?
It's lower in elevation than the one on the left.
Yeah, I covered that.
It's just angular resolution.
No.
Right? Like,
listen,
I mean, things closer to the bottom.
If you put a wave in front of the camera and it forefronts the camera, what's it going to do to everything behind that wave?
It's going to obscure it.
Yeah. So you can't even prove that this is an effect that's going on at the actual place of the oil rig. It could be a wave coming in to beat the shoreline where the camera's sitting. Could be raised up in front of the camera. You can't even prove these waves and that.
I thought he was talking about the horizon lines beyond the rigs.
Listen, if the wave, if this is at the frickin' at the oil rig, it'd be underwater. But if it was a product of the geometry of Earth, we wouldn't ever be able to get a clear shot of that where it doesn't look sunk.
I know, but
it'd always be a hump in the way of that because it'd always be curved.
I think he's going with something else right now.
It's more logical to say there's a wave closer to the camera that's just obscuring the camera's view of it.
Oh, totally. But I think he's going with something else right now. I think he's just saying that the horizon line is above the crane.
Oh, he's saying it's sunken behind the horizon line. I'm saying it's blocked by a wave that's closer to the camera. That's why it's forefronted.
Long story short, and the video,
there's a small wave in between the camera and the oil rig. That's
long story short. In the still frame at 1 minute, the ocean looks convex, and then in the still frame at 3 minutes and 33, it looks concave. And we know that it's not.
And
changing.
the truth is, neither one of them are convex. Neither one of them are concave. It's not a product of the shape of the Earth. It's a product of the atmosphere and effects that are on the camera. But listen, so the water, most of the water that takes up this entire image is from the foreground. That's what you're refusing to accept. But we know this. Professional cameraman will tell you this. 90% of the water you see in the image is closest to the camera.
Yeah.
That's why it takes up most of the image.
So that horizon line, like most of that is just water that's actually closest to you.
What?
I'm saying when they're blocked, they're probably blocked
So I
by
thought
a small...
I thought that Daniel's thing that he was trying... Yeah, listen, I know what you mean.
Think about it. It's a camera at 1 foot sitting on the shoreline.
Absolutely.
where waves from the ocean pound the shoreline all day long. You ever been swimming in the ocean?
Yeah, and I totally understand your point.
They're normally 3-foot waves. Now the camera's at 1 foot. Think about it.
Yeah, I get it. But I think he's just talking about the horizon line beyond the oil rigs here, in the 33 minutes there in that video. So,
all I'm saying, look, all I'm saying is
at
that whether
3:30, I don't see that we can't even see
let me finish, please. Let me finish. All I'm saying is that when you watch this video, okay, there you have two different visuals happening. One of them is concave, one of them is convex.
Yeah, you know why?
Regardless
We know
of whether
why.
you think the Earth is flat or round, it's not changing from day to day. However, it appears
It is
different.
changing from hour to hour. That's how it goes from concave to convex. And we
What's
also
changing?
know this.
Physical reality is changing?
We also know
Perspective is
that.
changing.
We
Perspective,
also know
absolutely.
this. It's not a product of shape. If it was, it could never change.
Yeah, it's just conditions.
Yep, absolutely. Perspective's changing. Conditions
Yeah,
are
so
changing.
we got a one from Lake Michigan. I don't know who's got the video, but it shows it the view to the distance for like 3 hours, condenses it all into a short video, and it just changes nonstop. How far you can see, what you see, how distorted it is.
Can you post that one? I'd like to see it.
Like I said, I just said I don't know who has a video. I've only seen it on here. I don't know the link to it. Sonny, you know what one I'm talking about? Old dude. The one where it just shows the view over yeah, that one. Car. Thank you. So look at that. The water rises, it swells. The water level swells and falls and swells and falls. Because water does that. Plus the atmosphere is fluctuating. Isn't that crazy? Speed it up, it looks like the earth is doing the worm. Remember that dance move? People get on the ground and go belly to the fingertip, doing the worm.
What do you think's happening in this video? In this
We know what's happening.
Shifting conditions.
Yeah, atmospheric conditions. The convection of heat causes 90% of that. It causes swells, wakes, and eddies, and it also affects the atmosphere above it. You know, the ocean's got heat currents too, right?
You're talking about water temperature change?
No, heat currents.
Yeah,
you know what the North Atlantic current is, right?
The temperature of the water is different in one place than another. What you're talking
Well,
about?
there's a flow of heat through there because of that. There's like an under ocean river, and it's just heat. Here.
We're gonna watch this RC boat observation 1.0. See what it.
So did we got a demonstration of the horizon being moved? Right?
Repeat that again.
So I heard you claim that refraction makes the geometric horizon move. Is that what you're claiming?
It appears different. The horizon appears different because of refraction.
Right. So did you have a demonstration for us when we look at a hill that the object is, when the object is beyond the hill, that it makes the hill move in front of the object? Did you provide that demonstration for us?
Show me the deer in the woods that's been refracted over a hill.
Okay.
Is that something you can provide us?
Let me try piecing together what you said, or repeat it. Sound like you said it.
So when I'm looking at a hill and my buddy is standing beyond the hill, right? Can you demonstrate to us that the hill will move in front of my body again, right? I can
have no
see
clue what you're
my
asking.
friend.
I don't understand.
Okay. So we want you to demonstrate a geometric. So the Earth is geometric, right? Isn't it? Just like when you like a hill.
I mean, not to sound stupid, but let me type in what the definition of geometric is real quick.
Geometric, that's a shape.
Okay.
Geometry
well,
has to do with shapes of Earth.
Yeah. Okay. So
Right.
sure.
Geometric shape.
So
So
I'm
listen, so what when he says geometric shape, it absolutely applies to the geometry of a sphere. And a hill is a geometric shape. It's called a sign. Or a parabola.
That's just a real
arch.
It's a real weird, odd word. That's all I'm
So I
saying.
guess-
It says,
Geometric is an odd word.
but it's relating to geometry according to its methods. Like
yeah,
it's
and
not
geometry is shape.
So what he's asking you basically is like if his buddy is standing at the bottom of like a 30-foot hill or something like that, just depending on the conditions, are you going to see him from day to day? Like one day would he appear and then the next day he doesn't because there's more heat or something like that?
Like if he's on
Like
the other
you would never
side
see
of the
him
hill?
because there'd be a physical
Yeah.
obstruction there all the
Right.
time, right?
So when does the physical obstruction move? Makes my so we're looking at the oil rigs, right? And in the you claim that the oil rigs are actually obstructed, right? But the light is bending over the Earth, begging the question that the light is being bent over the Earth, making us look over the obstruction. That is what you're claiming.
Okay.
Yes, that's what you have to be claiming if you say that there's going to be obstruction
So
there.
the oil rigs
Yet you don't see
were
it.
just holograms, right? They are not actually there. Is that what you're
Well,
claiming?
No, they're actually there.
No, because the horizon should be in front of the oil rigs. Or else the Earth is not a ball with a radius of 3959.
Like if you have something is gradual, like a hill is I mean, you're not going to find one. First of all, so, no, I can't demonstrate that because you're not going to find a hill.
Right, because it's not. It doesn't exist.
You're right, Roger.
It
There's not a
doesn't
hill that
exist.
exists with a
No,
gradual.
your claim does not exist. It is.
No, Roger. There's not a demonstration. There's not a hill with
Let's do one.
with a gradual curvature, the same as what the ocean
Oh,
is.
so it's a special pleading then. It's a special pleading.
No, you're special pleading. You're asking for
No.
something that doesn't exist.
We got to build two
written up.
roads. One perfectly level, 20 miles, another one 20 miles, same distance, right next to it with the curvature that the Earth is supposed to have. And then just observe.
That's funny.
Yeah, why not?
Because a 20-mile road that's perfectly level will be around the curvature of the Earth.
If you're begging the question, yeah.
Provide us this measurement.
We just looked at a video with the ocean. Like, I don't know how much more level you can get to the Earth, and you can see the concave and convex changing depending on the weather.
No, that's you begging the question, right? Because the horizon is not an actual location. It's an apparent location.
Yeah, and you just said it depending on the weather. It's just changing the conditions that you're perceiving it through. It's
Correct.
not a physical horizon or a geometric obstruction that's there.
You don't have a demonstration. You only have a begging the question, which is fallacious, right?
I don't know. You're using too many big words for me, my man.
So the only thing you have is a story, which they told you, right?
No, we just had the video. We just watched a video.
A video of what? Of a horizon moving?
Of the apparent
of an horizon moving, right? So not Earth curvature.
And the video with the great distortion where it appears flat, you can't even make out the horizon because there's so much distortion because of the.
You kind of can.
So not Earth curvature then, right? Not Earth curvature.
You can make out the horizon, and it's beyond the farthest oil rig.
It's above it, right? Like it's
past it. It's beyond it. And that's just
yes.
convergence too, right? I mean, the things further, the furthest in the background are going to appear higher than things closer. Well, not necessarily. The stuff at the bottom of the image is going to be like that. Like the floor will appear to curve up as it goes on into the distance. Until it converges with the sky, which appears to angle down, the point of convergence.
When you're a foot off the ground, you're eliminating a lot of that. Maybe not all of it, of course.
Well, we're not eliminating all of it because we can see it here.
A lot.
You can see the horizon line beyond that furthest oil rig.
Yes.
So not Earth curvature then.
Oh my. I'm gonna watch this video that what's his name shared about the RC boat and see what happens here. That's something new.
I got a piece out. Good talking to y'all.
Good night.
So what is happening with the boat?
I don't know. I don't understand the deal with the RC boat. I'm reading the comments for some insight. Mirage
It's
is
an
all I'm picking
optical
up.
thing, right? It's an optical thing. So the boat disappeared bottom up due to an optical effect, not Earth curvature, optical.
Yeah, the
So
Mirage.
so this can be demonstrated anytime on a flat surface, anytime, right? You can do this yourself. Now so the claim that it has to be due to Earth curvature can now be rejected. It is not.
Oh, okay. So you're saying the point of the video is to demonstrate that heat and mirages can give an appearance of a boat disappearing over a curve.
Correct. Right.
Okay.
It's also due to the angle on which you are viewing the object, right? The angle from your eyes to the bottom of the object becomes too acute for the light to reach your eye. So it's not due to Earth curvature. It's an optical thing, right? So if you claim that the horizon moves, it cannot be Earth curvature because the geometry of a ball Earth cannot change.
What's the motivation, if you don't mind me asking, of whole flat Earth movement, or like the not even the movement, like the intrigue? What keeps you?
The search for truth, right? If the Earth was flat, wouldn't you like to know it?
Personally, I'm kind of indifferent on it. You know.
Okay. Yet you are here defending the globe.
No, I'm not defending it. I'm just like to be completely honest with you. If I found out tomorrow with 100% certainty, no questions asked, that the Earth is flat, my simple response would be, cool. Like it wouldn't change the way that I operate or anything. But that's just me.
Yeah, we get that a lot. We get that a lot, right? And this is just, I think this is again some kind of pre-programmed response, right? People are programmed to be not care, right? Don't care about in what reality they live. They don't care about how this reality affects them. They only care about themselves, right? It's just me.
No, that's not true. It's
And
just a
no,
level of importance. No.
okay.
Like,
Well,
I'll give you an
again, we
example.
get this a lot, right? We
Well,
get this a
Roger,
lot.
check this
What
out.
would it make? How would it affect my life, right? This is not the first time somebody said this, right?
Well, Roger, it's not some program stuff but like check this out. If you found out tomorrow, I don't know where you're from, but if you found out tomorrow that the governor of Alaska had been embezzling money, millions of dollars. Like I don't live there. I don't vote for the Alaskan governor. Alaska has no impact on me. Like, and if you told me that, if you found out about that, so what, right? My first
Yeah, but this
response to
is
you wouldn't be like, well, you're just brainwashed, right? I'm not gonna say that to you.
no. I'm telling you what I experience here on this platform, right? So on this platform, we get that a lot. That people say, "Well, doesn't matter, right? I just continue my life, and what does it matter?" That is what we get a lot. right? And it feels to me like a programmed response because people were put in this heliocentric model as some speck of stardust, right? Doesn't matter because you were created out of nothing, and when you die, there's nothing, and it makes you feel, or it has this notion of insignificance, right? Because you're just a speck of stardust, right? You're just nothing.
You're talking about something different now. Like I'll side with you if you start talking about whether or not we're specks of stardust versus we have value, right? I'll say that we have value all day. I'll side with you, but it's kind of different. It's a different.
Well, I don't think so, because if you understand that this place is created for you and you are the center point and everything revolves around you, then yes, your life will be different.
Oh, I understand that.
Okay.
Yeah, I just don't know how where flat Earth plays into that equation of.
Well, that's why I said speck of stardust created out of nothing, right? The Big Bang.
Yeah, I don't believe any of that,
rhetoric.
and I think that's a different category. And I would agree with you that if like I'll give you an example. I can convince people, or at least give a good amount of evidence that we're not stardust without flat Earth, right? So that's like I agree with you on if someone's taking the position that we're just a bunch of stardust by accident, how there's some importance there. I just don't know how that plays into the flat Earth thing and importance for it, because to me it's kind of like the governor of Alaska being a fraud, right? That's all I'm saying. And
okay.
And I'll tell you, I mean, I'm here because it's interesting, but a lot of things interest me. Catholicism interests me. I dig into Catholicism. I talk to Catholics all the time, right? It interests me. But so I get it. Like if people have different hobbies and people have different interests. So if this is the thing that interests you, like if that's your answer, then great. I get it and cool, right? I was just curious if that was your answer, if there was something else to it.
Yeah, well, I have to jump out now, but thanks, Daniel.
See
Hope
Roger.
you find what you're looking for.
Take it easy.
Yo, what's up, gamers? How's it going?
What up? Oh, globe earther. Oh no.
Oh, I know. The world's about to fall apart.
I like these tags. How do you get them? Like I haven't even found the.
You just have to like find a mod or something and just be
Oh,
like,
okay.
"Hey, can I have these?"
Okay. They don't have.
Some will say yes, some will say no.
They don't have the self-assigning roles.
I don't think so.
Whoever's running the show should look into that to be helpful. Simplistic anyway. You must have really caused a lot of trouble to get the globe earther stuck to your name.
Oh, yeah, sometimes.
So what convinced you the world was round?
I guess there was like really no convincing. It was just being told. Really? I don't think anyone had to. Yeah, like I didn't have anyone convince me because I didn't have a prior, I guess, opinion.
Have you looked into the flat Earth evidence?
Yeah, I have. It's something. I just don't agree with it at the end of the day.
Not convincing enough?
Yeah, I guess that would be the right words to describe it.
I talked to a flat Earth guy one time for like 4 hours. Honestly, it wasn't worth it because this guy was super like I don't even know how to explain. It just wasn't. I was like fourth party in the conversation, just listening. I should have backed out a lot sooner than I did. But he had made some end time predictions that I wrote down. It's pretty interesting.
What kind of predictions did he make? Just like one example.
Are you Christian?
No. I would say
Well,
that I'm like agnostic, I guess.
Oh, that's a problem. But anyway, we can talk about that. His predictions were basically about when the end of the world, when Jesus is coming back with tribulation and whatnot. How had a couple interesting points about how constellations and stuff that took place in the stars and the comparison to prophecy and revelation and the COVID and also prophecy and revelation about disease and stuff. The book of the Bible, Revelation.
Hang on a second. I thought stars and constellations don't exist because space is fake.
I don't think. First of all, I'm not a flat earther. But second of all, I don't think any flat earther would tell you stars are fake.
Oh yeah, they're lights in the sky. Yeah.
I'm not a flat earther, but I don't. They wouldn't say they're fake. I'll say that.
Sorry, I wasn't trying to intrude. I was just saying that.
Yeah,
doesn't bother me, man.
Yeah, I think most flat earthers have told me that stars, well, they just don't know what they are. It's pretty much the answer. I think that's pretty normal.
Maybe.
That I hear.
All right. So, what's holding you back on your agnosticism? What's holding you back on believing the default that God exists?
Nothing's holding me back, but I also don't have anything pushing me forward.
What?
I've seen the information. It's pretty much, I'll just wait till I die. I think it's that simple. I'll be a good person. I'll die one day, and then we'll see. Most likely, I won't see anything because it's kind of what death is. But
you know the good person thing. I mean, I could ask you if you're a good person, and hopefully you'd quickly realize that the answer would be no. But
well, the only person that truly knows would be God, right? So I'll see what God says.
You know God's standard.
I mean, there's a lot of different gods that have a lot of different standards.
Well, we're just talking about the one that matters. Weasel, come on.
Well, you can't just simply brush off 1,000 other religions as well. Come on, just like
most of them you can. Most of them become like very illogical and inconsistent very quickly.
I think that's almost every religion, to be honest. There's always some like weird contradictions, and that's why you have 1,000 different. I'm like that's why you have like a lot of different Christian like subgroups and everything, because no one could come to an agreement.
Denominations, a bunch of those. I mean, I'll grant you there are some major differences at times, but the majority of those denominational differences are very minute, like what color's the carpet and are we going to sing songs before or after service, right? It's not.
Yeah. I mean, I guess I see it as important is that if there's going to be a religion that's going to be pushed, that I'm like everyone's on the same page. I feel like even those small differences show that, I mean, it's just like interpretation of what the words are. That's really what it comes down to. And anyone can come to any type of interpretation if trying hard enough.
Yep, I agree completely. That's why at the end of the day, you kind of got to trust God.
Yeah, and I guess I trust God in the sense where, you know what? I'll be good. I won't harm anyone. I will generally keep to myself. Then I'll die, and I'll find out.
Don't be the man standing in the middle of the road with 18-wheeler coming at him and saying, I'll just wait. Step out of the way, man.
See, I will know in 60 years, all right? I will let you know.
Could be tomorrow.
It could be. Hey, it could be the next second. I could die of like a brain aneurysm, whatever those things are called, where you just feel like a headache, die right then and there.
Exactly. And Daniel, that's what I've always thought, is that whether the Earth's a global flat, it's sure as shit not flat, but any one of us can walk out tomorrow and get hit by a bus. Does that make us special? Does that make us special that it was our time to go?
I don't see the relevancy in getting hit by a bus and that being the thing that distinguishes you as special. But I would say that you're special, created in the image of God, giving the chance for eternal relationship with Him. That would be why I would say you're special, not getting hit by the bus.
Okay, so right, you're saying you're special that the time that you have here on Earth is your special time that you provide what you have to offer. Is that what you're saying to others?
I'm not sure the question. Like, are you asking for value? Like,
well, I just keep hearing if the Earth is flat, there's a creator. And if there's a creator, that means that you're special. You're not insignificant, which is what the heliocentric model says, which is what I believe. We are literally insignificant.
Okay. That's sad, first of all.
It is.
Well, what do you need, man?
I just like your perspective on thinking and knowing that there is a creator, and I have my own creator when I'm in the shit that I ask for help, and it's worked out so far, but one day it's probably not going to work out.
I believe in God. I believe God is absolutely necessary. There's no way to formulate a coherent worldview apart from God. And then the question must be asked, because I think anyone that's being honest with himself and has 2 cents that they can rub together would have to quickly come to the conclusion that God exists. And then the big question is, which God? Right? And
yes,
I believe the Bible is very consistent internally with itself and externally with history, and then also externally with reality. Like it describes the condition of man as we know it.
Yeah, I completely get what you're saying, because that's what I believe, the same thing, but in sort of different terms, if you know what I mean.
No.
But what my question is that if you're in I don't know how to put it from where I am, is let's say you're driving down the highway, God forbid, and a fucking 18-wheeler crosses into your lane and it's 3 meters away from plowing you down. I don't think God's going to save you.
First thing to realize is that getting hit by that 18-wheeler might be salvation in and of itself. Because I don't know if I don't know if you noticed, but the world we live in is not too peachy. And,
yeah.
But I don't know, and it's not up to me, right? I mean, kinda, but you have.
And sorry, go ahead.
I don't like this is the distinction where Weasel, think about this also, is if your mindset is on temporal things, then you'll just be chasing your tail forever. And the major distinction you see between atheist, agnostic, whatever, and Christian is the mindset on eternal rather than temporal, right? So when you ask a question about getting hit by a truck, Yeah, like me imagine it. Yeah, it sucks. You leave your family, your friends, the plans that you have tomorrow, but ultimately, so be it. It's a good thing.
Yeah, and that's all I was saying about obviously it was the flat Earth, and then that there is a creator, but maybe, just maybe, and I'm not trying to say anything by this, but maybe the creators fuck some of us over, not intentionally, but
it's a temporal mindset, right? It's like you can, apart from the flat Earth, man, you don't need flat Earth to know God exists. But so apart from that, but when you think about someone that's just absolutely screwed, right? A kid that grows up, gets beat every day by his mom and daddy, and gets shot by a gang when he's 13. Okay, just whatever.
Yeah. Jesus, what a life.
Yeah, whatever terrible circumstance you can think of, right? Well, the real question is what happened in those 13 years? Did when he was 10, was his life so terrible that he was at the bottom of the barrel in humility, and he found God, and then eternity is perfect because of it? So when your mind is on the temporal,
wait, is God like
yeah.
Jesus?
Do what? Do what? You can repeat that question. Minus all this
Sorry.
chuckling.
Is God like Jesus?
Jesus is God. Absolutely.
Really?
Absolutely.
I thought they were separate.
Nope.
Oh, sorry. Sorry for interrupting, sir. What's your name?
Daniel.
That's a sexy name, Daniel.
Thank you.
wait, what, Chickley? Did you just say that that's a sexy name?
Yeah.
You couldn't. You from fucking NZ, bud?
Occasionally you'll have children hop on Discord.
Children?
They,
No, I've already got 10 million. Just put them down in the toilet.
I don't think you do have 10 million children if you just said Daniel is a dude's sexy name. I don't think you've got any children.
I'm turned on by Daniel, sir.
Yeah, that's why I don't think you have any children.
They just died in the sock.
Oh, yeah. The old classic sock uterus.
Man, what a fun chat at 2 a.m. Time is it?
Jesus Christ, Octane. What the fuck?
Yeah, who needs sleep? That's some weak shit.
Yeah, man, fuck.
Yeah, my sleep schedule's just fuck. I usually go to sleep like at 4 a.m, so.
Hang on, Octane, I think I was talking to you last night. Are you in Oregon?
No, I live in California.
California.
Gross.
Right?
Just south. Just south.
You know,
oh, don't remind me.
Oh, sorry.
There's tons of children in this Discord. Cuts one of them. Can't. Whatever. Who cares?
See, this is the main thing I get fucking annoyed at, is when all these fucking flat earthers are on here and they let 12-year-old kids, and they're literally fucking grooming them to come into their cult. Of course they don't know fucking shit.
Yeah, it is a little weird sometimes.
Oh, he got muted. Hilarious. Mouse snake got the mute. What is that? Is that a frog or a mouse? Can't tell. Maybe a mouse. Probably mouse snake.
I think it looks like a rat. Rat snake.
Rat snake. Oh, there you go. That makes more sense. Rat snake, yeah.
Wait, how does rat snake move?
Because that's an actual snake. Like a.
Oh.
Rat snake is an actual snake.
Something new.
I don't know who muted him, but thanks. Jazz, I take offense to that. As a father, I try to protect all children that come in here, and you didn't even mention that. You just want to act like we're a cult. You can shut your drunk ass up and be happy I don't ban you right now. The guy who's on banned you every fucking time you talk dumb shit.
Yeah, you can fuck right off of that cold bullshit.
Yeah, motherfucker on a fucking two-fur done drink a case and on a bottle, and he's wanting to talk shit about flat earthers and a cult when he lives his life through the haze of beer bottle glasses. I'm about tired of listening to drunks talk. Let's talk about that. I don't give much weight to what a drunk says. They can't even fucking handle their own life. They're not master of their own life. Their beer is, but they want to talk like they know something. If you knew something, you wouldn't be drunk every time you come on here.
You saying the rat snake guy is a drunk?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't notice.
Jazzaconda? Yeah, he's a drunk.
Yeah, I didn't notice.
You can save your DMs for a motherfucker who gives a fuck, because right now I don't give a fuck, Jazza. You don't piss me off. And I'm a hard man to piss off. I'm a fair man. But this isn't a cult. And personally, I don't like when we talk to 12-year-olds either. Let 12-year-olds be 12-year-olds. Don't bother them with all that shit, and don't bother them with a bunch of transgender bullshit either. Let them be kids. The fuck. But the one thing, in our defense, TOS says you gotta be 13 to be here, so we don't talk to 12-year-olds, Jazza. So your entire dichotomy is false. We ban 12-year-olds. Instantly.
So, how's everyone's night going? Hopefully pretty good.
Yep, going good. Just a word that a wise man once told me. When you're starting a conversation with people, don't just instantly start off with insults. It gets nowhere.
Yeah, so, yeah, true.
Notice, Weasel, how I didn't just call you a God-hating reprobate right off the bat, huh?
It's none of that.
Yeah, I'm still not going to call you one. I want you to put up some massive shield. I want you to learn.
Oh, so I see that you have a friend in chat.
Yeah. Can we have gas pressure without a container? Seems kind of silly question.
It's way too late for a question like that.
Yeah. Guess it's kind of like implying that there's no atmosphere whatsoever. I don't know.
It's fuck. I can't even remember because it's so I was losing brain cells. But fuck, what was it about? It's because like, if there was no dome or like firmament or whatever, the gas would escape. Basically, that's what they're implying. So there needs to be a firmament. Right? Right? Did I get that right? Cut? Kind of, sort of.
See, he didn't take those words of the wise on the insult thing. Probably young. Okay. I'll give him a pass. I'll just assume that he's young. Give him a free pass on it. I am the kid. Ooh. And him and the kid. Ooh.
Server's great. Playing some late night TF2 on a Flat Earth Discord server. How can life get any better?
Yeah, sometimes conversations are pretty cool. It's interesting. It's an interesting topic. Like, yeah, like the whole density, the density buoyancy thing. It's interesting, and I will be the first one to say that's not the easiest thing to say. It's stupid or easily disprovable because it's not. It's not.
What?
I mean, it's.
What do you mean it's interesting? I think it's boring.
Oh no, I think it's a good thought. It's a good.
Well, I think bending in warpy space-time is way more interesting than just, apple flips in water.
It is.
I mean, it is more cool. I will say that. Yeah.
But it's equally interesting. Like the whole concept of gravity is pretty bizarre, to be honest. Like I'm not gonna doubt that whatsoever.
Yeah, but what's really interesting is...
Shut up, Rat Snake. I'm just kidding, buddy. Go ahead. It's just a joke.
No. Yeah, I can't even change my fucking name. What's really interesting is, and you can look it up on YouTube yourself, is a helium balloon rising in the atmosphere. A helium balloon in a vacuum will sink to the ground because of gravity.
Because of the lack of buoyant force.
Yeah, that's because
he just started to
there's no buoyancy or density when there's no medium.
I know, because that's distinguished.
Yeah, but we live in a medium. It's called the atmosphere. We don't live in a vacuum. So what's your point?
I have a question. I'm going to try disproving Rat Snake's theory for you real quick.
Hang on. Just real quick.
How do you have a balloon full of helium?
Yeah, how does it apply to the atmosphere?
No, how do you have
want
one
to
in
answer
the
to my
vacuum?
question before you move on.
Should implode.
Hang on, Mike. All I'm saying is that when you remove the atmosphere, everything, including an anvil sitting on Mercury, everything is still being pulled down to the center of the Earth. Everything.
Well, listen, the only factor in a vacuum is weight.
And weight requires what?
No, that's a theory that weight is caused by gravity. Can you correlate the cause with the effect and make it real for me? Nobody ever proved weight's caused by gravity. That's an assertion made, not backed by scientific experiment. So it's not even a scientific theory. It's just a theory, colloquial version.
Mike, I'm going to be perfectly honest with you and say that no, I can't. But it doesn't make it wrong. And it doesn't
make it right either.
Exactly.
Let's make both sides of the claim true. You're neither wrong nor right.
Exactly. Both of us are neither wrong nor right.
Well, I'm defining it by specific gravity, which is relative to the medium. You remove the medium and the only thing takes over is weight. It's the only thing left. It's the only variable left. Now, the only way you have to attribute that to gravity in a sphere is through assertion. But my specific gravity becomes true when you manipulate the medium and all effects change.
No, specific gravity is a unit used for especially things like fuel, jet
Mostly fluids, yes.
And a specific gravity is used to convert a weight of a
Mostly
volume
fluids,
of fuel.
yes, but it's based on gravity as it pertains to a medium. Is our atmosphere a medium or not?
For everywhere on Earth. That's why it's called a specific gravity, just the same as
because the medium changes. It's fluid, not liquid, but fluid. It's inconsistent. So yes, it's specific to each area, and it works based just on buoyancy and density, relative to the medium it's in.
Yes, but in the same way that we have it's not called specific, but we have an international standard atmosphere, which is 1,013 hectopascals.
I know what the standard atmosphere is. It's a unit of measure, which is a abstract construct of man to define a thing, so we can understand what we're talking about. The specific area.
Yes. So this is a measurement that we go from, which is very rarely in the real world ever what it actually is. It's an average.
It's pressure and applied force. Yes or no?
It's an average over a long time.
No, I'm asking for the definition of pressure,
temperature.
I know
density,
that
everything.
Temperature is relative to pressure. So, is pressure an applied force by physics? Yes or no?
Yes, but the international standard atmosphere is the average of all of that.
I know it's an average mean for a fluid medium that's not average. It doesn't have an average consistency. So it's just a unit of measure.
Yes, but it's an average of over.
Yeah, but the average doesn't ring true everywhere. That's why we have specific gravity.
I know. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
And pressure is relative to. It's an applied force.
Of the Earth.
If you apply anything under applied pressure, will break sooner or later because it's an applied force.
Wait, no.
Pressure, yes, it's applied. Applied pressure, yes. It applies.
Atmospheric pressure has never broken anything vertically. It has broken shit horizontally in the terms of wind due to the Coriolis effect.
I don't think you can prove that. Atmospheric pressure has bent trees over and broke them.
Because of the Coriolis effect, you have heard of cyclones and shit, haven't you?
Now, if the Coriolis effect was true, all fucking bridges on Earth would be drawn one way. They'd bend one way. And it wouldn't be down or up. It'd be sideways.
No, they wouldn't.
Yeah, inert forces can't just act on certain things at certain given times and then not act on everything else. It also pull all buildings that extend too far off the surface, this inert force. If it can power a pendulum and it has a small amount of mass, then it would fucking pull a building to the right, depending on whether it's facing east or west. Pull it left or right.
No,
it would. You can't spin something with stuff on it and say it's not going to affect everything on it. It's ludicrous.
Can you give me 2 minutes, man? I just have to go and make a quick phone call to see what the weather's doing, where I'm going tomorrow.
Oh, phone a friend, sure.
I'll ask about your question to it. So
I wouldn't do that. It could be your grandma, man. I'm just picking on you.
Yeah. Alrighty, I'll be back in 2. Cheers, man.
I mean, I did unmute you, but you're a man enough to say, yes, we do ban 12-year-olds. We don't talk to them. This is the truth.
I'm still here, and I hear that, and I appreciate it.
And personally, when the lower members, man, the people that built this, we don't agree with even talking to young children. And when we're here, we try to move it away from them because we don't like the way people treat children. If you treated my child like that, if I put her on this server and they treated her like that, I'd ban all of them and I wouldn't give a fuck what role they're wearing. It shit's only a badge if you're a real man or a real woman. Real men and real women don't disrespect children or try to direct them. You just let them be kids.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with saying this is an adult conversation, right? There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, exactly. And the swearing and shit, you know, fucking kids swear all day, every day these days.
Yeah.
But anywho, I've got to check what the weather's doing tomorrow.
I checked out on a Glover the other day for cursing because I had my daughter listening. He said, well, your daughter can't be listening right now. You're on the internet. And I'm like, dude, what do you mean? You can have 16 devices on poor internet. What, you dumb?
I think I was listening to that dude at the same time, actually.
Yeah, and I do let my 16-year-old listen a lot. That's why I'm not trying to hold people to Christian values or condemn people or none, but I would like them to act like we're adults. That's it.
Yeah.
Adult is responsible. The difference between immature and mature is being responsible for your own damn actions.
Yeah, for sure. Anyway, I just got to check the weather real quick, and I'll be back in 15.
Well, I know you know it. At least you're man enough to say when maybe you spoke out of turn or was a little wrong.
Oh yeah, when I get
do the same. I do the same thing. No, I'm not going to hold you to it forever, bro. We can move off of it. I just thought it applied to that topic there. You're a mature person.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I just
we can leave it alone now. It ain't got to be mentioned. I'm not one of these guys that hold. We're humans. We're not perfect. You can't hold a person down to one moment in their fucking life and piss all over the rest of their life. That's bullshit.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, that gif ain't even right there, man.
But yeah, I'm just gonna have a quick look on the interwebs.
That girl got a big set of teeth.
A healthy set of lungs. Is that what you're trying to say? No, I'm just going to have a quick look at the internet, check the weather, and I'll be back in 10.
It's all good. Mulder, how come you only got a listening pass? Are you muted? You want to talk? Muter. I'll mute you. If you want to talk, you can. If you do talk, I'll give you the VC verified, and then you don't have to have a listening pass. Sucks hosting an open platform, but everybody here doesn't want to be open to be able to have input. And I get that, sometimes it's hard for people to do. They don't want to be challenged by aggressive people. I get that. There's one in every group, and we got a large group, so we got more than one. Jackass, we can't help it. It's just the statistics get us.
Sorry, I smell blood in the water sometimes.
Yeah, we apologize for this. We have a butthurt complaint. You can file that. If you filed it now, you'd be the 156,000th person in line. All our representatives are currently busy destroying the globe.
Sorry about your gravity.
What an idiot. watch out. You better not try to get the word out. You've gotta be sly. Saturn Claus is coming to town. He's making a twist. He's gonna change splice. Those fluffy chemtrails, they really look nice. Saturn Claus is coming to town. He knows where you've been surfing. He looks just like a snake. He flip-flops all that's bad and good, and Christmas is a fake. Ho! You better bug out before we all fry. Figure it out, just look at the sky. Saturn Claus is coming to town. He's always out there lurking, obscuring our airspace. He'll give you pagan Christmas trees and destroy the human race. Oh, the sun is blocked out, no one knows why. Figure it out, just look at the sky. Saturn Claus is coming to town.
Hello.
Hello.
All right. So, do you want to hear my research?
Your research. Well, I just want to point out that you weren't banned, so I don't know how you thought you were banned while you were in the VC. You were just muted.
I'm sorry. Is Patrick here?
He's what?
Patrick.
What about Patrick?
Is he here?
No, Patrick's still up in the VC check-in, but he said he's going to hop down. I don't know if he's going to speak with you, though. I mean, you're pretty unentertaining.
He asked me, did I want to? So, there's people here you can talk to. We'll give you, go ahead, spit your research out, and then we'll tell you what all's wrong with it.
Give me a sec. Right?
You guys ready for this crap? Because it's early. I'm sipping on coffee, damn it. Where's my co-pilot? Roger? Matrix, you want to cover this?
Yeah, I don't mind. I'm ready.
I mean, I'd speak with him, but I've spoke with him for like 45 minutes already.
Right. Well, you know, I'm trying a new thing. If you guys haven't noticed, I'm letting other people talk, damn it.
I appreciate that, Battlemon.
So you talk, I'll moderate. Cool?
Are you ready, lads? Are you ready
we're
for this?
ready. Yeah, we're ready. Compose yourself.
Okay, so
take a breath, dude. Take a breath. You got this.
Thanks. So one of the best documented methods was basically performed by ancient Greeks, and basically what they did was when the sun was overhead, they put sticks in a different location.
We know.
When the sun was directly overhead.
We know who Aristophanes is.
500 miles north. The stick there did cast a shadow.
Bro.
If the Earth
not to be rude, but we know who Aristophanes is, and we know what he did.
Because they would be positioned at the same angle towards the sun. The ancient Greeks found that the shadows were different because
Aristophanes, not ancient Greeks. Say it properly.
The sticks were at different angles.
Not all ancient Greeks believe this. Just Aristophanes.
Managed to get it within 10% of the true value.
I thought you're not going to talk.
Around 250 BC. Another piece of evidence for the globe is the difference between the night skies in the northern and southern hemisphere. The view is completely different because the Earth beneath you is pointing in a different direction. If the Earth were flat, the view would be the same. This can be made even easier by simply comparing when it's night and day in each country. As well. They all rotate. And watching over the course of a few days gives a clear picture.
Hey, Checkley, I mean, this is pretty embarrassing, dude. You're cracking up, you're not able to compose yourself, and all you're doing is reading lines. You're not even having to speak.
This is an essay.
I respect the effort, though. Well done for writing the script, man.
Yeah, he's been reading. He was reading a script for the past 45 minutes, and he's not able to compose.
I wrote it myself.
He started with Aristophanes. So Gem Panda sends you over here, and this is the best you can do. You can't even not laugh.
Well, sorry, my mate's just yeah.
You've been here 45 minutes, and you're still not able to compose yourself. It's pretty embarrassing, Checkley.
Yeah, those are all easily debunked as being evidence of anything. They require too many presuppositions or assumptions.
Quickly? I'm very sorry, no.
And you said ancient Greeks when you met Aristophanes, because all Greeks didn't believe this crap. And no offense, but Greek became a city-state 150 years ago, so there was no Greeks 1,000 years ago.
Okay, well then, what do you have to explain about the southern, like the famous
There's not two rotations. That's an apparent view. That if you're standing at the equator and looking north, it'll appear to go one way and the other. If you turn around and it'll appear to go the other way, but they're all going the same way, east to west. So there is no absolute opposite rotation unless you think you live on a globe that spins differently on the bottom than it does on the top.
Okay, but here's the thing. I don't think I know.
Well, I know too. I've been to the southern hemisphere, but it's an apparent view. You can't have two different rotations on one sphere. Oh Lord!
Can I just run it quickly? So firstly, you can because it's on an angle, and secondly, having a southern hemisphere would
No,
mean
it
that it's a
depends on
globe.
what angle you're viewing from.
Not
You
flat.
can't have two different rotations on a sphere that spins east to west. You need to concede that point because otherwise you have a sphere that spins two different ways, top and bottom.
Okay.
It's
Tell
and
me this.
if you read it, it said it's an apparent view. They appeared to.
All right. Okay, I understand. Okay, but what do I find as flat in this case? Like, what is your definition of flat?
Mostly level. So
mostly level. It's a vague term.
Listen, flat is the trigger word. We believe it's a level topographical plane.
So you think it's like flat, level? Like a Minecraft.
No, not completely flat. We know there's mountains, hills, and valleys. That's why I said topographical. Right.
So why don't I fall off the edge?
What edge?
The edge of this flat Earth, because it just doesn't revolve.
Hold on. You think flat earthers think it's a flat disc floating in space?
Well, then if it's not, what is it?
Yes or no? Do you believe we believe it's a flat disc floating in space?
I haven't been informed otherwise.
Well, you have. The mainstream tells you every flat earther is from the Flat Earth Society, but that's just not the truth. We don't think it's a flat disc rising in space. Matter of fact,
what do you think?
Most real flat earthers don't see any scientific evidence of space.
But sorry, so what do you think it is if it's not a disc floating in the world?
Well, I could guess. Maybe infinite, but it's an infinite plane, but it would take an infinity to prove that now, wouldn't it?
Okay, here's my question. Okay. Why do you believe this conspiracy theory? What does point you? And don't say because you don't trust the main.
We don't believe anything. We simply observe facts.
Yeah, that's a false dichotomy. It's not a conspiracy theory. It's an observation. So you can observe. Do you want answers? You just want to interrupt people?
I'll let you talk for a little bit.
Oh, you'll afford me that opportunity on my own platform? Thank you.
I will be nice enough to do that.
It's very big of you. Hey, bro, go ahead, man. I'm gonna go get more coffee.
To the person that laughed, can they please keep it together?
I can't take that. Oh, Mary, you want to talk to him?
Yeah, conspiracies are improving. You try and bring the conspiracy card into this coincidence card.
What's her name, sir?
Sorry?
Name? What's
What are
your
you saying?
name? What is
My
your
name's
name? Ben.
Date of birth.
Howdy, Ben. Now, what are you doing this nice Friday evening? Ben? Earth to Ben. Is anyone there?
Wait, so who are you talking to?
Well, I thought I was talking to Ben, but I'll talk to you. What's your name, bud?
I'm Andrew. I'm at the bottom.
Hey, Andrew. Hey, Andy. What are you doing this fine Friday evening?
Well, I'm
plans?
just willing to talk to Globers, explain to them how there's no scientific evidence for a spinning globe.
Here's my question: Is it night time for you now?
Is it what?
Night time.
It's actually like 1 a.m. Like 1 p.m.
So, you know this flat Earth that you foolishly believe in, all your beliefs?
We don't believe in anything.
Oh, so you don't think it's real?
What does that have to do with thinking something is real?
Well,
you cannot have gas pressure without a container. The measurements don't match up. There's simply no observable, measurable, any empirical observable curve of anything on the Earth or anything anywhere. So there's no belief. It's just mere measurements and observations.
We can work past this whole belief thing in the future, Andy. But for the moment, how do you propose time zones work? Because they seem to work quite clearly on a sphere, but I just don't quite see how they work on a flat.
I've already posted a video in the lobby of how time zones work. If you
like here, you've got terabytes of content of that.
Oh wait, actually no, I've got a better question. Sorry, scratch that. Basically,
what time's got nothing to do with physical measurements.
Wait, is this Pat?
Is this what?
Is this Pat?
I don't understand what that is.
No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Wait. Oh, dude, no, he's muted. Okay, never mind. I thought my good mate was here. Paddy. Old dude. Pretty legend. You know he's 50 years old? Anyway. Okay, so what shape is the flat Earth?
No clue.
You don't know. So
flat is an adjective. I can say that my ceiling is flat. I don't know what it looks like.
It's flat on average. I mean, if you have a cube, it's got 6 sides, and if you only lived on one of those sides, you'd only experience one of those sides. So the flat description is just one side.
Right.
So you think it's one side of a cube?
No, you see, why do you keep on adding things? We don't think anything. We just see it's measuring flat and there's no movement of it. That's all. We're not gonna come up with fucking theories about its shape. We're just not gonna theorize anything. Stop asking us things that we simply don't even think about, because we don't give a shit. We just look at evidence and we accept the evidence.
For someone that doesn't give a shit, you seem to get quite heated. Anyway, I had a really good thing. Give me a sec.
I think even the Egyptians described it as a cube. The Bible talks about the four.
Someone argue with me, and I'll tell you why you're deluded and stupid to why you think the Earth is flat. How about I just put an Uno reverse card?
You're just a child.
I'm just a child, so that's why the Earth.
Look, Chuckley, people have been giving you genuine, intelligent arguments, and you keep on just doing ad homs and red herrings and strawmans. What we want of people like Uni here is actually answer to the things that are being said, not just red hair the living hell out of the thing that's being said, move to another thing, and then just before you insert a new thing, you instantly go on and just make some kind of an ad hom or something like that. So the structure when it comes to everything you do is one, you're being given an answer. Second step, you just don't fucking interact with it. Third step, you make some ad hom. Fourth step, you come up with some other fucking question. And maybe in between you might add another ad hom of some other sorts. We don't need that stuff. We just want to talk science. So keep your stuff for yourself. We're not offended by anything. We don't care about how you see us. We only care about your scientific opinions and scientific measurements and observations. You ain't got any of that, you can just leave.
Yeah, the quickest way to leave this server is to approach us with insults and no evidence. And you're muted now until you actually sort of calm down. Because this is not what we're about. We all started out as globe earthers in this server. And that's the position that we took to try and debunk the flat earth. And yet still here we are. I'm going to mute you again.
So are you willing to actually, for example, start with a... Sorry, Mary, you wanted to say something?
No, it's okay.
Okay, sorry. So, Chuckley, we don't have any problem with starting again from zero. But We're just not willing to waste time on your attitude if you don't change it. If you genuinely want to start about things and attack our arguments in a scientifically based manner, we're absolutely fine with that. We love debating and we would love to be proven wrong. But not making fun and all that stuff.
Leave the playground insults at home or at school, wherever you're coming from.
Oh, okay. Hi, guys. So welcome back. Basically, so have you ever heard of the scientists that dropped balls off the top of the tallest towers that they could find?
What's about this?
The dropping a ball proves a ball.
Because
you can only drop a ball off a ball.
No. So they drop like marbles off like top of like really tall towers. I'm talking like tall.
Okay, look, you sound like you're not really so well versed when it comes to these things, so I'll better just, for example, at this part of the conversation, why don't we just have me ask you some questions, see how you handle them, and then...
Basically, because the Earth was moving, but when it was dropped from, the ball would fall and hit the ground further back from where it was dropped. Because of how
it's difficult to read it
Earth
at the
spins.
same time as talk about it. If you knew about it, you'd be able to speak about it.
So again, it would just be better if you just answer to some questions that are actually very well established by us, and we know very well what we're talking about. Fine?
See what I can do. Right, let's
do this. Something based on your actual knowledge, not something that you're Googling in the background right now.
Right. So,
I'm just trying to use some research because I trust
you should have done
scientists.
that before you came into the server.
Wait, listen, okay.
I've got notes.
Okay, so let's see how well it can handle this. So there's basically 3 claims the spinning heliocentric globe, spinning Earth religion presupposes.
Yes.
One is that it's a globe. So implicitly there is a radius, so implicitly it's curving. That's the first claim. Second claim is that it's spinning. And the third claim is that you can have an atmosphere next to an infinite vacuum of space without any physical barrier in between the two mediums. These are the 3 claims the globe spinning model makes. We'll go step by step through them, and I'll ask for evidence, and basically I'll ask you who, when, where, and how they've proven that thing to be true. So with the first one.
Andy, could I please also ask for evidence proving that, against as well?
No. That's not how debate works. You answer the questions, and then we'll move on to the next.
I'll explain to you why you have to provide the evidence. Listen, nobody has ever felt any movement of the Earth. It doesn't matter if 7 billion people believe the Earth is spinning.
That's because
if you go on and you say the Earth is spinning, you made a positive claim. Everybody else feels it not spinning. So the ones that have to provide evidence are those that are saying it's spinning, not the other way around. If 7 billion people say 1 + 1 = 3, it's not my duty to prove it equals 2. No shit it equals 2. It's still your 7 billion people duty to prove it's 3 because you made a positive claim that is not evident. So, the spinning globe is not evident at all. Nobody sees the curve when you wake up. Nobody feels the spin when you wake up. Nobody has ever observed gas pressure without a container. So you have to provide evidence.
Could I just say something quickly? You were just saying about how if the majority believes something, then the people that don't agree or disagree have to provide the evidence. I'd just like to say that over 2/3 of America
Not about
believes
agreement or disagreement.
It doesn't matter. Let's go back to basics.
No.
Hold on. Let Andrew repeat the question, and you will be answering the question. That's the way it's going to work. Andrew asked the question. Checkley answer the question.
We'll just get to the point. So the first point is who, when, and where measured the radius of the Earth? How did anybody ever observe and actually measure the curve of the Earth? Any of these things that have to do with the actual sphericity of the Earth. Who, when, where, and how they measured it or observed it. To the best of your knowledge.
Am I allowed to answer this question with a question?
No, absolutely not.
Well, good thing I don't care. So basically, measuring the radius doesn't really matter because people can see that it's round. And who's measured that it's flat? Absolutely nobody.
How do you see it round if you're not in space?
When can we see
It's
Earth
so big you
round?
can't comprehend it with your eyes.
But Checkley, you should understand that the radius is infinitely important because all of those satellites that are geostationary
Well, he said we
use
can
the
see it
perfect
round.
number of radius.
He said we can see it. I'd
Okay.
like to know when so
I
I
think
can
it's
go
3529
observe
or something in
curvature.
3000. But I don't think that.
Listen, NASA should have checked the radius before they even launched one rocket, before they sent one man into space, or what we alleged space, because that is a very dangerous mission, risking somebody's life to go up into the air with a bunch of explosives underneath them. So how did they measure the radius before the first rocket was launched?
Sorry, I missed all of that. Sorry, why is the radius important to someone to the Earth, to the Moon?
No, I'm asking about the radius of the Earth, right? Because it's a sphere, it's a geometric shape, and a sphere, you can basically define it in space by two elements. The positioning on the OX, OY, and OZ axis of the center of it, and the radius of the sphere. That's all you need to define a sphere in space. That's basic mathematics.
5 kilometers.
How did we get to that?
So basically,
I'm listening.
I'm not going to say this. By around 500 BC, most ancient Greeks. Oh, this is not relevant. It was Eratosthenes.
Eratosthenes.
Yeah. He was a Greek philosopher.
You can't even read properly at this point, and you don't even seem to
And
believe it.
no, he
Believe the
calculated
things that you're reading.
the calculation by measuring the curvature and then multiplying that to calculate a circle.
No, we're not talking about calculations. We're talking about measurements.
Well, no, but you're asking how he figured out the circumference, and
Okay,
I tell you,
how did he? You're already skipping, steps in the method. What did he actually do? Like, talk like to a child. What did he actually do?
talk to a child. Okay.
Explain it very simply. What did Eratosthenes do?
I know he keeps
It's very
talking
simple.
to us like we don't know what Eratosthenes did. We know what he did.
Okay, well then why do you ever tell me like you're a child?
He assumed he made a bunch of assumptions and then he based an equation on that assumption. Like the shadow would equal 1/25th of the circle, or is it 1/52nd?
Can I skip?
He assumed parallel light. He assumed an infinite light source. He assumed Cyrene and Alexandria were on the same latitude line, and we know today they're not.
Andrew, can I please have the next question, please?
No, we're not going to the second one unless we understand what's the whole deal with the first one. So you gotta understand this. We're asking you these questions not because we don't know the answers to them. We know everything about the globe model. Don't think like you can educate us on this. We know it.
Whoa. Did you just say globe? Did you just call the Earth a sphere? Because I'm not sure if you understand that
He was in reference to your model. We know everything about the spherical Earth model. Are you?
Yes, Checkley. It's a geoid sphere, pier, whatever that's enlarged at the bottom and sucked up at the top.
I don't
know.
think this kid is mature enough for this conversation.
All right. No, I'll explain why we don't know the circumference.
Well, you're not mature enough to have a normal conversation. You talk in the middle of every one sentence.
Do you want me to explain? So, do you want me to still explain to you like your child's or like your adults?
Technically, I'm asking you to do that so I can prove to you you don't know what you're talking about. It's not for us. We all know this stuff. It's for you.
The reason that we don't have an exact measure of the Earth is because the Earth is so large to comprehend. 40,000 kilometers is massive.
Right. Okay. Checkley, let me explain to you what I wanted to hear from you.
Cut me off, Andrew. Calm down. We've not developed a tool to measure this vast mass.
Yeah, we've heard that for years. That's why I'm interrupting you, because
it's
just repetitive.
too big to see a curve then.
So what I wanted to hear from you was that Eratosthenes actually presupposed that the distance pay attention. The distance between the Earth and the Sun was so big. Please just listen to this. The distance between this Earth and the Sun was so big so that he could presuppose the rays of sunlight are parallel.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to tell you.
Well, do you have any proof that the Sun is infinitely far away, or let's say 93 million miles away? Where's the proof for that to begin with?
Well, we have no form to measure that, I'm sorry. As a society, we've got too many people drop kicks on Discord servers arguing about the Earth.
Well, do you realize that if you're just telling me there's no way to actually find out for a fact what's the distance between the Earth and the Sun, you've just debunked Eratosthenes, right?
Yes, because we have have you ever ran 40,000 kilometers? Have you ever done anything for 40,000?
Okay, I'm not sure if you're just trolling or you just don't even realize you just made a Cogdis kind of statement. You've literally just proven yourself to be wrong.
Okay, well then let's skip to the next question. You said there were going to be lots of questions. Next question.
Okay, so you've debunked yourself with the first one. That's good. We'll just do it for fun. Fine.
I think I'm listening to Flat Earth.
Well, let's sum up the answer for the second question. There's no proof of radius. Nobody ever measured it. He admitted that. He conceded that.
That's quite funny, right?
Yeah.
Now, the other one is the spinning of the Earth. Who, when, where, and how measure the spinning of the Earth?
Oh, that is a cracking one. So basically, we don't have a measure because we move with the Earth, but we can guess it, or not guess it, but we can hypothesize.
So the simple answer is no one.
No. Because if we look,
anyone alive that's measured it?
I do not like that. I do not like that one bit. But basically,
I don't care what you like and dislike. Your likes and dislikes, they have nothing to do with the empirical scientific conversation.
Basically, if you look at these satellites, how it turns. Have you ever seen that? It's like
nothing in the sky proves the shape of the Earth. Next attempt.
Skip to the next question.
Dude, that's cool. Very nice. The last one is, how can you have gas pressure without a container? And whatever your answer might be, I demand the definition of pressure. Not necessarily gas pressure, because it's pretty much implicitly in the term by itself. So I want to be shown how we can have gas pressure without a container and using gravity.
Okay, so basically, have you ever heard of the layers of the solar system?
That is not my question.
I know, but I'm explaining it to you, and I'm just trying to gauge where you are, because before you were asking me to explain something like you were children, so I'm just not quite sure where you are with your IQ.
Jesus Christ.
So, do you know what the layers of the atmosphere are? Yes or no?
The atmosphere of what?
The Earth, the globe.
Yes, I know.
Okay, so basically, pressure builds and it creates a vacuum. Do you understand that term?
I will just cite you right here. Pressure builds and it creates a vacuum. One question, are you fucking retarded?
Yeah, pressure doesn't create a vacuum.
What the fuck does that statement even mean? Oh, I'll say it again. Pressure builds and it creates a vacuum.
Pressure doesn't create a vacuum, though.
Okay, well then let me ask you this.
Entropy would, as high pressure goes to low pressure, that would create a vacuum.
Sorry, I now get 3 questions. Has anyone measured the anything of the flat Earth? Any measurements to prove the flat Earth is real?
Yes.
What do you mean?
We've done laser surveys.
Okay.
So do you know what gas pressure is? It's defined as the force of the gas particles colliding with the walls of its container. So you just told us that gas can contain gas. But in physics, the only way we can demonstrate this gas pressure is by containment of gas, bottle, tire, hydraulic system.
Oh, I'm back, boys. Did I miss anything? I just had to take a dump.
Sorry, did you say anything?
I think this
I
guy's
just had to
recording
just
this
look.
shit for some sort of content.
Did I miss anything, boys? Lads? Ladesses?
No.
Yeah.
Now,
Except
my
in
second
my
question.
opinion, you didn't throw enough insults around.
Okay, my second question is: do any of you talk to females?
Who? Dude, I think he's making TikTok videos.
Females.
Yeah, it's definitely recording for something.
I have 3
Oh my
children.
God.
Does that answer your
You just
question?
proved that you're liars. Once a liar, always a liar.
Checkley.
Yeah.
Checkley. I have 3 children. Does that
Hey.
answer your question?
Pardon?
3 children. That's how many I have. I got grandchildren too.
Did you
Does
adopt
that
them all?
answer your question?
Did you adopt them all as a solo parent?
No, my children.
Yeah, well, you know, if I
And I'm
adopted a
sure
kid,
the last time you had pussy was when pussy had you.
Pardon?
You heard me. I didn't stutter. I said you're probably a virgin talking shit about do we talk to girls? How dumb does that prove a globe? Your best proof of a sphere is whether or not a person talks to a female.
Oh, sorry. I was actually talking to. I meant to talk to my group chat with the boys. That was just an accident, lad. Sorry, it was just my mate taking the piss.
Your what? Your group what?
No. I'm with my mate, and he grabbed
Your
my
mate?
phone. Yeah,
You're
my
asking
mate.
your mates if they ever talk to chicks?
Do you ever talk to chicks?
Yeah.
Yeah, he said yeah.
I swear, the density of this kid, man.
They have dicks though.
You know what's funny? There's like basically 3 types of debates you usually have with people. It's the ones that are really bloody dumb and they don't even realize how smart you are and how tough you're debunking everything they
So
say.
smart. Spending a
Well,
Friday evening.
I find it very
So
funny
did you
that
guys
I've
hear
got.
that new word I created? I think this is perfect. So I took dumb
You
and
made a
stupid
word?
and combined them together and made dupid. This guy's stupid.
That's pretty intelligent for you, mate. That is
You want me to teach you how to properly use that in a sentence? Or do you know about grammatic function and usage already?
What was that word?
Stupid. Grammatic.
Grammatic. No, not sure.
Grammatic. Oh, yeah. You a Brit? What are you, English? You don't know what grammar is?
No,
Grammatic function. You don't know what a grammatic function is?
no, sorry, no anglais.
How do you form a coherent and cohesive sentence then?
Most of the time, I don't. I normally talk in 3 letters.
Well,
On Snapchat,
it's not just a function of grammar; it's a function of speech also.
WYD. Do you not chat in 3 letters?
I know what it means. What are you doing? I'm asking about your aptitude when it comes to speech and grammar. You're telling me you have an impediment. That's what I'm hearing.
Hey, yeah, I'm actually autistic, so can we just leave that aside?
That's not an impediment, but no offense, but autistic people aren't mentally ill.
Well, I still find this a bit offensive, so can we just stop?
They have slowed motor function. My nephew's autistic.
I'm sorry for your loss.
It's not a loss. He's not dumb. He just has slowed motor function.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry
boys,
for your ignorance.
Oh, boys, do any of you watch F1?
Oh my lord!
Yeah, dude. I know you're just trolling and trying to have fun, but people in here genuinely know this stuff, and we genuinely talk about this stuff. So
riddle me this. Don't say anything if I've entertained you this evening.
No. You're not entertaining at all.
That is one person.
If you had a YouTube or a Twitch or something, I can't see you having a lot of followers.
That is 2 people in this entire call that I haven't entertained. Everyone else stayed quiet. So that means I entertained everyone else.
You laugh. You can't even troll people good. I could look you in his face and tell you a lie without laughing.
All right, tell me a lie, bud.
You're not serious enough.
No, but that's true. I'm not serious.
Well, it could be you got a lot of people that follow you because they like laughing at your dumbassery.
Yeah, no, that's how I usually make bank on OnlyFans.
I mean, there's kind of a slap knee.
You should try it. I heard there's a market
humor
for
to your
ugly.
dumb shit.
Yeah, bro, heaps. Anyway, what are you getting up to today, Friday? What are your plans?
Who? Me? What do I got planned on a Friday? Really? Well, let's see. By 5 o'clock this morning, I was cleaning stalls, so I was shoveling shit. Then I had to wash up, and feed livestock. Now I'm taking a break before I go in and do paperwork in the office for the contractors I work for to finalize my physical
So
year.
you like clean the dunny? So you're a dunny cleaner.
Do I what?
So you clean dunnies?
No, I don't clean dungeons. I said a stall.
No, toilet.
It's a horse stall, moron. I own a farm. I live on a dairy farm, but I got to go run the asphalt company.
Moron. You own
I got to
the
finalize
farm,
my
or
season.
do you work?
I don't
Do
work
you
for
own the
other
farm?
people. I don't work for other people.
So you own the farm?
I own the farm, yes. And
that's pretty
impressive. The lifestyle. That's maintaining the lifestyle I grew up in. But I also own companies. Well, what's the point?
What company?
I own an asphalt company. If you want the name, well, I just don't give that out on.
Are you from Texas?
No, I'm not from Texas, and I don't want a bunch of idiots calling my office. So when they say, "Can I talk to your boss?" One of your people's a flat earther. They already know I'm a flat earther. They're going to send you straight to me, and then I'm just going to ridicule your ass on the telephone. You want to get insulted on the telly, mate?
Could I just ask where do you do asphalting? Because I actually need some done.
Proper cunt.
Sorry, did you just call me cunt?
Yeah. Oh, I did. Yes.
Oh, so you're from Australia.
You're a swift one. No, I'm not from Australia.
America.
I'm not from Texas either. I'm a Yankee, not a Southerner.
So you're from New York.
Not all Americans are Yankees. I'm from New York. Fuck no, I wouldn't live in that liberal state. Keep guessing.
What are the states? Are they Canada?
No.
Was that close?
Although you are close in the fact that I'm a dual citizen, so I can go to Canada or America.
Well, that's nice.
Yeah, I'm a First Nations person. But I live in the land of I'll whoop your ass. Could you guess that? What state is that?
Where?
I'll whoop your ass. So we have two peninsulas. I'll kick your ass above the bridge and then I'll knock it back below it.
I would whoop your ass, mate.
I doubt it. I used to train combat specialist.
I would whip your ass, bud. Put in a nice little Starbucks grande.
Listen, you could bring a weapon. That'll never happen. You can choose your weapon, and I'll just be unarmed, and I'll instruct you on how to unarm an armed opponent.
but an American being unarmed is like carrying 3 AK-47s, mate.
No, not legal citizens. We don't carry AK-47s. Yeah, I'm the fat one. Mary
So you want to be fat?
No, I'm not fat, but if that's me and you, then I'm the fat guy. You get to be that skinny crackhead looking motherfucker. I'm a Michigander, yo. Detroit is 15 minutes from me. I'm from Michigan.
Oh, I love Detroit. Wait, so you're from Michigan and you do...
Fine, thank you. That is a funny GIF. You can't see the GIF in Livestream voice text? The fat guy and the skinny guy, that's Baggy Pants and Nitwit.
I do see it. With the Mercedes...
Baggy Pants is the fat guy, and Nitwit, that's you. You're the Skeletor looking motherfucker.
Are you from Michigan?
Oh my God, did I say I was?
I think so.
Yeah, Pretty sure I said it too. You're a Swift one, aren't you?
I'm not sure whether or not you're just autistic or you're actually retarded.
Yeah, he doesn't miss a thing, bro. From the looks of his skinny ass, I'd say it's a chemical deficiency, bro. We could feed him and we could probably correct that.
Hello, sir.
You hungry? Are you lost? You need some help, bro?
Paddy, my does drive a Mercedes. So are you Superior Asphalt Incorporated?
What
Wait,
county?
are you Anthony's Asphalt?
What county is it based out of? Wouldn't you need to know what county I'm from to be able to do that?
Michigan. I just searched Michigan.
Michigan's not a county. Michigan's a state. I live in a county within the state.
Oh, what county do you live in, sir?
Every business is local to a township, a county, or a city.
Do you live in Beaver?
Beaver, Michigan? No. I do go to Beaver, though.
Do you live in Wyoming?
No.
That's bullshit. You live in Wyoming.
No, man. Listen, I'll give you a hint where I live. I live right down the street from Ted Nugent's old house.
Who the fuck is Ted Nugent? Give me an actual hint, bro.
Ted Nugent's a famous guy, a rocker and a roller. Cat,
Did you hear
scratch,
this guy?
beaver.
He said, "Give me an actual hint."
That is a hint, man. Anybody can look up Ted Nugent's old home in Michigan. That's the best clue I can give you. Shit, it puts you on my road. You could tell me what river I live by.
Jackson, Michigan?
It's in Michigan. Yes, Ted Nugent's old home in Michigan.
Jackson, Michigan. Are you in Jackson, Michigan?
Jackson County, yes, but it's a township.
What township? Sunrise Acres.
Security number instead.
No, Sunrise Ages is that's a living. It's like a rural community. That's a community. It's not a town.
Okay.
How did we get so far
It's
off
hard,
talking
man.
about
It's
the Earth?
hard.
Anyway,
Oh wait, we've got it.
I'm
We've got
sure
a
that
map.
was a subject.
See, but
Where's this road?
my asphalt company isn't based out of the township.
Does ECKERT road ring a bell?
Does what?
ECKERT Urquhart Road.
East Earthick
Why
Road.
are you so obsessed with this?
I know.
Company?
That's East.
Because I need asphalting in Michigan. It's not that hard to understand.
East Airwick
Idiot.
Road.
No.
EST is east.
No, I said ECKERT Eckert.
Oh, Eckerd Road.
Yeah.
Well, you're in Hanover now. You're close.
Okay, so you live in Hanover.
Yeah, but that's not where my business is based out of.
Then where's your business
is
based?
Based out of the city.
Out of the city?
Yeah. Not
So
my
where's the nearest
township.
city? Jackson.
So, the township is a rural city. Rural city
So
limits.
Jackson. It would be Jackson.
Yes, you have Jackson City and Jackson County, yes.
Yeah, so you're Jackson City is where your asphalting company's based.
Yeah, well, you're not going to find me, so it's no big thing.
You think these reformationists are going to kill us?
JJ's seal coating and asphalt repair?
Yeah, I'm not worried about whether he finds me, Hank, you know. Actually
Yeah, I
coming
know.
on my property and whooping my ass like you said on the internet, that's a hell of a feat. I am a combat veteran. I work hard every day.
Bug.
I want to see it if he comes there. So can you give us some kind of warning so we can buy tickets?
Well, I got surveillance,
Oh,
bro.
of course, bro.
It'll be
No,
videotaped.
it'll be pay-per-view. It'll be pay-per-view.
What'd you say, tasered?
I said pay-per-view, you autistic little kid.
Oh, I thought you said you was gonna taser me. Oh, good luck.
No, I said
Fuck around
pay.
and get shocked with your own taser, but it's all
I said
good.
it'd be a pay-per-view fight like Jake Paul.
I
Are you
I
all
did
American
warn you.
still
I
coding? I feel like
said
you'd be
I'm
a
a
person would
combat
name your company
veteran.
All American.
I'm a combat veteran, and usually by 6 o'clock in the
Does this
morning,
sound familiar?
I
Love this
shuffle a few
company. He
thousand
takes pride in
pounds
his
of
work
shit.
and will go above and beyond for you.
Hmm.
All right, bud. What's your company called? Just tell me what your company's called at this point. I know you live in Jackson.
What
Bro,
did he
this is
say?
cringe as fuck. Stop being cringe, man.
I
So
know.
what are you?
You're
Do
trying to
you believe
dox
in the
people.
earth?
So do you know
Yeah.
doxing is against Discord TOS?
Pardon?
Discord TOS terms of service.
What?
Trying to dox an individual is against the rules here. Get your account banned right from Discord.
I'm not trying to dox you, sir. I'm just trying to get some asphalt repair done. And I just trust your
Yeah,
opinion,
that's
so I
kind
trust
of
your
what
work.
do you want me to do? Float all my equipment over there on a boat and bring an asphalt plant with me?
No, my grandparents live in Michigan. They actually need some work done at the moment.
Sure. Where do
That's
your
the son
grand
of a lawyer
where do
or
they
a
live
cop.
in Michigan?
Where do they
You
live
hear
in
me,
Michigan?
Mike? Mike,
I
that's
could
the
give you
son of
their
a lawyer
address.
or a
Give me
cop.
1 sec.
Do what? Lawyer or cop?
I said that's the son of a lawyer or a cop. Did you see how he changed what he did to stay within policy? Only a lawyer or a policeman would teach you to do something like that. I
No, why?
seriously, well, there's the third option, right? A freedom
He
loving.
said, "Oh shit, Daddy's a lawyer. I don't want to fuck around and get sued on the internet."
Also, a freedom lover would know something like that, but I don't think he's a freedom lover. I bet he likes authoritarian cocked meat
Right.
sandwiches.
Yeah, one of them preppers. Preppers know the law.
People who like authoritarianism are like mentally ill. Like their lives are out of control, so they want like a boot under their neck to control their lives.
You say they're mentally ill. I think it's called Stockholm syndrome, right?
Like even like people who
grandma-
fantasize about USSR and Nazism
Hello?
and stuff. Like they want like their lives to be under control, under like some leather boots, like forcefully, because their lives are so,
Are you
gone,
there?
so mentally ill.
Hello? So, my grandma needs some asphalt work done on 1751 Page Avenue on the corner of Page Avenue and Hayball Road. There you go.
Send us your credit card. We'll get it done.
What?
Credit card? Hell no.
Papal Road, Page
Yeah,
and
give us your card
Papal.
number. You trying to do
Well, no.
business? We them digits.
You mean
Taking the 3 digits off the back, please, and your zip code in case we
you
need
said
that.
Papal Road? Do you mean Pope Road?
No. I know what I said, sir.
You said Papal? I couldn't hear you. Page Ave and Papal?
Oh, sorry. Page Avenue and Hayball Road.
Hayfall?
Hayball. H for
This guy's
Harriet.
trolling.
Hayball Road. The zip code is 49201.
Yeah, Vlad on Flat Earth said it better. Like, how long will everyone keep playing along with this clown? Like, this is just a waste of time, man.
I don't know. You guys have been going for a while. I'm pretty impressed.
Dude, what is your point being here? What do you want?
I don't know, to be honest, I'm just pretty bored.
Man, get the fuck out of here, bro.
No,
I'm wasting everyone's time. Get the fuck out of here.
Like, it's depressing, man. It's like, what are you doing?
Okay,
Don't you have anything better to do with your lives, bro?
I found another piece of research. Follow along. Go to Google.
Nobody's doing anything,
Yeah,
man.
go to Google and then do what?
Search Google Earth.
Okay.
Go
What
do
about
something. Go do something in your life, clown.
Oh, Checkley, why don't you do this, Checkley? Why don't you Google images of fairy tales or images of unicorns?
Sorry,
And like
assaulting a
really
minor?
look at them and you will
That's a
actually
gang-
realize they're real because there's images of them, you know?
Whoa. Sorry. Did someone just insult a minor? That is against Discord TOS.
Yo, my dude, get the fuck out of here. What do you want?
I
What do you
thought
want? You still haven't answered. What do you want? What do you want?
Dude,
Friends.
Checkley, you're really butthurt, you know that? Like, you're really, like, you're
Okay,
a real pussy.
He does sound like he wants friends.
You're really butthurt. Very easily. All the time. Like,
My
just
butt
grow
is
up, man.
awful. I'm on a real bad state.
Yeah, mate, just grow up, seriously. You're too much of a pussy for your age.
And then I'm only grow one day
You got
each
nothing
day.
to say, yeah? Like, what the fuck is your point, dude? You got nothing to say.
Yeah.
What do you want? Answer that. What do you want
You know
here?
that guy ashroading business? What's it called again?
What do you want, my dude? Why are you here?
Yeah. What do I want?
It's my money and I want it now.
You're a clown, dude.
JC Whitworth.
I don't know why you're here.
You're a joke, dude. Everybody's known that for like the first 10 seconds, but we just wanted to have fun with you. Now we're
I know, same.
out of you.
I've had fun tonight, boys. Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, good
Hey,
job.
but I haven't got a piece of the pie yet.
What's your name?
You just wasted the opportunity to get so much good content, but whatever.
Yeah.
Oh, you guys doing this content. I did not consent for that. Boys.
You're late, Hank. You're late.
Dude, the people in here know more physics than anybody you'll ever meet in your entire life. So you just fucked up.
I
Too
go to
bad.
an elite school, bro. The people there are like smart.
I'm not even gonna say what degrees I've got and what I'm doing, but whatever. You keep
You
on
don't
with your
have any.
stuff.
You've already listed them all.
Yeah, sure, buddy.
Sure, for sure, bud. For sure.
You know, something you should observe is that whenever you
observing.
insult somebody and they go on and they try to debunk you, the only people that do that are the ones that are really shit. You see? Like what
Hey,
you're
Hank.
doing proves that you're shit.
Hank, I know I'm shit. So
Good
my mum
job.
said, left me.
Oh
Hey,
my
I got
god.
degrees.
I wanna cry. Mommy's gone. I almost
I got
feel bad
degrees.
for this guy.
I got 33 degrees.
Hey, 33. A degree takes like
Yeah,
2
I
years.
do.
Did you spend
I got
60?
33 degrees.
Cutting
Hey,
up the
didn't let me
world
finish,
in
bro.
33 degrees.
Cut me off.
Teaching
any
I
of
got
them-
33 degrees between the horizon and the pole star.
Any of them? Sorry, no. We mean like
Bloodline.
university friends, not like the
Bloodline.
free burns.
There's no secure bloodline.
Because that would mean that you're in uni for at least 33 years. So it means you wouldn't be getting out of uni until 50.
Okay, why don't you tell us what other things make you butthurt? Tell us.
Seats, ugly
The
people.
lack of preparation H causes the butt hurtiness in these Globers because when they
You
come
said
here,
you didn't like his
they're
mom.
really shopping for preparation H.
Better get some X-Lax for that too.
Some what?
Some X-Lax. You sound constipated in the motherfucker.
It's just speed bumps. It'll
Yeah,
go
you
over
ain't
fine.
seen my best. Checkmate.
Bro,
In a game of chess.
It is all
Don't
clogged
see
up.
me as a threat. Free thinking got a world at my neck. Hey. And my
Is it okay
paranoid
for the
picture
12?
Malcolm X in a room full of pigs trying
All
not
these
to bust
people.
a sweat. Hey.
So Capson. Yeah. Oi, my
Feels
mate's
like
gonna
he
get you a
need to
beat.
loosen up his vest. They
Oi, we'll
probably
get you
wrote
a
that
beat.
man one hell of a check. Hey.
Hey, that boy's got bars.
We're getting you a beat. We're getting you a beat. Wait a sec.
Come on over here and try to clown. Hey, I'll never pipe down. If they weren't coming for me then, they coming for me now.
Yeah. Boots and cats and boots and cats. Keep going. Boots
I don't know
and
what the hell you're talking about. Hay Hill Road, man. There ain't no Hay Hill Road on
Ball.
page.
Hayball. Hay for Harriet. A for anus. Y for yeser. B for bitches. A for anal.
Hey,
L
sounds like you
for-
boys are trying to get some of that NASA coffee, yo. Haha.
Is it Hay Yard?
All right, ready? We got a sick
Hay
beat. We got a sick
Yard?
beat. Get ready.
Go, stop listening.
Bro, stop freestyling. Fuck you.
Oh no,
Hey,
I'm so offended.
fuck you
Mama.
My mind's telling me no,
Ooh.
but my body's telling me yeah,
Hey, you just gotta
baby.
remember the consent's important.
I don't wanna hurt no one, but there's something I must
Battle mod?
confess.
Battle mod?
What?
Battle? What's your name?
I don't see nothing wrong with a little bump and grind.
Hey, battle mod.
What's your name?
Checkley.
I got the most common name in the world. Can you guess it?
Ben, Jack, Tom,
Smith.
And I would guess your name to be Bend Over.
Oh, fuck. When?
Got him.
When? When?
You boys sipping that NASA coffee, huh?
Yeah,
You like that
he's
stuff that
sipping that
astronauts
nasty
drink?
coffee. He's catching, not pitching. You know he catching.
Chugga.
Yeah, you know he's sipping on that Don Perignon from Don Pettit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that motherfucker probably playing left field, bro. You know.
Yeah. His glove's wide open, bro.
Yeah, I got it. Don't come out here. I got it.
Yeah. You know, he loves those balls, bro. You know what I mean? That religion's hard to kick, bro.
Next thing you
it's
see,
harder than heroin. It's harder than heroin to
Amwits
kick
is
that ball
driving
religion.
away talking about them balls about damn near knocked him out when he caught it with his mouth. We're gonna have to put his whole face back together. You guys ain't never heard that Ben Dover? Or Mike Hunt?
Hey, Battle Mod, I got a joke for you. Check it out. What file did the detective pull when Pinocchio went missing?
I'm not sure.
The Geppetto file. Bing, bow, boom.
Boys, has anyone told you that you're funny?
Yeah, my mom when I was born. They broke the mold when they made me, homie.
He was gonna say they lied.
Yeah, they broke the mold because of all air in your
That's an
head.
old joke, man. You want to pull off something old, take off your underwear and get that shit washed.
Hey, they say I'm crazy. Hey, they say I'm crazy as piss the astronauts drink, homie.
Hey, I say he's on the ball. You think he's on the ball?
Yeah, he's not even close to the fence, bro.
Kiss my ass.
Boys.
He's spinning 1,000 miles per hour at the equator.
Affirmation of your indoctrination without experimentation is a logical fallacy because affirming the consequent is not an experiment. So miss me with that bullshit.
Oh, you just
Miss me with that NASA coffee.
He's a sharp hitter. A snipe
Oh,
hitter.
he
not
left
a
and he
quick
got
hitter.
him back.
In the debate, taking you down by fate. So don't wait. Death comes, but don't hesitate.
Hey, boys, are any of you religious?
Yeah.
Can you reciprocate?
I can reciprocate these nerves.
Checkley, be quiet for a moment. Just
Must
be
I
quiet, bro.
demonstrate?
There's somebody else in the room.
Better
Checkley,
change
quiet
the
right
course
now.
of direction before it's too late.
Yo, Mike, can you mute this asshole? There's somebody else in the room, bro. Can you please mute this asshole? Thank you.
Yeah, I muted him. Who else is here?
Somebody else was here.
Oh, okay. Yeah, go ahead. I'll be quiet.
Let me see. Oh, Saladas 3. Saladas 3, good morning. You there? He's VC verified. Guess doesn't want to talk. All right.
Yeah, apparently
See
he
you next
is,
time.
but anybody else? I think that's the only other guy, right?
I guess we're going to default to the troll earther.
I mean, that guy's kind of getting on my nerves, honestly.
Yeah, dude, there's no point. Just keep him muted, please, bro. It's really annoying.
I mean, it's funny for
It's
like
cringe, man.
15, 20 minutes, but then it just...
Then it becomes applied pressure. I know.
Yeah.
It's just a pressure. You just tapping on your forehead lightly, but eventually it gets to hurt. Pressure falling down on me, raining down on you.
Yo, what's the best points against the rotation?
Toe tagged
My
and
best-
body
The
bag.
lack
We just
thereof.
crushed the bag.
My best point is my best point is like how we can't sense it and how like 1,000 miles per hour like would literally it doesn't make sense at all. Like especially with how
the best argument against rotation is nobody ever proves it's rotating.
So here's what I would
Good.
say to that, Truckee. To prove really anything scientifically, you gotta follow the scientific method. And to follow the scientific method, you gotta come up with a hypothesis, which would be the Earth is spinning, and then an experiment that has controlled variables, independent and dependent variables. Now, what you should change is the rate with which the Earth is spinning, which you fucking can't change. Nobody can control the rate with which the Earth is presumably spinning. So there's no way you're setting up an experiment that confirms or infirms this thing. There's no way. It's impossible.
I like this guy. He understands it. This guy gets it. Your
Yeah.
name isn't even Witsit.
I like listening a lot to smart people and just think about them, and then I really get them, and I feel good. I just like getting stuff, you know?
It's a dopaminergical positive feedback loop when you learn things and you get excited and then you want to learn more and then you need more and then you need more.
Yeah, and it's
But
also
learning
like you're somehow hardwiring something into your mind. Once you get to understand, i.e., the scientific method, some philosophical arguments, you simply see them in anything. It's like I used to be told all the time when I was talking to some very smart philosophers or anything, you might think you're getting it, but you're not. Like you're getting it intellectually, but the time when you really get it is when you see it flawlessly in every situation of your life. When you do that, you know for a fact you got it.
See, once you begin to understand that the more you listen to these great philosophers, the stronger you become, because if applied knowledge is power and you apply it, you take away a little bit of that power differential, and then you begin to realize that we are way more powerful than we originally thought that we could be. When you comprehend that, you lose your fear of death. That's power. That's real power.
Yep. That is very deep.
So basically, like they haven't even did anything to prove their claims. Like there's no scientific method that made that claim even. They just they made it up. Oh, 1,000 miles per hour. Okay, I guess.
Yeah, you know,
And, like,
usually they would
nobody
just point
questions
to
it.
pendulums and shit, but your easiest rebuttal to that is that first you basically begin with a question: does that pendulum ever stop? The answer would be no. Then the second question is there such thing as a perpetuum mobile in nature? The answer has to be no. So they basically debunk themselves. They're proving that that thing does not work on nature and its movement. It works because there's an engine moving it. So there's the whole thing you gotta say about pendulums.
Yeah, that's good. Thank you.
Like that's all they've got, only pendulums, and you just gotta keep this in mind. That cannot move by itself infinitely. You've got two forces fighting against that thing. One would be the friction with the air, and two would be the internal frictions between all the components that are basically making up this pendulum. It's gonna eventually stop, like any car on the road. The only way it keeps on going if there's an engine pushing it. So there's no argument really.
It's magnets.
Yeah, that would be like a version of a pendulum on steroids, like really smart one, but usually you just have a rotor spinning around. And also, Chucky, because you kind of seem like these days you're probably debating with these people. I wouldn't necessarily push so much towards the spinning part of the Earth because it's not much about it. All you can say is that there's simply nothing to be said about it. That's it. You should basically focus on the gas pressure without a container and the curvature of the Earth. Like the Black Swan is a very strong argument, but the problem with it is that it requires at least 80 plus IQ to get it, and you don't usually get that. That's a problem. But also with the gas pressure. But see, that's the thing, because you like need a decently intelligent human being to actually get those arguments. Otherwise,
Yeah,
Well, you just
basic
got to
logic and
explain the
basic
affirming
reason
the
like destroys
consequent.
them.
Sorry. Once you realize how important the affirming the consequent fallacy is to these people, and then you explained it to the layman, right? Like my room is dark, therefore the lamp is broken, right? Well, it could be anything, right? Maybe it's unplugged, right? Maybe it's not broken. Maybe it's just off. Maybe you didn't pay the electric bill or the power's out in the whole block. Right? So that's what these people are doing. They're just affirming the consequent from their indoctrination centers, and they're going around, proudly claiming that they've defeated everybody, but all they did is blew some hot air out of their mouth. Right? Like the tides are caused by the moon. How would you prove that scientifically? Well, you would have to manipulate the moon. Can you do that? No. So it's just poetry. The tides are caused by the moon. How do we know they're not caused by the spoons? Right? They could be caused by anything, right? There is any reason the lamp isn't working or the room is dark. There's lots of reasons why there's tides. We don't know what it is. We don't know the cause because we can't manipulate certain variables. And once people, the general public, understands this, it's going to be so much easier to comprehend what's going on in reality.
Yeah, correlation does not imply like causality.
Absolutely.
Sal, that's you back. How you doing, buddy?
You say Saladas, you're referring to me?
Yes, sir. That sounds like
I'm
your
back.
name, right?
Yeah. I'm back.
Cool, man. This is your first time here?
No, I've been part of the server for a while now, but I haven't been very active.
Welcome back, bro.
Yeah, man.
Thank you. Nice to be back.
Did you have different roles, or did you you always had VC verified? You didn't have anything more?
No, I only had VC verified. I did talk here a few times, but yeah, no, didn't get any roles.
Cool, man. So what side of the fence are you on? Do you know the Earth is flat?
Flat Earth.
Okay.
Well, so I was going to ask, could you give me the chess role? Because sort of a chess fan here.
Then you gotta talk to mods, bro. I don't even know that there's a chess roll.
So here's the thing: we don't really hand out roles here. You earn them.
Oh,
so
sorry.
This isn't. That's all right. It's just
I'll
how it
play
works.
chess.
So
Well, the chess roll is just
Is
so
this like, do I have to play somebody? Do I have to play one of your best chess players?
I'll play chess.
Here,
let's go.
I'll give you the chess roll.
See, you earned it because you're willing to play, right? It's that easy.
I get what you mean, yeah.
It's a participation trophy.
Thanks, man.
Yep. I
Michael,
remember
another
you
one.
too. Welcome back.
Oh, you said you remember me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I remember you too. You've been here for probably forever, actually.
Yeah, since the beginning of our bout on Discord, yep.
Yeah.
We all came from a different platform. We used to do Google Hangouts and YouTube live streams. We got tired of typing.
Yeah, I bet this is so much better, though. Discord's a really good platform for what you guys are doing. It's amazing.
Debating in text sucks so bad.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
now
I can imagine.
So now instead of creating a live stream, we just live stream our voice chat.
Yeah, and I feel like this way you're gonna become much more popular. You're gonna, you're gonna get the, attention. You're gonna, spread the message.
We're gonna try.
Man,
I mean, it's clearly working though, because you must be getting so many new members that stick around for a while.
We get about 35 on average a day, but it seems right now the ban statistics are kind of high, so they're probably the same people coming back all the time.
Yeah, but the thing is, with a server like this, like if you told me to name you one server that's going to be full of trolls, it's just going to be this server. Like, it's inevitable.
Yeah,
it's
we're
inevitable.
gonna do a review on who does the most banning and why. We want to slow down the banning.
Yeah, because like you don't want someone to
tired
get
of hearing
banned
why
just
don't we have
because
anybody
someone
to
was
talk
like,
to.
"What's that?"
I said we're tired of hearing why don't we have anybody to talk to. A lot of us promote this server. We don't have people to talk to because the ones that do come in eventually, they spiral from getting jumped on by 5 people, and they tell somebody to fuck off or something, and they end up banned.
Yeah, and it's like sort of you just want this cordial discussion where it's like everyone's sort of listening to each other and not just not a shouting match.
Yeah, and the major portion of the work I do is seasonal, so my season's over, so now I can work on it. So
it's really nice.
Myself and the admins, they're not always here. Like Indio, he's still got to work, but I got the winter off, so anything he wants done, he can just tell me to get it done. We're gonna review some shit though.
That's good to know that you guys are adapting with the change of the winds. That shows like a high level of, you care about your server. You're not just biding your time. So
Right.
Yeah.
Fuck, I got a lot of time into this server, right? And the last
Sort of,
one.
Oh, sorry.
We just want to get it back to being a little more inviting and have more
Friendly.
people to choose from.
Right.
To be honest, though, I think this is a really good community. Like most of you, I think everyone here is pretty much friendly. It's a very, welcoming community, I'd say.
Yeah, the thing is that we're not attacking people, right? We're just attacking arguments. And when people begin to comprehend that, they'll be a lot better off, because you get attached to something you believe and it becomes like a part of your personality. But people have to understand they got to disassociate, this belief, because it's not them. You are not the globe Earth model.
Yeah, but it's like just be objective. Like forget everything. Just listen, absorb, and just be objective, right? Don't be like, oh, he's flat earther, so I'm gonna fucking say everything he says is bullshit.
Yeah, I like that Hank pointed out, because that's what I mean. It's not 5 people jumping on them, but 5 people jumping on what they've said.
Yeah. And any point you make, it could be the best point on the
It's a
planet,
little
they'll be like, "Oh,
overwhelming
you're a
for
flat
people.
earther, you're a loony, fuck off." That's what they'll do. And that's obviously what you guys aren't about. It's about talking cordially.
It's funny how,
and,
like we don't like personally attack globerters. Just the idea of the globert, since it's a scientific theory, and like we're just falsifying it. But at the same, like I experienced this. Like I shared a video of a video of a guy speaking about something different, but he is a flat earther. And one guy was like, "Oh, this guy's a flat earther. I'm not listening to this guy." Like for the sole reason for being a flat earther, not like
it's
the
like
idea.
it's like you lose all reputability just because you have this belief. It's like, okay, now anything you say must be bullshit.
So that's the stultification, right? What you just said. Anything you say must be bullshit. It's a tactic they use against us.
Yeah.
And it's based off of the genetic fallacy. So that's like saying, I can't tell what time it is with this clock because it's broken. Actually, it tells the right time twice a day. Right? So I'm not going to listen to anything the news
inferior
says.
Perspective. Like we can't say that about ourselves. We can't say like, "Oh, well, broken clock is right twice a day." We're simply falsifying like a false idea. Like don't look down on yourself.
Yeah, just rebuttaling arguments. That's it. It's
like no,
you're
they're
not
the
attacking
broken
anybody.
clock. Like that was fine. Just you know, I don't wanna promote like flat earthers like talking down about themselves, like compared to people who you know, just call names and just smear campaign or whatever, like about, oh, you're flat earther, therefore you're wrong, when like they literally don't even know what they stand for, what the globe stands for, or the basics
Yeah.
of it.
Yeah, you're right. I could have made a better argument. But you said that they had a scientific model, which they don't. There is absolutely no science backing the globe.
Yeah, and I feel like this
We
just
all,
goes back to like this indoctrination. You're told from from the youngest age ever, like, you know, whenever you can comprehend, you know, the planet and stuff, you're told it's a globe. And it's hard to let go of that belief, obviously, or even, you know, consider others' beliefs because, you know, it's widely accepted.
man, ever since I've been doing keto, I got the insomnia. I can't sleep.
Oh, I've had that as well when I was on keto. The way I stopped that was I had to take a break. So I ate some honey. I would occasionally eat some honey when I was getting like the keto insomnia and stuff. Just re-carb and then back to keto.
Well, I think it's because I've been trying to, you know, drink a lot of coffee, clean out.
That
I'm
could
trying to
also be
detox.
it.
Yeah. Trying to detox.
Yeah. If you don't mind me asking, is it for like weight loss reasons and stuff, or is it like health benefits, or like what's the?
Yeah, it's weight loss. I am a foodie. I
Yeah.
love food.
So do
All the
I.
vegetables and fruits and colorful foods. You know,
Yeah.
and the only thing is that here's the deal. I don't think we're supposed to be eating high amounts of carbs like birthday cakes and then eating a steak that night.
No,
I
not
think
at all.
that if you either eat like moderate amount of carbs and low carbs, moderate to low protein, depending, and then high fat. Like you can have all the fat you want, like all
Yeah.
the steak, and just keep the protein down, and you just can't mix it. You can't have high carb and high fat because your body's like, oh my god, what am I gonna do with
Which
this?
fuel?
Insulin.
Which fuel to use?
Yeah, insulin. Store the fat. Store the fat.
Mm-hmm. And then you get fat.
So,
Or gain fat.
but yeah, so for me, it's like Mexican food: chips, dips, salsa, guacamole, right? And then that's like the carbs that I love. All the different vegetables and different salsas
And it's very low, you know, like low carb carbs, low sugar carbs. Oh
yeah.
no,
So I've
we're
been
referring
sodas
to like
for a while.
what's that?
I've been off the sodas for a long time. That was number one thing that'll kill you fast. It's like cigarettes or
Yeah.
sodas. Like which way do you want to die? You know, both are like quick and easy deaths.
Yeah. And a lot of people don't know that actually. A lot of people just, you know, again, just the Western diet, eat whatever the fuck's in front of them, buy whatever soda, don't care at all.
Yeah, seafood. You see it, you eat it. Yeah, intermittent fasting and keto, you will lose some weight if you're a fat man.
Yeah. Also, there's this whole misconception because, like, the food pyramid says the primary thing you should be eating is literally was it grain carbs, like, you know, like bread, pasta, rice.
Yep.
And a lot of people don't even know you can run your body off of primarily fat.
Yep.
Feel better and be healthier.
Yeah, when you fast, like it prohibits like growth hormones. When you work out, it creates neuroplasticity. When you fast, it creates stem cells.
Yep. It literally detoxes your body. Actually, that's probably the best way to describe it.
Yeah. So yeah, it's a great thing fasting. I haven't fasted yet.
Not a surprise too.
Around.
Like ancient practices
sorry.
fast.
Yeah, and also like everyone, the most common like argument that like people that fast talk about is that as a caveman, right, food isn't always available. You go long periods where you fast.
Yep.
In nature, obviously, at least. Not like
We went
Western
through
diet
periods
type
of
thing.
fasting and feeding.
Yeah, exactly.
Sorry, fasting and feasting is what I meant to say.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I was going to ask you, what's your like time window for fasting? Like 16/8 or like what one are you doing?
Well, right now, I'm only eating after like 5 p.m. till like 9. And then I don't get off work till like 1 or 2. So
That's intense. That's quite good, yeah.
Yeah, I usually don't eat till after 5 p.m. But I've been staying up late and sleeping all day.
Do you find that you have more energy from from like you don't get the
Oh, dude.
insulin spike and stuff? Do you find that gives you more energy when you're fasting?
When you're on keto, oh man, you want to fight and you want to make
Yeah,
love.
I've been there. I've been there.
I'm telling you.
I also feel like with keto, your energy levels are so consistent, so consistent.
Because you don't
No
have those
crashes,
like
no
hunger.
peaks, no troughs, just consistent.
Right. Because when you're fasting like intermittently, right, you're living off the fat. So you're not starving. If you're fat and you're fasting, like you probably need to get a little salt and nutrients in your diet, something in your water, or take some multivitamins. Right? You need something other than water, right? But as long as you're doing that, you're gonna feel great. But if you like don't get enough salt, you get the cramps. You're not taking multivitamins.
I feel like that has to be like highlighted for everybody because like a lot of people will be like, "Oh, I'm just gonna go do a water fast," and they drink like filtered water all day without any minerals, and they're like, "Oh fuck, I feel like shit. I'm hungry," stuff like that. So yeah, you want that salt water, that electrolyte water. You need them. And also your heart can just simply just stop if you like do a prolonged fast and you're just drinking, like regular water without minerals.
I don't know
But
about
that's
the heart
prolonged
stopping.
fasting.
Yeah, none of this is medical advice or anything like
Yeah.
that. You should consult your
We're
doctor
not
and ask your
doctors.
doctor.
We're not doctors.
Yeah, ask your doctor if neurotoxins are right for you.
Yeah. This is just anecdotal in like our own research, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, everyone else I've talked to, when they go on keto, it's like, it's hard to stay away from the cheese, right? Because all you got is carcass after that. It's like, oh, carcass again. Oh, it's carcass again, carcass.
Yeah.
But if you can stay away from the dairy products while you're doing keto, it's even better.
Yeah, definitely. One advice, the only advice I can give you though is like this is everyone underestimates this. Everyone that I've seen that does keto, organ meats. I swear to God, you eat some lamb liver, you're gonna be hella full. You're gonna, it's not like just your regular like beef or whatever else, chicken, whatever else you eat on keto. Do not underestimate organ meats. Very nutritious, very filling. Good stuff.
I agree. Never thought I'd eat cow liver, but liver and onions is amazing. You just can't eat like lots of it.
Yeah.
It's kind of like when you're not doing keto and you take like small amounts of dark chocolate to get the benefits.
Yeah.
Like you don't need a lot of it.
No, not at all. And it's a really good source of magnesium as well.
So another thing that's good, a lot of people don't know about Moringa oleifera is like this fruit. I'm sorry, it's not a fruit. It's a tree that they use to supplement nutrition in like third world countries where people starve. This Moringa oleifera is packed with vitamins and nutrients because you can eat the bark, the leaves, and the root. So like the
Never
whole
actually
tree,
heard of it.
the whole tree has like 3 different things that you can eat or cook. And then the thing is that each one has different benefits. So if you research on Moringa oleifera, you'd be like, oh man,
it's cool
I
stuff.
need some of this. Yeah.
Yeah. Also, like a sort of linking to that, like eating liver is good for your own liver. I'm not sure if you went as far as lamb brain or anything. I have. It's really good.
Oh
it's
no,
good for your
never did.
brain. Like,
You gotta be
it's
kidding me.
funny, right? Like, you eat the organ of the animal, and it benefits that organ in you. It's quite cool.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Huh. Maybe I need to have some liver.
Yeah. If
Yeah,
there's
I don't
any
know how to cook it.
there's any heavy drinkers here, eat that liver.
Interesting. Any flat earthers? I mean, any globe earthers in here? Any new people? Nope. Nope.
Yeah, this this flat Earth live stream went different route. I like it. Talk about everything.
Yeah, we try to keep it on flat earth, but sometimes it's hard. Yeah, I'll be back, guys. I just might want to say how to.
I'm also going to disappear for a few minutes, so be back soon.
Oh, so nobody's talking anymore? What's going on, guys?
Whose voice was that I heard? Was that you, Shinji? Or was that on YouTube and I heard the voice? I don't see your name.
I think it's Vlad. That's me.
Oh, it's Vlad. Oh, of
It's
course
just me,
it is.
brother.
There's not even anything decent on YouTube. Oh, YouTube there. No, there's not even anything decent on YouTube worth talking about, to be honest.
There was so many more people here when I just went up to make a coffee, and I come down now, and half the people are gone. Nobody's talking. It's funny. I woke up early, and I'm like, oh shit, it's gonna be people. There were people. Now nobody's talking.